The Tigers, they sack it.
What's going on? We are live. The quarantine stream is in full effect. It's draft time, and I think we're all ready to go. You guys ready for the draft or what?
Let's go.
Sir.
Let's go.
Yeah, man, absolutely. I don't know why, but
I'm having cable issues at the moment.
Yeah, I've been anxious this entire day just thinking about this draft. I mean, I'm more hyped for this draft than I have been for a lot of the other ones. I don't know if it's just because, you know, getting a little bit of an echo. Someone's got to turn down their speakers there. A little bit of an echo. We good?
I mean,
I
don't
think
it's me.
Tech issues, it never goes smoothly. But anyway, I'm more anxious for this draft than I can remember being for quite some time. And I don't know if that has to do with just the fact that there hasn't been a lot of sports going on, or if it's like a combination of, that and Howie Roseman. Just, we are at the point now with the Philadelphia Eagles where the conversation has been the next 3-year window, right? We're talking about the next 3-year window. So whereas in previous drafts, like, it was important that they nail the draft, but maybe they didn't. It was important that they nail the draft, but maybe they didn't. And okay, there's always next year. If we're talking about a 3-year window to build a championship football team, it is imperative that they not only hit on these draft picks, but they start knocking these things out of the park. I mean, this is going to lay the foundation for the next 3 years so the Eagles can get back into the Super Bowl. When we were watching the draft in Philadelphia in 2017, we were all hyped for Derek Barnett. We thought Sidney Jones was a great pick with the second-round pick. You shelve him for a year, he'll come back. It's like having another first-round pick. A lot of these things haven't worked out exactly the way we planned. This draft is important to nail, and I think we can all agree on that.
Yeah, I mean, I think this draft is like imperative for Howie to get back on track. I think the draft actually kind of like lines up to our needs and not in like a pressed situation where we have to go and grab someone. But I think the board lines up perfectly with our needs. If we want to get an interior offensive lineman in the second round, there's going to be guys there in the second round. Linebackers, perhaps. Kenneth Murray, maybe the back of the first, second. But the wide receivers, they're in range, like guys like Justin Jefferson out of LSU. Those are the guys that, I mean, he's been the guy that's been linked to the Eagles over the last couple weeks. But his stock has risen as well. So we get into this weird period where it's like, like, do we move back? Do we move up? It's crazy. I mean, are you guys feeling the move up, or are you feeling the move back, or stay put and chill?
I feel like it's all the chat's just been talking today. It's just been how we trying to get up to like 9.
I mean, it really depends on what they're asking for. I mean, everybody would love one of the top 3 receivers. And we spoke about this on our 102.5 Fox the Gambler pre-draft show. What exactly the compensation? Yeah, Hollywood. First of all, I saw this in the chats. It made me laugh. So we have to ask. How are you, sir?
I'm doing fantastic. I have been juiced for this draft all day long. I'm not baked. I am perfectly sober for this draft, guys. I'm personally, you can see in my little box right there, I'm team trade back, and that's simply because what Gail said in the fact that this draft is really set up for us to go and grab a lot of different position players. I value these second, third, fourth round picks. I don't want to put together a whole package where we move up 11 spots in the first round. It would be awesome. Don't get me wrong. I want CeeDee Lamb on this team really bad. It would be an amazing thing to have. But I also value the other players that we would get second, third, fourth round. So that is where I see us. Well, I would prefer personally a trade back scenario where we slide back, can grab Jalen Reagor at the end of the first round, and then we could maybe pick up another second round pick, go into day 2 with 2 picks, and then seal up a linebacker, get interior offensive lineman. That's just how I would ideally like the draft to play out.
Hey, Chris, how you feeling over there, man? I mean, you put in a lot of work this off season.
You guys have been killing it.
I mean, how are you feeling? You hyped up? You look focused.
I'm ready, man. I mean, the chatter today has been crazy. A lot of people, there's been a lot of weird rumors going out. Andre Dillard got brought up. They've been talking about Marquise Goodwin from San Fran. They've been talking about moving up with the Jets in general, about Rasul Douglas. There's a lot of chatter. Honestly, I haven't heard anything about moving back, even though that's what I think might ultimately happen. It's been all move up, try to get CeeDee Lamb, Jerry Jeudy, Henry Ruggs kind of hype. There's just so many rumors going on. Detroit might try to move into the top 3 to get a Kuda or maybe even a quarterback. I don't even know. But it's exciting. I mean, it's been a very collaborative process. Everyone's done a good job working together, try to find the right guys for the draft this year. I mean, this is Harry Roseman's first show that's his own. Joe Douglas is gone. Andrew Berry's gone. I feel like Howie really understands like the importance of this draft. He's always done wonders with the cap, but now he has to really hit on some key prospects because Carson Wentz, even though he did do really well at the end of the year and showed how special he is, you don't want him to have to struggle like that again. Let's get him some playmakers and maybe even get a linebacker eventually in the draft. We'll see.
Did you say linebacker? I mean, the last time the Eagles was drafted a linebacker was 1979. But we all collectively are on board for like you see a Van Der Esch at the Cowboys. You kind of get a little envious of having a solid linebacker. I don't want to put hate on our linebackers, but I think just having a playmaking linebacker. When was the last time we had a really decent linebacker?
Jordan Hicks.
Yeah.
I wouldn't even go that far. I think
he wasn't even
the
dependable.
last time we actually had a linebacker that was really of any significant impact that would change the game at that second level. I mean, you got to think about Jeremiah Trotter.
Sure.
I don't hate the linebacker pick at all if that were the case. I mean, White Snake's only going to take you so far. You look at our starting linebackers and it's not to knock them or anything, but it's almost cringeworthy. And the Eagles have focused a lot in free agency on revamping this defense, and defense wins championships. I mean, you really can't hate on it. As I'm talking here, I just want to give out some shout outs to some people in the comment section because it's absolutely blowing up. Gary Gallagher on Facebook. Joe Faust on Facebook.
Macho Man. Oh, yeah. Macho Man.
Is Macho Man, if Macho Man cams up, I think he's in full costume. I think maybe we should go to him. Jeffrey Cross on Twitter. Tom Irvin on Facebook. Jenny Sorokin on the YouTube. So, I mean, we're streaming on multiple platforms right now. This is an absolutely amazing thing that you put together, Gail. So I just want to thank you for kind of spearheading all this, and really, this is a game changer. I mean, so everybody knows the deal with 4th and Jawn. We're all about bringing Eagles fans together, and especially during this time. Yeah, especially during this time of quarantine and social distancing, where we're all feeling so distant, we're all feeling so separated, we're all feeling so isolated. It is really cool to be talking about sports, talking about football, talking about the Eagles, and sharing that experience with people really from across the country. In the comment section, shout out where you're watching this.
Hey, I mean, you're talking about distant. Distance is the distance between how far the Cowboys have been close to a Super Bowl in the last 20-something years. We got Cowboy fans up in the chat already.
Yeah, I see
good.
Draft, good. Cowboys Nation.
You hear that Jerry Jones is single-handedly calling the shots tonight for this whole draft?
That is a scary. If you're a Cowboys
fan,
that's
a phenomenal thing.
Well, that's a phenomenal thing for us. That can only mean good thing for us. But if you're a Cowboys fan, you got to be scared absolutely shitless because his son isn't going to be kicking him underneath the table anymore to tell him, don't take Johnny Manziel, make the responsible pick. So Jerry's going to be sitting there in his old man office, and just all alone and be able to do whatever he wants. I absolutely love it.
I just love the gall of the guy to say, I don't want any of my scouts to contact me today. You mean those guys that you hired to do this job for this one single day? That's who you don't want to contact you?
Leave me alone. What?
Hey, Soko, how are you feeling about the draft? I haven't heard from you on this yet.
I was nervous early in the day, but I'm loose now. I kind of feel like everything's in place. Oh yeah, I do sound loose. But I feel like Howie's put in the work. I feel like the scouts have put in the effort, and I feel like we're gonna come to an epic conclusion here. I feel like Howie has found his guy. I'm team trade up personally, so I think that they're going up to 11 or 10. Maybe with Cleveland with Barry over there, the Jets with Joe Douglas. I feel like they're going up to 10 or 11 to get Carson their guy.
What do you think is an acceptable move? What are you willing to give up to get up to 11?
I mean, do you put a price on a playmaker for Carson? Really?
Absolutely. I'm just curious. I just want to know what the price costs. I'm not signing a blank check. I just want to know what the receipt's going to say.
It's kind of hard to think about it. I think that in the draft value, you look at 21, you look at 53, which I'm not a fan of giving up 53 personally, but I think that if it comes down to it, you give up 53 and maybe a player. I don't think you give up all of your draft capital for them, but at the end of the day, I think that you give them, what they need to move out.
If that ends up being CeeDee Lamb and that ends up being, the next DeAndre Hopkins, then I would say it was totally worth it.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
you're not going to even think about it.
You're 100% right in the fact that, look, you can't put a price tag on a playmaker for Carson Wentz. In any other draft, I would completely agree with you on that. But being as this draft is historically deep at the position of need for the Philadelphia Eagles, which is getting Carson Wentz a playmaker, it might be more valuable to just either stay put, and see who's going to be there. I mean, that's the beautiful thing about this draft. A lot of the needs, a lot of the top players fit needs for the Philadelphia Eagles. So they got options here.
It's the vision board right now.
Well, speaking of weapons that could be for Wentz, we have Jeff Avazato from Montgomery, Alabama, right down the street from Ruggs.
Go knock on his door. Be like, yo, show me Eagles green. How he calls, pick the phone up, pick it up.
And Jordan Dobbins has a collective thought that we all could get behind. Right?
Yes,
absolutely. Absolutely. Thank you, Jordan, for checking in with that.
Off the top rope. Speaking from our souls. It's for me this draft time. It's been, being quarantined for 35 days, haven't seen a soul except for grocery shopping. You go crazy. So that all the draft prep and the study, watching these wide receivers and trying to figure out who the right guy is, that's kept me a little focused and kept me sane. So today is it's almost like Christmas. Would you agree, Chris?
I would. We actually have a question from my old college roommate. It says, would you be willing to give up Dillard and 21 to go get Lamb? I think that's way too much. I think a left tackle and 21. Yeah, that's too much. I mean, I would give up 21 and maybe a 4th round pick. And I mean, not sorry. I'm saying if you gave up, I'm not giving up Dillard because what are you gonna do? Are you gonna get JP off the streets? What are you gonna do? Because I don't really want Carson running for his life again. I don't think Dillard's going to go. It would be really a bad indictment on the front office if they give up on their first-round pick of last year. Because think about it, and this is what frustrates me, is as much as I do like Goddard, Dillard, and Sidney Jones, I guess, but we haven't been drafting guys that are supposed to be immediate impact guys. We're taking guys who are supposed to be developmental, if you really think about it. When we took Goddard, we already had Ertz. When we took Dillard, we already had Peters. When we took Sidney Jones, we knew he wasn't going to play for most of the season. And we've done that with a lot of our picks. We haven't been taking guys that are supposed to be plug and play day one alphas. So, I mean, CeeDee Lamb, I think that the price for him, you could look at the Pittsburgh Steelers trade for Devin Bush last year. It was their 1st round pick that was right around ours this year. 2nd round pick last year, and then a 3rd round pick this year. So it's usually to go up from 20 to 10. It's usually 1, 2, 3, and then the 3rd you can interchange the years. But we might have a player that Douglas might want. He used to be here. He drafted some guys. So we'll see what happens.
I like it.
What's going on, gents? We got Trox over here.
Yes, sir.
He's got flashcards. How you been?
You guys hear me all right?
Yeah, I hear
yes,
you.
Sir.
The little basement. You got the green lighting in the background.
Yeah, we got to get this across too. Trox has got the man cave, man. He has got it going on with that. You give a quick tour, real quick. A quick spin around the room, Trox.
Well, the pool table's on the other side. You guys hear me all right?
Yeah,
man.
we're good.
Yeah. How you doing, guys? Nah. This is the old man's basement, man. He's got his one half of it's his Hall of Fame to his kids with all their pictures and stuff and whatnot. And then you got, just your basic Irish dude's bar. You know what I mean?
He goes
In the
basic.
basement, you know?
That's his description of that. Basic.
That's a nice little man cave you got there.
It is a nice little man cave.
Yeah, it's nice.
Hey guys, we got a good
then
question from Nick down in the chat. What about CD and a supposed injury history?
Hey, real quick before you answer that, can I give a shout out real quick in the chat room?
Yeah,
Because I want to give a shout out because I'm a big believer in supporting local business during this time, and going out to restaurants, going out to your local bakery and supporting those local businesses because they're they're hurting right now. So my girl Amber Sarcone, Sarcone's Bakery was in the comments underneath the Facebook chat. So she's there in Philadelphia. If you have the opportunity, go visit her shop. She's doing curbside. Excellent food there, so go check them out. But go ahead on that answer. I just wanted to give a little shout out.
Conchi Bakeries too. If we're doing shout outs, I mean,
Conchi Bakery, Fink's Hoagies is another one.
I can go for a tomato pie right now.
Ooh,
facts.
Shout out to Bud Light.
hey, yo, that
Bud Light.
yeah, Bud Light. Yes, CD Lamb. I'm not worried. I mean, that guy's a playmaker. I mean, what is his supposed injury issue? Did this just pop up?
He had ankle issues. So you're talking lower extremity issues.
And then Judy had the meniscus injury.
Judy had the meniscus that got reported early this week. Now, do you guys think this is smoke, or do you guys think this is legitimate? Because you see a lot of smoke with GM.
Yeah, anytime that a report comes out like this close to the draft, you could consider it to be smoke. But I mean, those are all things that you got to take into account. How long ago was the injury? 2018?
2018.
What's up, cuz?
Yeah. So he's had like a full season to recover from it. He did well last year. I mean, that's just something that you just got to roll the dice and hope that they go your way, you know? You can't predict everybody's injuries throughout their whole career.
Yeah, I think he'll be fine.
Yeah.
Speaking of smoke, I am kind of disappointed in the overall lack of
Console videos,
bong, gas mask.
Yeah.
Hey, the night's young. The night's young.
Gas mask this time around. Like whatever happened to that? Speaking of smoke,
Should I go down to the garage?
Yeah, has anybody got one? I want to get somebody in here.
Yeah, guys.
Let's get somebody in here.
Rappaport actually just reported that the Redskins officially aren't trading their second pick, and that
How young it is.
So the Redskins, it's like official that the Redskins, they're telling teams that they're not answering the phone anymore for the number 2 pick, and that it's probably Chase Young, but you never know. Like maybe they do take Tua, but probably not. But they said the number 2 pick's off the table, so that's 1, 2. First and second pick are pretty much locked in unless Miami does somehow get all the picks they want and try to get Burrow, because they were actually talking about them trading up to get Burrow, which would be crazy.
Yeah. I can't believe that they would turn off the phones this early. I mean, I feel like there's got to be an offer that would they be willing to move from? No,
I don't know.
What they gave up to go up to draft RG3. I would say yes to that. I don't care how good Chase Young is.
Oh yeah.
Or they already got something that's set. That's why they're not answering phone calls.
That is true.
You know?
I just can't see the Redskins going after another quarterback 2 years in a row.
No.
Did you guys actually hear about the Redskins today?
Yeah, it would be the most Redskins thing to do.
The Redskins was crazy today because Geis was it other way around? Geis and their quarterback Haskins. One of their ex-girlfriends was in the other dude's Instagram live video, and now there's like a lot of beef right now. It's pretty funny if you go.
That's what they get going on down there.
Redskins Twitter is
They
hilarious.
always got issues.
Well, I think it's.
You gotta go get your son, Gail.
I forget which way it was, but it was funny though. Like people were like, "Dude, like that wasn't cool."
What's up, B?
I'm sorry, I can't hear Chris, so I have to watch. Like I have to read his lips. So I can't hear him. So if I interrupt you, Chris, I certainly apologize.
No, you're good. Dude.
Are you guys watching NFL Network or ESPN for this?
Network.
I'm on ESPN.
I got ESPN.
I got ESPN too. I submitted one of those videos. You know how they were asking like fans to submit videos, like hope they called it draft hope or something like that.
Oh
dude,
yeah, I saw that.
Oh, there's Roger. Is it too early for a boo?
Boo! Hey, a collective boo. For Roger.
Well, we got to leave. Whoa, let's leave.
Put him in the bedroom.
Let's leave it in the chamber. Let's leave the boo in the chamber for when he comes out for the first pick.
So, the next time Chris talks, you need to guess on what he said just by reading his lips and see if you got any of it right.
Hey, we got Prime in the building.
What's up, Prime?
Yo, what's up?
Yo, Prime, turn on your TV, homie.
This guy, he can't keep his phone on silent and recordings.
Hey, we wanted to give a shout out to the number 21 pick that we really want to pick up. This kid's got amazing speed. Got a full head of hair already, man.
Yeah.
This kid right here.
Yeah.
Prime
Look at
Junior
that.
now. Rocking a 4.27 40. He's
Lucky
shitting
Junior.
at both ends. It's crazy.
Ching.
Hardest hitting safety in the league.
Shout out to Prime, yo. Prime has been like decking this kid out with like everything Eagles. He's being a real good father.
Absolutely.
Yo, I'm surprised he hasn't gone to his dude and be like, "Yo, airbrush this baby."
Yeah.
Airbrush this baby.
Jordan Abbey says, "What's up, Prime?"
What up, Jordan?
So, hey, Prime, how you feeling? I mean, you're it's been a hell of a week, and you're having a new son. The draft is here. What's more important, the draft, getting the pick right, or being a father?
Well, you put me on the spot, but being a father is definitely number one. But I'm looking forward to tonight. Seeing what Howie's going to go ahead and do, because everybody out here is requesting for him to finally drop the sack and make some moves this year. You know what I mean? So we'll see what happens. It seems like more and more news about Lamb is coming out lately. So it's like, damn, what do we do now? Yeah, I mean, I don't know. We'll see what happens.
Yeah,
but I'm excited.
Shout out to Mark Drumheller, who's just getting up.
What's up, Mark? How you making out?
Did you not know you were about to be on, bro?
I did not. I was just gonna let the dog out real quick, but we're good. He can hang in there. You know what I'm saying? That's right.
We're
draft day. It's draft day.
I got the cable thing situated.
Yo, Drumheller's doing a hell of a job down at Fox the Gambler. Really doing a lot of big things. Love his insight on betting. He had us talking about like betting on the draft picks, and I almost thought about dipping into the bank account to bet on some of these draft picks. But I'm not trying to get addicted to gambling. But I mean, how you feeling about the draft, man? I mean,
I'm feeling great. It's like Christmas in April. I mean, honestly, this is what it's all about right now. This is exactly what everybody needed, I think. And I'm excited about the Eagles. They were just talking. I saw on Twitter where, the Raiders are really interested in Lamb. So if the Eagles are going to go up to get the Lamb, they got to work with the Jets in order to hop in front of the Raiders. So that is, that seems to be the move if they're going to move up, is they got to get to either 10 or 11 to get Lamb. And I want them to get one of the big three. I did lay a little bit of money on each of the big three for the Eagles to select. You got them between plus 800 and plus 1,200 odds, those three players.
Who had the best odds?
If they, the best odds was actually Lamb. I think Lamb was like plus 800. That was the lowest. And I think Judy was plus 1,200. And then, nice. I think Judy was plus 1,000, and then Ruggs was plus 1,200. But the three of them evened out to like 10-1 odds. So if one of them hits, I'm in. So if they trade up, we're gonna be having a little champagne tonight.
Oh, we going to the Sizzler.
That's right. We going to the Sizzler, boy.
Yo, Donnie, talking about, you think we're taking KJ Hamler in the second, knowing Miles Sanders announcing the pick? KJ Hamler, if guys don't know out there, he's an explosive talent. Obviously, small frame. I wish he was more consistent at the catch point, but he's got game-breaking speed. You can go back to that Ohio State game where he rips a slant for 90. Always shows up in almost every game with the big play. But he's got a slight frame, and the hands are kind of. But I know Penn State fans out there just gassed up about KJ Hamler. Like some people are saying first round. I'm not saying first round. Second round though.
So Gail, let me ask you, draft expert guys in here, because the Eagles have struggled so mightily when evaluating the wide receiver position. I mean, you look at guys like, Mac Hollins, Nelson Aguilar, Shelton Gibson. I mean, it's just kind of Nelson Aguilar provided, some production, obviously his performance in the Super Bowl. But you can take a look at that group, that position by and large, and say that the Eagles just struggle to evaluate that position. Why do you think they struggle? Why is it so hard for this team? When you talk about the prospect that you just talked about, slight frame, the hands are kind of iffy. All of a sudden I start thinking about Jordan Matthews. And then when you start talking about these big three, why is it so hard for Howie Roseman and this scouting department to really nail down that position?
I mean, that's a good question. You look at, they were looking at like one of the Steelers scouting guys a couple of years back, Brandon Hunt. And it was like, they were kind of like sniffing around because they know it seemed like they're having issues like bringing in the right guys or developing prospects. But I feel like there's a concern there. I mean, you look at Greg Ward and what he did the last 3 years, and him not even getting the chance to sniff the lineup. You got Matt Collins out here. Like, name other teams out there that just throw a guy out there that don't do much, and they just keep on playing and starting week after week without you like addressing a need. We're on our second wide receiver coach in the last 3 years. I think you need some cohesiveness there. We have a new wide receiver head coach. I'm kind of excited about that. Hopefully
Moorhead.
They might bring
everybody. Moorhead.
Yeah, and I know Chris was saying that he was teammates with Jalen Reagor's dad, right?
Yep, they've been talking a lot, FaceTiming.
And Jalen Reagor, man, like if we're talking about like bringing in a missing piece that's been important to our offense, we've missed the explosiveness on the outside. Jalen Reagor, I mean, a guy who's like back of the first, second, top of the second. I don't think he'll be there at the 53rd pick. So I think if they really want him, they might have to go get him. But he would add an element to the game that's missing. A guy who could take the top off of defense and just be a home run hitter, could be like intermediate game, screens, all that. I think he'd be a solid selection.
What's your guys' thoughts on
Harry O on Twitter brought up the name Marvin McNutt, and if a wide receiver coach is named Moorhead, and Marvin McNutt was popping off, dude, the memes would just write themselves, dude.
Really were.
The jokes would just write themselves. Oh, what a missed opportunity.
John Michael Salter says Jalen Reagor is the truth.
Did you guys see what JT was saying in the chat?
What did he say?
He said that LaShawn McCoy was just live on D-Jax's Instagram live with an Eagles jersey on. And he said, like, he didn't say anything, but he said he had, like, a weird grin when he asked him if he was coming back. And it was, like, rubbing his hands together. So, yeah, I mean, we'll see what happens. I mean, obviously he was benched in the Super Bowl for a reason. I mean, he had a little bit of pop last year, but anything more than like a RB3 would be kind of crazy. I still want to get like a bruiser like the AJ Dillon in the draft if we can, but I mean, kicking the tires on him isn't the worst thing if he takes a very like team friendly deal. And like obviously like those guys like Macklin, D-Jackson, McCoy, like they're so pissed that they weren't on the 17 team. So like they just kind of want to come back home.
Yeah, JT says Shady said it's heating up. I don't know if you want to read.
Maybe he's got something in the microwave.
If you guys go to my Twitter handle at EagleSec, the pinned tweet is related to Shady McCoy coming back, and if he comes back, that tweet's getting retweeted. Complete the process.
Nice.
Jeremy Van Shiver, the only way we're trading up is if Dillard gets traded to the Jets, which I don't see happening. We have too many holes to fill. Grab Murray or Queen with the first round pick and grab a receiver with the second and fourth round picks. Plenty of receivers in this draft that can help us this upcoming season. I mean, I think that's it's a valid point. Like the linebacker depth versus the wide receiver depth won't be the same. I think, but like I said, like, can you see the Eagles grabbing a linebacker in the first? It'd be tough. I mean, but it does. The board does warrant picking like a Patrick Queen or a Kenneth Murray. Kenneth Murray's the guy that I've been like settling in on. I think he's you talk about we just lost Malcolm Jenkins. We're talking about a guy who brings instant leadership. Second sophomore to become captain of Oklahoma's team. Shady McCoy, the dude was a natural born leader. Like the dude saved the guys. The dude was driving with his girlfriend. He was leaving church. Just saying the whole thing. The kid's like a wholesome dude driving with his girlfriend. Pulls over. There's a lady bleeding with and she's unconscious. The girl comes over, says, "Could you help my friend?" He comes out like nothing. He knows CPR. Brings the girl back to life.
Jesus.
The med team comes, and he just gets back in the car, goes back to school.
Yeah, went back to class like nothing happened.
Yeah, he's a good kid, man. He's a really good kid.
From Oklahoma is like goes up to him in his locker like 3 days later. It's like, "Hey, did you save someone's life this weekend?" He's like, "Yeah." He's like, "Yeah." Like, were you gonna like put that on Twitter? Like, take a, he wasn't even about that. Like,
He didn't take a selfie while giving her CPR.
Like,
Did he even live in 2020?
He just went on his way, and then also, his parents took in 3 special needs kids, adopted them when he was younger. So he grew up really fast, having to learn how to take care of his brothers and sisters. And it just, if you watch his interview and him talking about just what makes him tick and what adversity he went through, like you have like hair standing up on your neck because you're just like, yo, this kid can lead the locker room for the next decade. And he's a 3-down ball player as well. So linebackers, man.
Yeah, I think another good point with the linebackers is that, I think the loss of Malcolm Jenkins is really going to be felt there because I think his versatility made up for a lot of deficiencies in the linebacking core, the way he was able to come to the line of scrimmage and blitz and still cover tight ends and cover backs out the backfield. So I think, listen, I like Will Parks, and they're going to move Jalen Mills back there, and they got McLeod back, and maybe they'll get somebody in the draft. But I don't think you're going to find anybody in that safety group that's going to be able to, have the same type of versatility and do the things in Schwartz's scheme. So I think that's going to it's going to make a big difference. So linebacker could if you get a strong linebacker, that could make a big difference.
Yeah, shout out to Harry O. Almost connect. He says Murray saves lives. Ray Lewis takes them.
Right to the point.
Yeah,
I think just looking at it practically, the way that I've been thinking about it, like if we're sitting at 21,
what's up, John?
And Ruggs, Judy, Lamb, Jefferson, they're all off the board. Do you want to grab the 5th best receiver, or do you want to grab like a 1-2 best linebacker? That's how I'm looking at it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, what's the linebacker out of Wyoming?
Logan Wilson.
What are your feelings on Logan Wilson?
I like him. I like third round. Maybe I felt like he was probably like a 4th round guy, but there's been so much hype lately. I mean, Louis Riddick and all these guys have been like saying he might go in the 2nd now. And the big thing is there's a huge drop off with the linebackers. It's like the big 3 with Simmons, Queen, Zach and Murray. Yeah, Bond's up there too. People are saying maybe like late because he can play the edge a little bit too. Bond. Solid size. And I know like people are saying like the drug testing, I think, but it's not really going to matter with the new CBA. And then after that, Malik Harrison's an absolute monster against the run, but his pass coverage is kind of iffy at times. He improved at the Senior Bowl, but Logan Wilson's he's like a today NFL linebacker. Sideline to sideline, amazing coverage, natural leader, and like you got to see so many snaps with him at Wyoming. I mean, he's a solid guy. There's a lot of Akeem Davis-Gaithers, he's a great linebacker too to target. As much as like I would love Murray and Queen, but at the same time, I'm okay with going Jalen Reagor in the 1st round. I think that he has a lot of versatility. Then you can get the linebacker later, but I'm okay with Queen or Murray too. But we just have to trust Howie honestly and try to get the most value from the picks.
Yeah, and the Eagles have been doing their homework. Here's a couple of the guys that they have been looking at. Logan Wilson, he did have a private workout with the Eagles. Patrick Queen, the guy that we've been talking about from LSU, he did have a FaceTime meeting. Cortez Sapp from Tennessee had a formal meeting. Davion Taylor out of Colorado had a FaceTime meeting and a private workout. Michael Pickney from Miami, they met with him at the East-West Shrine game. So, there's a couple guys. Those guys could be potential linebackers in the mid rounds.
Mm-hmm. Speaking of mid-round players, some guy that Chris has really been touting a lot. I just want to talk to him about it a little bit. Gandy Golden, man, he's been sliding up the draft boards. Where do you think ultimately he ends up going? I saw mocks in the beginning a couple months ago that had him 5th, 6th round. Now he's sliding all the way up to 3rd potentially. What do you think?
So AGG, Antonio Gandy Golden from Liberty, kid's incredible. I've had the pleasure of being able to talk to him the last couple months. My one buddy Jack that actually grew up on my street went to Liberty and put me on him a while ago. It's been pretty amazing. His stock has gone from like a 5th, 6th round pick to maybe what's up, Jimmy? They actually been talking to him in about like 2nd round potential. The big thing was James Jones one night actually said like, listen, like this guy is not like a big name, but at the same time, like he actually referenced Calvin Johnson. He said not the speed, but just like the ability to just make plays, like the contested catches and like, yeah, physicality. Like Antonio Gandy Golden's amazing. I mean, I could see him being a late 3rd, early 4th. We had 3 4th round picks, and like I think it would be a shame if we didn't take a shot on him in the 4th round because that's like an insane value pick. Because I talked to a couple of different scouts about him. Jim Nagy from the head of the Senior Bowl, he posted a video saying, and he actually specifically was talking about Jawn saying like the difference between the two was just the hip fluidity. Like AGG for being like a 6'3", 230-pound guy, like he can get in and out of routes and he's all over the place. Like he can get on top of corners feet like immediately compared to Jawn. You can see the stiffness when he's moving around. So we're a real big fan of AGG.
Yeah, that's the one thing that like I would love for the Eagles if he somehow fell for the 4th to McLaren. But like thing is, I feel like there's a lot of emotions around his name, and that just trying to drive him further up the draft. Where the team's going to be like, maybe I'll take a shot on him, and he ends up going late 2nd or 3rd.
Are you guys getting some like interference or something?
Yeah, that was. I
don't know if that's
some aliens.
Here come the Russians.
Jimmy, hey Jimmy, what's going on, man? How you been?
What's going on, yeah? How's everybody doing?
What up? What up?
Hanging in there, man. How you feel? I mean, how you feeling about? You feeling good about the draft? Last year we had the draft, and Jimmy, he picked the Andre Dillard pick.
Yeah, that was man. We really needed a left tackle. You and I, E-Rock. I had the pleasure of meeting you guys center field. Dude, that was such an amazing day, and just getting to go up to the box with you guys and talk about the need for a left tackle was very imminent. So Dillard seemed like the clear-cut pick. This year, dude, we could trade up, get someone like CeeDee Lamb, which I would love. We could trade back. I love Jalen Reagor. We could stay put, get someone like Jefferson if he falls. I heard you guys talking about, Patrick Queen. There's so many talented players in this draft. A name I didn't hear when talking about linebackers. I really like Troy Dye, tackling machine, but he can also cover. I really like him in the mid rounds. So if we don't go linebacker 1st round, that's somebody I thought I really liked. So yeah, I'm not sure this year. It's really up in the air.
So Michael says, so is the trade up talk dead?
I don't think so. I think it was very live
Not at all. Not at all.
I would say there's a good chance of that happening, but I feel like anything is a possibility tonight, outside of getting inside of 10.
And we're officially 20 minutes outside of the draft.
And somebody brought up, the linebacker position and Malcolm Jenkins' influence on the linebacker position. That one's still. I understand what the Eagles were doing, but that one still bugs me. If you were to ask me the number one concern going into, the season, obviously I think the Eagles are going to walk away with a wide receiver in this draft and address that position. But, Malcolm Jenkins' impact on this defense, whether it be, helping out, acting as a linebacker, whether it be, how many injuries did we go through over the last 2-3 seasons with this team, different defensive backs going down. And really, Malcolm was the glue to that entire defensive backfield, not only in his versatility. We spoke about his versatility, being able to play in the slot, being able to play like a hybrid linebacker role.
Special team.
Yeah, special teams. I understand why they did what they did. That doesn't mean I gotta like it. But to have some clear-cut answer, to have some sort of, dependable, reliable, this is your guy at the linebacker position, I wouldn't be mad at it at all. Especially with Malcolm Jenkins not being there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
it's funny. I was just thinking about Malcolm, not in a weird way, but I was just thinking about Malcolm.
You made it weird.
During quarantine.
I was just like, I'm sitting there like, yo, man, like Malcolm's gone. So you just think about like that, like it's weird to have like in your minds who on this Eagles roster, on this defensive side of the football, who becomes your leader right now?
Brandon Graham. It's got to be the veteran Brandon Graham. I mean, you saw in that All or Nothing, sort of little docu-series there on Amazon Prime, how vocal the two of them were, and how, there was a point in time where, Malcolm Jenkins blew a couple plays or blew a couple assignments, and Brandon Graham went over to him and said, you got to make one, and held him accountable for that. You need those type of leaders, though, to hold the rest of the defensive playmakers accountable, the defensive playmakers to be in the right position. So, I think it's going to be Brandon Graham moving forward. But again, how long is that going to last until you then have to find another leader? To be rotating leaders in a locker room, you hope Jalen Mills is going to be the guy. He's always been vocal. He's always been huddling up those defensive backs. But they're trying him out underneath, a 1 year, sort of prove it, can you play safety kind of deal. So one of my biggest fears with this defense is, okay, who's going to be that long-term, going to be here 5 years from now sort of defensive leader? If you got to draft him in the first round now, draft him in the first round now. Again, we're talking about that 3-year window. Make it happen.
Yeah, if you get Murray, he could be like the foundational piece that they need. Go ahead, Chris.
No, I'm saying, there's a lot of good safeties in this class, and that's why it makes you think, like, it doesn't necessarily have to be a safety. I think the big thing is that, like, we've seen, like, the Brian Dawkins, and we've seen the Malcolm Jenkins be able to really, like, take over the leadership role and just be, like, the heart of the defenses. But, like, if you got a Kenneth Murray, I think he'd absolutely be a tremendous leader here. On top of it, though, was, like, if we are going to talk about safeties, is there's this group, like, there's a reason why a lot of GMs really like the second round this year, because there's about 5 safeties that could really help a team right away. I think Grant Delpit is probably going to slide into the second round now, because there's been a lot of negative talk on him since he dealt with the injury last year for LSU. And he still had a tremendous year, but at the same time, people question some thits about him. So he could be in the second round. Ashton Davis from Cal, super athletic. He's a hurdler at Cal. And he hits a lot of range. Jeremy Chin, he's a guy that absolutely, like, blew off the scene, like, at the Senior Bowl. Kyle Duggar, he's another dude from Lenoir Ryan. He's really become a popular name. Antoine Winfield Jr., he's one of my personal favorites from Minnesota. That if you're a Penn State fan, you absolutely hate him and Tyler Johnson, but at the same time, you wouldn't mind having them on your team. Antoine Winfield, he's the son of Antoine Winfield Sr., from the Vikings. Really great leader, awesome playmaker. I think he'd be an awesome safety ad. That's why, like, I do want to move up for the guys, but at the same time, if you do move back and you somehow can get another second-round pick, it would be tremendous if you got one of those safeties, because they could rotate in with Mills and Parks, and then they could take over later.
One of the things, you guys talked about, like a few of the things here. One of the names was Xavier McKinney that I liked. If one of the top receivers isn't available, you talk about, do we go with Queen or Murray at 21? What if Xavier McKinney is still in that range for some odd reason? That's a guy in the same mold as Malcolm Jenkins. He can play safety. He can play linebacker, that sub package. That would be a guy that's perfect for our defense. So if you're not going one of the top receivers, if you can't trade up, that's a possibility. And then maybe you go in the second round. And then, when you were talking about, I like what E-Rock said, Malcolm Jenkins not being there. That's huge. But Mark, I believe, had said something about, Will Parks and Jalen Mills are pretty much supposed to take over that role. And that's some big shoes to fill. But that's the role Jalen Mills should have been playing since day one. The guy was not meant to be an outside corner unless you're in the red zone. He needed to be used in sub packages anyway. Adding people like Nickel Roby-Coleman, that's going to be huge. He plays nickel. So does Cravon LeBlanc, Devontae Maddox. Our defense is all about schemes and matchups. And now Jim Schwartz is going to be able to move people around. We obviously have Big Play Slay as our number one. That's huge. So Jalen Mills needs to step it up in that role and also be a leader. But I agree with E-Rock on Brandon Graham. Definitely needing to be the leader of this D. So
we got Brendan D coming in from Canada, coming in hot.
Yeah, boy. Sorry for coming on late. I had connection issues. Must be my Canadian connection.
What y'all got? Sprint up there?
Yeah, not Sprint. Rogers, man. Rogers. How we all feeling right now, man? I'm a little nervous.
Nervous? I mean, we don't need that energy. We'll kick you right out. You can't come up in here.
I see Hollywood Hurting sipping on a little rum and coke right now. I think
good eye. Yeah. That's exactly what's going on. I'm trying to calm the nerves.
So I haven't watched since I got on. So what was the conversation before I got on?
I mean, it's been a lot of wide receiver talk. A lot of people talking about trade. John just says also getting a wide receiver like Ruggs will help Carson keep Carson healthy. I think. How are you feeling? This I know you're a big Laviska Shenault fan. He's a totally different receiver than Ruggs. I mean, this is a moment to shine and talk about your favorite wide receiver in the draft.
Yeah, sell me on Shenault here because
I love Shenault. I just don't love Shenault at 21. I think it would be a huge risk. I don't think there's no chance the Eagles touch him at 21. I don't think he's going the first round. My opinion is if the Eagles take a guy at 21, then I would 100% look to trade up for him in the mid 40s. I think he's fallen, right? This whole coronavirus thing, not being able to get your doctors to pass physicals or get your hands on these guys, it's going to have people with injuries, problems in the college to fall. Look at Tua right now. There's rumors that Tua's fallen. Perfect example, right? So, look, I love Laviska. I think Laviska is going to be a Pro Bowl coming out the gate. I think he's got that talent. It's just going to be injury history. I have a different opinion after the top four, after Jefferson, Ruggs, Lamb, and Judy. I have a different opinion on the guys after that than a lot of them. I like Higgins and Shenault coming out at 4-5.
Another person who's a big fan of Shenault. He just dropped in on us.
I'm just stopping by. No big deal. No big deal. Audio good, video good, everything coming clean.
You look good, man.
Looking nice. Beard's looking good.
I appreciate it.
Beard's
nice
looking
good.
good.
Right?
Looking good.
Oh, my quarantine beard's out of control right now, boys.
I mean, how you feeling going into the draft?
I mean,
Brendan said he was a little nervous about heading into the draft. How are you feeling?
Well, I mean, first and foremost, we're all anxious, right? I mean, we've had nothing to do but stare at the draft for months upon months, so it's finally here. So, I mean, first and foremost, anxious. But, I mean, I'm also confident, right? Why wouldn't you be? Because I think there's going to be Howie's not shy. If Howie sees somebody he likes, Howie will go after him. We know that. So we at least know there'll be some excitement around it. Now, that doesn't mean he's going to trade up, and it doesn't mean that he's going to stand pat. He could very well trade back. I don't know. But I think overall there's enough players that as we go through this process, I've convinced myself can help this team one way or another. Whether it's a wide receiver. Look, we all want wide receiver. Right? Of course, we all want a wide receiver. But there's defensive ends that I can convince myself will help this football team. There's linebackers, there's safeties, there's corners. If you trade back, there's a plethora of guys that I think are going to be available to the Eagles, whether that's at 21 or trading back a couple spots that are going to help the football team. So I'm excited.
I mean, I like that positive energy. I mean, I think.
You have to be.
I think it's like Christmas. I mean, you're literally adding like a new family member, a new present for you to unwrap. And I mean, the biggest question is like, how long we gotta wait? I mean, this coronavirus is it really gonna affect the NFL season? Are we gonna be able to see these prospects? That's a concern of mine. Are you guys worried about the coronavirus messing up your football for this year?
I mean, if the people in Jacksonville keep going to the beach,
it's a distinct possibility. I mean, you guys all know me. You know how important game days are for me. You know how my family's watches set the football time. My dad's on the Eagles drum line. You know, we're the first one. So one of the first ones there in line to get into the parking lots. It's a culture for us. But if they got to do this thing without fans in the stands, it's going to be awkward. It's going to be a little weird. It takes home field advantage directly out of it. But I'd rather watch awkward and weird football than no football at all. So if they got to do it without fans, I hope it doesn't affect football season. I don't anticipate it affecting football season, but it might anticipate the fans' ability to go watch football during said football season.
Yeah, I can't imagine watching football with like no stands in the crowd. That would be super depressing. They'd only allow 20 people, and you see just like one guy golf clapping.
It wouldn't be as depressing though as no football. You just got to take what you're given. Man.
Yeah,
it's unfortunate.
I watch a flag football game on Lifetime right now. I don't even care. Like, I don't watch anything right now.
Okay,
look at us right now. We're all so hyped about the NFL draft, right? People are throwing away millions of dollars in Vegas off of this. That wouldn't happen on a normal NFL draft, right? You'd have NHL playoffs, NBA playoffs going on right now. So
yeah, Amber Sarkon says teams will probably play without a crowd this year.
Look, if any organization,
Miami's been doing that for a while.
Business, if any business can do it, it's the NFL, right? If you're looking at the four majors, if anybody makes changes, I mean, I remember when we were flipping our lids over the Thursday night football and it's never going to work, and now, I mean, we can make changes to it, obviously, but how the NFL has stretched games out through the course of the week, it's worked, right? Because we all tune in. So if any group can do it, I trust the NFL. But I will say this to your point, because we are look at what we're doing. Right? We are hanging by a thread for the NFL draft. Now, I have always been a 7-round guy personally, and I'm sure you guys have been too. I waste my weekend. I listen. Every single pick gets called. Now, granted, around 6 and 7, maybe I moved from the couch and I start doing different things, but it's on and I'm paying attention. Now we're glued in, and what I'm nervous about is the last 2 months, I've had something to look forward to. Specifically, the last month, I've been focusing on tonight. Okay, so what happens Sunday? Because we're not guaranteed OTAs and mini camps, and we don't even know if the season's going to go underway. What? We got no Phillies? Okay, there's no Flyers. There's no Sixers playoffs. We don't even have OTAs and mini camps. What are we talking about? I've got nothing to debate with anybody on Twitter anymore after Sunday or once Sunday gets here. So for me, I'm looking at this saying, hey, enjoy it while we got it. This is probably the last few days we're going to have something tangible to talk about.
It is nice to have something to be excited about, man. It's been months since we've had anything to be excited about. So yeah, it's refreshing in itself.
I think the one thing Eagle fans will be excited about is getting a goddamn wide receiver up in here. Because I mean,
thank you.
The chat has been bombarded with comments about wide receivers, bird squawk. I want one of the top wide receivers. I want Carson to have weapons. Watch McNabb, too many years with no weapons. I know there's like a exclamation point on there, even though there's not one there. But I think did they do Carson a disservice last year? Not bringing in the guy?
They did Josh McCown a disservice. Josh McCown was throwing to Sean Gibson at the end of last year.
Although I said the complete opposite thing earlier in the year. You needed to keep these draft picks that we're looking for this weekend.
Yeah.
Shout out to Alexis on the Facebook chat, by the way. Shout out to Alexis. That was an underrated joke. I enjoyed that one. At least it'll be one person clapping in the Meadowlands. We all know who we're talking. Yeah, I like that.
Yeah, JD says, what's the shit about trading Dillard to the Jets and taking CD at 11? Any teeth to that or just another swirling rumor?
We were talking about that earlier. Yeah, I don't think we're trading Dillard at all. We were talking about that earlier.
I don't know why Dillard ended up in such like the internet doghouse this offseason. I really, for the life of me, I can't understand.
No, you just said it. You just said it. It's the internet doghouse. That doesn't mean that's what Howie thinks. That doesn't mean that's what the organization thinks.
Yeah.
Right. I think we saw it. He's a good left tackle. If you put him at right tackle, okay, fine. And he admitted as much that I've never done it before. I'm writing with my left hand is the analogy he used. So from a left tackle perspective, I think he'll be just fine. We saw what he did against Khalil Mack. The kid's an NFL left tackle. That said, I'm not telling you. I like trenches. I've always been a trenches guy. So I'm not saying I don't want them to leverage what they've got and try to move up to get a wide receiver, but I'm not getting extra aggressive with it. I think what we need to caution ourselves, because everybody says that. I'm sure you could convince me that the right play is to go get CeeDee Lamb. You can convince me of that. Sure, that's not going to be that hard. But by the same token, if you're telling me they're going to stay at 21 and address or pull a guy that slips, whether it's defensive line or whoever that may be, I'm good with building in the line. I don't like this notion that you've got to have a first-round wide receiver in order to win football games. You don't. You can get talent in the second round. The NFL is littered with second-round picks that are some of the top receivers in the NFL. They just won a Super Bowl with Torrey Smith, Nelson Aguilar, and Alshon Jeffrey. Now, I get it. Alshon Jeffrey and Alshon Jeffrey and Nelson Aguilar and Torrey Smith, I think. Yeah, they were all first-round picks. But they weren't like top 5, top 10, got to mortgage the future to get in and go get those guys. We're not talking about Julio Jones here. You can get talent later in the draft, so I don't fall in that line of I've got to give up everything to go get CeeDee Lamb. Although if they do it, I'll tell you, I love it.
Man, Luke Weiss, he mentions, what later round receivers could you see us taking? Chris, I know you got a plethora of guys. I know you just said AGG, but you got any other guys that we could talk about?
I have a ton of guys. And Luke's my college roommate. Funniest thing is that we were actually talking about that earlier. Late round guys, there's a ton of them. And the biggest thing is there's going to be a lot of undrafted guys that just keep falling because of everything that's going on right now. Like maybe they didn't have enough time to talk to coaches into drafting them. Guys I really think about, James Prochet from SMU. Daniel Jeremiah highlighted him as like potentially some of the best ball skills and hands in the draft. He's probably like 4th, 5th round pick. Later rounds, I'm gonna go 4th rounds. I mean, Devin Duvernay from Texas, slot guy, highly productive, tough. I'm trying to think who else we like. Kirk Merritt. I like him a lot. Arkansas State. He actually was a player on Oregon. Got into some issues. Had to fight his way back, but he's electric. Pretty big dude. He's 6'1", 215. He can fly. I'm trying to think of anyone else. AGG, absolutely love him. Jeff Thomas from Miami, the U, he's awesome. I mean, there's just so many guys. Like I think that they're saying like it's almost like having like how is like a kid in a candy store. It's kind of just like what flavor, like what do you want for this team? Like what do you need for this team? There's plenty of burners, and the big thing is you need to find what fits your team physically and with the culture, because you could bring in a guy with all the talent in the world. He could be a head case, and for some reason him and like the coaches and Carson and everyone else don't get along, and then it's an issue. So that's why it's really hard navigating this offseason, because a lot of these guys you didn't even have the honor of like the advantage of meeting them in person. You're talking on FaceTime, and like they could be lying behind on the screen. You don't know what's going on. That's why like people like getting the guys in the room at the combine, and they do like pressure tests and they ask wild things. Like some of the questions that coaches and GMs say are like they're insane at the combines. Like you hear people ask like pretty brutal questions. So I mean, the mid round guys, they're in the mid round for a reason, but there's a lot of gems in the mid rounds too. Like who else do you guys like?
Yeah, I like Antonio Gibson from Memphis.
Absolutely.
I think just that versatile. Like he's a running back. He could be seen as a running back. He's got that size, but he could, leave off where Tony Pollard began. I think he could be a better prospect. I think 3rd, 4th round. But he could do both. And he's like that versatility. He's out of Memphis. That would be a solid option in mid rounds. I think Van Jefferson is. Did you mention Van Jefferson as well, Florida?
I did not, because I kind of consider him 2nd, 3rd round. Yeah, but he's awesome.
James Prochet, late. James Prochet.
Prochet. What do you guys think of People Jones on Michigan?
Love him.
I feel like
that's a mid round guy, 5th round, 6th round pick that could fall. He's got athleticism. Watch his highlight reels, man. He doesn't put up a lot of numbers, but his highlight tape is like, whoo.
Shout out to Tom.
When I think of People Jones, I look at him and I say, underused at Michigan. Okay, I understand that, right? But when you just watch him and his body work, to me, his athleticism is right. He leaps off the page. And look, obviously, we don't know, right? We could be completely wrong. But when I see it, I say, okay, that dude looks like an NFL wide receiver to me.
Yeah,
maybe we're wrong, but again,
he's got all the talent, right? Like the raw skills, everything. Yeah.
Correct. And I look at it and I say, well, we're not talking about a 1st or 2nd rounder here. We're talking about a guy that I could probably pull in the 3rd. Okay, if we're getting a little, maybe the 4th round, you take that shot all day for a guy with that.
Exactly. Yeah. So like I think a guy like him would be perfect in the 4th, 5th round. Let me just dive in because I haven't really kind of gave my opinion since I've joined. I think it's I've been listening to like all the podcasts, Birds with Friends, Fourth and John. I've been diving into this receiver draft as much as possible. My flat out opinion is we need to get a wide receiver at 21 or before 21 in this draft, or it's bust. Like we have painted ourselves in a corner to the point where Carson Wentz cannot run into this year with a questionable Alshon Jeffrey and a questionable Deshaun Jackson. We have done nothing since, right? So this Howie Roseman has pretty much said to everyone he's taking a wide receiver high, either first round, at least second round, but it should be first round, right? Like, what else is he going to do? You're not taking Kenneth Murray or Patrick Queen right now, are you? Like, that doesn't make any sense.
Why? Like when a wide receiver gets in the end zone, do you say, "Aha, see that first round pick got in the end zone," or do you just say, "If you take wide receivers making plays"? If you take
Jalen Reagor or Brandon Ayuk at 21, he'll automatically be probably our second, third best weapon on our offense. You could argue,
sure,
over Ertz or Miles Sanders, right? Could you guys agree with me on that? Like, whoever you take, if you take Ayuk, Reagor, Higgins, any of them at 21, even past the top four, one of them is going to step in and be a weapon, right?
That's my point, though. That's the beauty of it. So if you stay at 21, fine, fair enough, right? And my question is just, do they really need to be so aggressive as to go get?
Oh, he cut out.
Yo, he got the Thanos drop.
Really big on in the later
you're back.
You cut out there.
But if you can get those guys in the second round, did I drop off?
But like Reagor and Ayuk are not going to be. They're not going to be there the second round, guys. Like you got Minnesota behind us, Green Bay behind us, San Francisco is probably going to trade down right to 13, right? They're not going to be there. Like I'm thinking 7, 8 wide receivers go in this round, first round, 100%.
I think the way hey, can you guys hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right. So the way that I look at it, and like I would be pumped if we grab CeeDee Lamb. I mean, honestly, I'm going to grab that jersey like yesterday.
I'm on PhiladelphiaEagles.com if they draft CeeDee Lamb right away.
But I think like the way that I look at it, and I think the way that the front office is going to look at this is that tell me which of these position groups is an actual capable starting position group in the NFL. Alshon Jeffrey and Deshaun Jackson, or Nate Gary and TJ Edwards. Now, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that we have to take a linebacker in the first. That would be a great move. I mean, but I think there's just going to be so many guys there that I think we're kind of overlooking. And I think that we really haven't talked about it. I think the fact that teams haven't been able to get their hands on these guys and have to only rely on their college tape, the combine, Senior Bowl, I think some of these front offices are going to get FOMO. They're going to have fear of missing out on some of these guys. So I don't think it's out of the realm of possibility that 5 quarterbacks go before the Eagles get there. And I know that sounds a little bit ridiculous, but when you think about it, I think that it's going to be skewed. I think that our evaluations of where guys are valued is completely wrong because these front offices have to make projections like they didn't have to make in the past. They didn't get to work these guys out in their own facilities. And I think that is a bigger thing. So like if you have a Xavier McKinney who's not projected to be there when the Eagles pick, do you pick a game-changing safety? Do you pick if there's an edge rusher there that we didn't expect to be there? I just think that we can't totally rule out a non-wide receiver at 21.
Oh, I'm not ruling it out. I'm saying that 99% sure Howie Roseman's going to do it. Like, I'm not ruling it out and saying that's not a bad pick. Patrick Queen and Kenneth Murray are studs. Like, I would love one of those guys. However, what have they done this offseason to point to the fact that they're going to go defense? They've done everything defense so far this offseason. It makes no sense not to go wide receiver first round. I'm not saying it's the best pick.
It does.
Well, let me ask you this question.
It only does because of how deep this draft is, and if you can get an Ayuk or if you can get a Reagor or somebody top second of the round.
I've been.
We were just talking about Peoples-Jones in the 5th round.
No, but is Peoples-Jones going to step in and be Carson's number 1 weapon? No, like he's like project guy. No,
I agree, but I also like guys like Michael Pittman. I think Brian Edwards.
See, like, is going to be, in my opinion, like Michael Pittman,
I think.
See, like I grade them differently. I got 10 guys that are graded to be in the 1st or 2nd round. After that, I just. Your first receiver can't be Michael Pittman Jr. is what I'm saying. If you're drafting Michael Pittman Jr. as your Carson Wentz weapon for this season. Like there's something.
So you're
wrong
saying
here.
you want speed then you want
Not
just
speed.
pure
Someone who can
flatline
catch
speed.
the ball, like someone who can catch. Someone who
What
can
does Michael
open,
Pittman
catch
do?
the ball. Anyone. Higgins, like give me Higgins, give me Rager, give me Ayuk, give me one of those guys.
You just named 3 second rounders though.
Are they second round? They're not going to be second round.
Potential.
Ayuk and Rager are going in the first round, 100%.
Yeah, I think if you just look at what we had to deal with, or Carson had to deal with. I mean, he's the quarterback, you know what I mean. But what he had to deal with and his weapons, there's no way that they look at our wide receiver depth. And obviously, they didn't do anything in the offseason to bring any other extra guys. They have a plan, and their target is getting either, if Doug is looking across the way at Uncle Andy and his speed weapons. And seeing the lack of team speed that we lack. I mean, you look at the teams that were in the Super Bowl; those were like the 2 fastest teams out there in the long run. So, I think speed is something they really want to add to this offense.
Mm-hmm. So everybody's okay with moving up for CeeDee Lamb in the first and giving up the assets that it takes to do that, and not everyone, but that's like a common thing right now. I almost think that if on wide receiver in the first, if you're okay with giving up the assets it takes to get to 11, are you willing to then maybe move up in the second round to get whoever your non-Judy Ruggs wide receiver is in the 34th pick, 36th pick, where it's going to cost you less than moving up to 11?
No, if they trade for Lamb, if they trade up for Lamb, that's their guy, right? They're considering him the next Julio Jones or someone like that. Right?
I'm just saying the concept trading. Like, would you be okay if you're okay with trading up for Lamb and giving up assets? Are you okay then taking a queen and then giving up less assets than you would to get to 11 to get that 34th pick and grab whatever receiver you like out of that, 4th through or 5th through 10 guy?
Like my opinion, like I'm not.
Wait. Before you answer that, I was really looking forward to the opportunity to booing Roger Goodell collectively as a group.
Did we miss it already?
Yeah, well, he's on the screen right now, but if I'm reading his lips and reading the pictures right, he's giving a big shout out to all the people on the front lines, all the nurses, the doctors, the administrative staff. The people that got to go to work every day wearing a mask, whether you're a delivery driver, a truck driver, the essential employees that are helping us through this, allowing all of us to kind of stay at home and do our responsibility for staying at home and, so we can get ahead of this thing. And I wanted to boo them, but I appreciate the message. And I just want to echo that and say, shout out to all the medical people out there, the nurses, the doctors, everybody who's going to work and kind of risking their own health so the country as a whole can get ahead of this thing. So I just wanted to chime in and say that.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, man. I'm still going to boo Goodell.
Yeah, I'm just waiting for the right opportunity. I'm not going to do it while he's.
Now's not the right opportunity.
Yeah,
you got nurses and doctors.
I'll give him 5 minutes. I'll give him 5 minutes.
So he was on a Bud Light commercial earlier today. He said to boo him. He said it's a tradition.
Mm-hmm. I was watching. By the way, I absolutely love that
draft and watching the Eagle fans boo him. I was like, man, put the hair up on my neck. I was like, love it.
I'm not a booer by nature, but I absolutely love the fact that Goodell himself is just welcoming it and just he's accepting it and just trying to look. You know what? Let's raise some money over this. We'll donate the charity. I love the fact that he's embracing it.
And did you see who he's doing that with? If you do the hashtag boo the commish, did you see who's sponsoring that? Our good friends over at Bud Light, our sponsors, the 4th and Jawn over at Bud Light, are going to be donating money every time you use the hashtag boo the commish. I think that's we talked about that on 102.5 Fox the Gambler. We talked about it on the pre-draft shows. If Roger Goodell had any sense of humor whatsoever, if the NFL had any sense of humor whatsoever, they would do something with this. And I'm really happy to see that come to fruition, especially with a shared sponsor.
Agreed.
Hey guys.
Right, so let me answer this question.
Sorry, you got.
Go ahead. No, I was going to say, so we're all talking wide receivers, right? Because that's obviously the main need. And I'll take a step back just to say, I agree with you. They absolutely Carson.
Blacked out.
Whoops. Thanos drop.
Sorry, I keep getting cut off. I apologize. Okay. I don't know what's going on. Go ahead. And as you are.
Oh man.
Look, put him in a bedroom.
I got to get up my Eagles jersey. I got to get comfortable. So I'm going to just throw my last opinion in here before I go, guys, if that's okay.
Yeah, you're good.
Right. I think it's wide receiver a bust at 21. I think they're not going to I was all team trade down, because I assumed that we weren't going to have enough capital to get Lamb. So all I'm saying is I'm 100% kind of locked in here that the Eagles will probably stay at 21 and take a guy like Rager or Higgins or Ayuk, someone like that. So look, I think that's exciting for everyone, right? I don't think that's a bad pick. I don't know what you guys think, but I feel like one of those guys will step right in and be a top 3 weapon in our offense, if that, right? Like,
is Mims in that group with you?
I'm not a Mims fan. I don't think he's a 20. I think 21. I think Rager, Ayuk, and Higgins are those 3 guys can step right in and catch balls and be a weapon on our offense. And you can't doubt Howie for doing that, right? You can't doubt Howie for picking the position of need. And those 3 guys, you could argue in last year's draft, right? They would be probably better than N'Keal Harry, right? These 3 guys are graded in first round. And I know Chris is nodding his head, and he agrees with me, right? I don't think there's going to be a trade up for CeeDee Lamb. And if you trade down, you're going to risk the fact that Minnesota's going to jump you, Green Bay's going to jump you. Like, there's teams that need receivers. It's such a receiver-needed league right now. So
you just can't go back too far.
Darren,
exactly.
Yeah, Darren from Facebook, Derek Gotti, he said he's the only receiver, I think he's talking about Lamb, I would move up for. If he isn't there and we don't move up, then we should take Murray or Queen and give our D a leader for years to come. I mean, everyone's D needs a leader, right?
Well, y'all were talking about it earlier, and I think Slay as in the leadership role.
Slay, exactly. That's your leader. We need Carson Wentz to get help, guys. Enough's enough. Like you said, the McNabb era, the Vic era. Well, Vic had receivers, I guess, but
so you have Murray ranked higher than Mims.
Oh, I would take Murray over Mims 100%. I'm not a Mims guy. That's just
okay. How about Jefferson?
I think Jefferson's going to be the 4th receiver taken, and he's not going to be there at 21. He's not going to be
Rager, Murray or Rieger.
Murray. It's hard to predict, right? It's different positions.
Oh no,
I would go Rager because I would go Rager, but I don't know. That's a tough question.
Yo, guys, real quick. I actually just got a text from if you guys have been following, I have a buddy with I have a source that's been feeding me stuff in the offseason. He just texted me and said, so stuff with Yannick Ngakoue kind of got dead on, I think it was Monday, Tuesday, after Jawn and Tony Khan went back and forth on Twitter. Wasn't a good look. But then he just said that Caldwell called Howie back, and they've been talking about a potential trade. It might not be a first. I don't think it's going to be a first round this year because I think Jawn hit some of his stock. But they said there might be, no. He said that there's a potential offer on the table for Yannick coming to Philadelphia. He said he thinks it's going to be a pick tomorrow or maybe potentially something next year or a player. But he said that it's picking back up steam and Howie's been on the phone with Jacksonville for Yannick Ngakoue.
Wow. Sources. Yeah. Sources. Gonzo Weeder says sources.
Heard it here first on the 4th and John channel.
Ariel says bomb.
Man.
Yeah, I might give him a call real quick.
Yeah. All right, guys. I'm out. I'm going to get comfortable, watch the draft. Peace out. Thanks for having me. Just hope we're all happy at this pick. I hope
See you later, Brennan.
Never going to happen.
Hey, we'll see you later.
Yeah, I'll be back in, boys.
Yeah. All right, guys. Have a good draft, eh?
Yes, sir.
Good job.
He said,
Yeah, you got that little Canadian kick at the end of there. Gail, let me ask you something, because you're at the controls of this thing. And again, I salute you and appreciate you for organizing this entire thing all together. This was a fantastic idea, being able to share this experience, this draft day experience with Eagles fans all over multiple platforms. And all, I've seen people commenting from the UK. I've seen people commenting from, Canada, different countries. So it's amazing. Do you have the ability to let people log in, pop them up on video real quick, and ask a question if they want to ask a quick question?
Yeah, we can bring some guys in. We're all about bringing fans closer to talking football. So we can bring some people in. If anyone wants to jump on with us, the waiting room is open. We have 2 slots. 2 slots. So if you want to come in, let me know.
That's awesome, man. That's awesome. I'm really looking forward to it. This is going to be underway. How's everyone feeling? Are people nervous? Are people a little anxious? Or like, how are we feeling out there?
I think it's pretty cool, man. Of course, we would love the draft, and we would have loved to see prospects getting boated across, outside of the casino in Vegas. This is a once in a lifetime, once in a ever thing. Like, we'll never see a draft done like this ever again with all these people.
Hope not.
Well, yeah, you'd hope not. But I mean, all these guys in their homes as opposed to, at the draft for the first round. I just think it's, there's probably going to be issues, but I think it's pretty cool. We'll look back on this and be like, yo, you remember in 2020 when dudes weren't even like getting called up to the stage? They were just sitting on their couch.
John says he's nervous as hell. John says he wants to come in the building. So I'm going to send John an invite. I'll reach out to you on Facebook.
Look at the Bengals war room right now.
Yeah,
wow.
Zach Taylor.
Look at Zach Taylor looking in there.
Ooh.
Yeah. What we all know the first round. Just announce it. Just get it over with.
You already know who it is. Come on.
He's sitting there playing Candy Crush.
Yo, you guys watching ESPN or NFL?
ESPN.
I got ESPN.
And rumor has it, like you just saw that Bengals setup, right, with all those fans kind of virtually tuning in. They're kind of doing what we're doing right now. I think when the Eagles pick our very own Shante and Levi are going to be involved in that. So we're looking forward to seeing Shante and Levi, doing their thing out there. The Eagles do such a phenomenal job with the Eagles.
Look at all the fans booing them.
Yeah. You gotta love it. You gotta love it. You gotta love it. You gotta love the sense of humor about it, dude, and raising money for a good cause. Excellent. Outstanding.
Nervous. People are nervous out here.
This is a big one. Everything from the minute the season ended, Howie Roseman was talking about this 3-year window. Last year, going into the draft, even though they traded up draft capital to go get Andre Dillard, one of the things that really stuck with me in Jeffrey Lurie's kind of State of the Union press conference is that listen, it's about quantity in the draft picks, and if you have quantity in the draft picks, that'll bring quality. They said they're not, cocky enough to think that they're going to hit on every single draft pick. So it's going to be interesting how he's going to be aggressive. How aggressive is he going to be? It's going to be interesting to see, if they're going to give up any draft capital, if they're going to try to gain some more draft capital by trading back. There's a lot of options on the table. I think that's what brings the anxiousness about it. Him talking about the 3-year window, knowing that this draft is going to lay the groundwork, the foundation for all of that. And then they absolutely positively have to hit it this time. They have to hit it this time. There's no more excuses. I don't want to hear, Joe Douglas, this or that. I don't want to hear, draft picks didn't work out. You have to come away with this draft with playmakers that are going to impact the field for the next 3 years.
Are you guys still worried how we pick up picking special players?
I didn't hear you. Go ahead.
Yeah, I didn't miss that.
Are you guys still worried that how his luck on picking specialty players, besides linemen?
Specialty players meaning skill positions?
Exactly.
Yeah, I mean, it's absolutely a concern to try. You know how much I am of a Howie stan. You know how much I defend the guy. But the fact of the matter is, when you're drafting J.J. Arcega-Whiteside and you see all the wide receivers that were drafted after him having more production, when you take a look at the JJs, the Nelson Aguilars, you take a look at, the Shelton Gibsons, the Mac Hollins of the world. And then you take a look at the cornerback position. Like, he knows how to draft in the trenches. He knows how to draft offense and defensive linemen. I tip my hat to the guy. He hit with Miles Sanders as well. But when it comes to those cornerbacks and wide receivers, those are two big needs on this team. They're two positions, or at least wide receiver is very deep in this draft. Like, you have to, you can't blow this one. You can't have a developmental dude. You can't have a dude that's soft, like Malcolm Jenkins was mentioning about a certain cornerback in the locker room. Like, you need leaders. You need playmakers. You need guys that are productive, that can make it happen. That's what's got me all kind of like nervous.
Yeah, and Marco Mastrominas. We better move up and get a stud wide receiver. Wentz needs to get a guy for the next 10 years. Let's go.
That'd
My
be
man
nice.
Wiggy.
Exactly. Just like
We
E-Rock
have
said.
John from Facebook.
Go.
We have John from Facebook. He's joining in from the chats. The fans have entered the building.
Okay.
What's up, John? How you doing, man? Look at the guns out. We can't hear you though.
I can't hear him either. I see the guns though.
You started off hot.
They speak for themselves.
We got Teddy Riley up in the building. Technical difficulty. Can't hear you, Teddy. No, I still can't hear you.
Well, John gets his
But you
stuff
look
figured
great.
out. I'd like to talk about what E-Rock was just talking about. I think it's kind of a fallacy about Howie not being able to pick skill players because he's always going to prioritize the draft assets for linemen. So it's kind of the fallacy of like, oh, he can't pick wide receivers, but then he's drafting linemen in the first, and then he's drafting wide receivers in the second. Whereas if you swap that, I think we're having a different conversation. We're probably having a conversation like, why can't Howie draft offensive linemen? I think it's kind of a fallacy. It kind of feeds into itself.
Well, I think this is why you have to trade up in this draft. You have to and you don't necessarily have to, but you have to get one of the top guys in this draft. I don't think we should trade back or go for a linebacker. There's guys you can get in the second, third round that are very good linebackers and safeties. I've heard those names talked about in these, literally for weeks and in this video. So go get yourself a stud wide receiver. Enough. Oh, it's so deep. He alluded to it the other day in his video. He keeps saying how deep these drafts are. That's wonderful. That's great. But you got to get a good one. It's great if you have all that quantity, you have all these picks that eventually has to turn into someone. So use it all right now. What E-Rock was saying, you got to turn it into quality. So let's get that quality right now. Let's see a CeeDee Lamb, Jalen Reagor. Let's make this explosive.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Oh, hey, John from Facebook. Building. Can we restart that? Can you show the guns again? There we go.
Let's go.
So how are you feeling, man? You've been killing the chat. You've been killing the chat with the rugs talk. I mean, how are you feeling about
I'm
the
pumped. I got
21?
everybody on Twitter. I have my laptop right here set up, watching NFL Network. I got the ESPN running in the background. My kids taking over the TV downstairs. I don't care. You know how mean you go. We went to Philadelphia one game before, right? So you already know what it is. So
yep.
I just want to know. I just want us to pull a Mike Dicker. Trade everything. Move up, get the player we want, and we out of here. That's all I care about. Because in the end of the day, you can't teach speed. You can't. And these are the type of things that would keep Wentz healthy, because we all know he's standing there looking to buy time to throw to receivers that are slow like Al Toon. That's not going to work anymore.
So you're essentially saying scared money don't make money.
That's it. Yo, get what we need and we out. That's it. I know we have a franchise quarterback. I don't want to see a Donovan McNabb situation where we waited so many years to get a quality star receiver and T.O. late in his career. Right? Injury after injuries. I'm just tired of seeing it, man. I'm tired of seeing it.
Yeah, I think it's essential, man, to get some weapons in here. I think Carson Wentz. The East is not enough. Had a nice little warm feeling in my chest watching those young guys ball out. But I think in terms of like bringing in ballers, like you look across the league, you see all these weapons that that other quarterbacks in the league have, and you see Carson Wentz, what he was rocking with at the end of the season. I watched that the Eagles special on the Amazon. I mean, I started crying at the third episode. I was like, I can't watch this. These wide receivers kill him.
Yo, they're Al Toon. They're literally Al Toon.
We have 3 minutes on the clock before Bengals make the first pick.
I understand everybody's desire to trade up to get one of the top three guys. I completely get it. But, we talked about this on the 102.5 Fox the Gambler NFL 4th and Jawn NFL draft preview show. And this draft being historically deep at the wide receiver is certainly true. But it reminded me of another draft that was historically deep at the wide receiver position, and that was the 2001 draft. Just to kind of prove the theory that you don't necessarily have to get one of the top three guys. I mean, at the 8th pick, the Chicago Bears selected David Terrell. the 9th pick, the Seattle Seahawks pick Corn Robinson. If you go down a little bit, 15th pick, Rod Gardner to the Washington Redskins. 16th
pick is in, boys.
The pick is in. Jessica Posner breaking it down.
But, and I understand wholeheartedly what you're saying.
Yeah.
But once again, you can't teach speed. This guy, Ruggs, he's the most talented in his position with the skill set plus speed.
But the thing that you're talking about,
and that's why I said if we're gonna reach, we reach for him, nobody else. That's my opinion.
Hold on a minute. Let me finish this because this is going to bring you back. So we talked about David Sturrell. Corn Robinson was selected right after him. Rod Gardner, Santana Moss. You look down, number 25, our pick, Freddie Mitchell. And then you look all the way down at 30th, and there you finally see a guy that was a difference maker, and that's Reggie Wayne. Also, too, Chad Johnson was drafted. So just because we think we know who the guys are going to be, who the top prospects at the wide receiver position, and who's going to make the most impact, we think we already know. You can still, history has proven it. History has proven it. You can still stay put in the later part of the first round in a deep wide receiver draft and get yourself a playmaker, even in the second round. We were talking on the show doing the double dip. I'm in favor of the double dip.
You know what it is?
Joe Burrow's career's over.
You know what it is? It's like saying though, you could get robbed anywhere. There's some places you get robbed quicker than others, right? So if you're in East New York, walking around dead in the night, you can get robbed quicker than getting robbed on Hollywood Drive. It can happen anywhere. Yeah, what I'm saying. My whole saying this is you can get talent anywhere, but I'd rather swing for the gate and miss than lay back and get nothing and not even having a chance. That's what I'm saying. We have talent in our house right now. We have the skill set with 2 tight ends. We can get a burner at wide receiver. We got a great running back. We have a great quarterback. We're set to run the table. We need that final piece. We have the resources. Get it done now. No more playing around. I don't want to see no more Wentz dropping back and getting hit and getting hurt, and he's laid out. I'm tired of seeing it. It's not Wentz's fault. He cannot hold the ball for 5-6 seconds looking for somebody to get open. Our best receivers are tight end. This is not going to translate well in the NFL today. While defenses are getting better and we're still stagnant in one spot. That's not going to work anymore. I'm tired of seeing it. I'm sorry.
Hey, but Lex from
that was a stream of conscience right there.
Reggie Wayne. He said Reggie Wayne was not a burner. He ran good routes.
Look at Tyreek Hill. What are y'all not seeing? This is like Tyreek Hill 2.0. The dude is diesel. He's strong. He's fast. He's not injury prone. What are y'all not seeing right here?
I feel you. I get what Lex is bringing up, but my only point was to say that you can still get value in a deep draft position. Yo, Gail, Gail,
say it with your chest, John.
Gail, the Redskins are on the clock. Who do you think the Redskins are selecting?
Chase Young.
Yeah, they got to go Chase Young. I mean, they don't. They could go without getting a defensive end.
You want the truth?
But he's just too good.
I would take Tua.
You can't pass him. I would take Tua.
You know what? I don't trust that pick of Haskins.
I don't want them to take Tua.
I mean, wait a minute. I'm sorry. No, we don't want that to happen. So we're not Redskins fans. So let them skate on by. But I would have never picked him as a quarterback.
Haskins and Robbins, 31 flavors.
Yeah, I think with the new coaching staff, I think it's kind of underrated that they might take a quarterback here. Every new regime that comes in, they want their guy, and I think it's kind of being slept on a little bit.
Hey, J-Bo said, sit down, you're making me nervous, John.
Bro, I'm nervous right now, too, man.
My
energy's up, man.
Put the guns down.
My energy's up.
Put the guns away, man.
I'm so nervous right now.
Yeah,
I've been saying in the chat, I wasn't joking.
Hey, shout out Nerdy Nation.
Bird Squawk says, knowledge is power. Preach.
I like it.
Harry O, flex bombs. They're calling you flex bombs now. They're calling you flex bombs.
I mean, Gail, you remember when you last saw me, I was literally like 90 pounds heavier, bro. I went through a transformation.
So let
he did, man.
Let me ask you, what's the worst thing for the Eagles in regards to what the Redskins could do right now? Is the worst thing that they get that quarterback and might have a franchise quarterback, or is it worse off for the Eagles to have to, face Young, that defender coming off the edge?
I think
we do not want them to pick up Young.
I hear what you're saying,
worse.
but we were able to contain a guy like Khalil Mack this year, were we not?
That defensive line, even though it didn't look like it last year because the Redskins were kind of a mess, they have a lot of dogs. They got dogs on that defensive line. If you add Chase Young to all these other first-round picks that they have on that line, I'm telling you, it's gonna be a problem.
You're comparing Joe Burrow to Jared Goff, huh? That's not really a.
That's not
a ringing endorsement.
Damn.
I treated like a Bengal already.
Yeah, that's perfect. Let them. I hope the Redskins don't. Or I don't care. I just don't need the least people to pick wide receivers. The better chance we have. That's all.
We need the Redskins to take an offensive tackle right here.
That would be great. I would agree with you.
Did you guys like that little ESPN chime I played for you?
Yeah, I dig that.
I heard it.
That's real fancy.
I was like, wait a minute. That was good.
The Bengals facilities actually got a fire.
We also need the Giants to pick bad too, by the way.
They're gonna do that all on their own. Did you see Gettleman's War Room? Did you see that dude in charge of the Giants draft?
Yep.
Oh, you mean his typewriter and his fax machine?
Yeah, on his ThinkPad playing fucking solitaire.
Yo, Amber speaking into existence. I want a Yak King.
Yak King. I like that.
A lot of them out there.
Speed kills, dude.
Yes, it does.
I heard from someone wise before that you can't teach speed.
We have the British Eagles podcast over here. If we stay up until 4 a.m. and they trade out of the first round, yo,
you get the crimpets. I'm all about it, man.
Yo, send the Brits an invite.
Trade out of the first round. I'm gonna jump right up through my windows right here. Just leap straight out. I don't know.
That's a long leap across the Atlantic, man.
Gonna leap right out my window. Oh my goodness.
Harry O says Burrow looks like Bieber.
Oh my God, doesn't he?
I do see the resemblance.
Well, you know what? I have a good question.
Is it too late for him to say he's sorry?
Who do y'all feel is gonna be the best quarterback in this draft?
This boy right here. I think Joe.
You think not me?
Yeah,
I think Burrow's nice, man.
He's definitely got to be in the right situation. Have to use him right.
Yeah.
I mean, like if the Pats get a guy, if the Pats get a solid passer, because it's the system, right? Because as much as like we like Joe Burrow, he's in Cincinnati.
Chase Young's on the phone.
Yo,
he got the shades on, yo. He's like, I'm not getting drafted without shades on.
Bring it on.
I don't know why I'm so concerned about the Patriots moving up and getting a quarterback and Hurts. I'm just nervous, but they're so quiet right now, and they're usually sneaky too when they do things.
Yo, Gail. Also, Biggie Side sent me a text and asked me if he could jump on too. I don't know how you invite.
Yeah. I'll hit him up on Facebook.
Yeah, man. There it is, Chase. All right. Well, we got Andre Dillard better live up to it, man. That D line is nasty. It's gonna put that offensive line to work.
Nasty.
Yeah, but that's why we need a wide receiver to counteract this.
I hear you.
Burrows, Brennan said Burrows looks like Liam Jenkins.
A little bit. Got a little Liam in him. And they just showed Ron Rivera. I think it's a little underrated. I mean, we have 3 new head coaches in the NFC East, and while implementing new systems is definitely going to be hindered by the fact that all this COVID-19 stuff is going down, and certainly they have the technology to try to coach up their current players on the systems that they're running.
Mm-hmm.
But make no bones about it. I mean, Ron Rivera was a good coaching selection for the Washington Redskins. Like, he brings some stability to the table. He brings a no nonsense, some guy with, a cachet. It's some guy that those players are going to respect. When you look at, McCarthy down in Dallas, honestly, I think that's the best coaching decision that the Dallas Cowboys could have made. A guy who brings a Super Bowl pedigree, a guy who can develop quarterbacks. I don't know so much about the Giants head coach. They're trying to do one of those, assistant coaches. Hopefully he's an up and comer, but him paired with Gettleman, I'm not really worried about them. But I don't want to look past those other head coaches and think just because we have a veteran team and we have a veteran head coach who's been there, done that, won the Lombardi, that these new head coaches aren't capable of making some noise in the NFC East.
Yeah, we really haven't had a Ron Rivera caliber head coach going up against in our division in a while. I mean, we've had the Clapper, we've had John Gruden's younger, not as good brother. We've had the hairdo. Remember the hairdo up in New York, McAdoo?
Oh my God, he was terrible.
We haven't had Rivera though.
I mean, a defensive-minded coach is kind of the idea, right? I mean, we had Gruden, we had the Clapper, we had a bunch of offensive-minded guys. It's been probably since, I guess, Coughlin, right?
Yeah.
Since we've had a defensive guy.
Yeah, I think you're 100% all right on that. I mean, it hasn't been since Tom Coughlin since we've had a decent opposing head coach in the division. And now, along with Doug Peterson, I would chalk two of them up. I know the Giants head coach is kind of an unknown. We'll see what he does. The fact that he's got, the Clapper running his offense right now is a little bit of a joke. But it's been since Tom Coughlin, and that dude won 2 Super Bowls all on his own.
We got Big E. We got E's brother joining in. Hey, John, I want to thank you for stopping in. Hey, but hang out if you want to come back on it later. We'll be here.
Oh yeah, I'm down. I'm here. Just remember, man, Eagles moving up to 11. Please.
They call you flex bombs in the chat, so you already got clout.
All right, man.
Yeah.
I think it's kind of like, as a Dallas coach for the Clapper, I think it's very easy for us to hate him and talk smack about him. But as an offensive coordinator, that dude was good as an offensive coordinator. So I think it's kind of an underrated move that he's the offensive coordinator there for Joe Judge.
Look at that sexy ass mustache, man.
That's real.
Duty, looking like Farva, all in uniform. How you doing, Big?
Goals.
Good, guys. Hey, Evan, the cops are here, so put that shit away.
Yeah. I threw that in the lake across the street once I saw you coming in.
What's up, boys? How we doing?
Doing well, man. How are you?
Doing good.
Good,
It's draft day. We're excited. Do you have any thoughts of where the Eagles might go, or who you want to see them pick up, or what position rather?
Well, here's the deal. Obviously, wide receiver, the biggest need. I'd love to see a deal where they
shout out to Allison.
offload Alshon. I'm done with that dude. I'm out.
Look at you.
Yeah. So if they can,
you ready to give him a police escort out of here?
Yeah, I'll go lock his ass up now.
For stealing money. For stealing
our money. Yeah. So I'm out on that. Wide receiver, linebacker. I heard Nigel Bradham's still out there. He hasn't signed with anybody yet. Maybe we can get him on a 1-year deal, but that's a need as well. And obviously O-line with the we're not getting any younger there, and with the pickup of Chase Young there, we got to get younger and get better on that O-line. So keep Wentz off his back.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, how do you guys feel about Detroit? Who you guys think they go with? I think I thought they would trade down, but if they're gonna stay, maybe it's Akuda.
Yeah, they got to replace Slay.
I think
Because we got Darius Slay.
Okuda seems like a beast, though. That's definitely who I would draft as Slay's replacement. Get him on a rookie deal. You get a guy probably same caliber.
Matt Patricia looks like he's been taking care of himself in quarantine. Jesus, that guy keeps getting bigger and bigger and bigger.
Oh, yeah, dude. Someone needs to take out the hose.
Akuda.
Well, that makes sense to replace Slay.
Yeah.
It makes a lot of sense.
Brennan says, "Hey, shout out to Brennan Sokowski. He's managing the chat on YouTube. If you mess around, will get booted by Brennan." Jeffrey Okuda.
What do you guys think of him?
Oh, he's a solid corner. He's definitely a
Prototypical.
solid corner. It's funny that the draft is really just, the first 3 picks have been pretty obvious. Those have been the 1, 2, and 3 for the last 2 months. So no bombs yet.
So
imagine if this Mally bomb goes off.
Ooh.
I mean, we trade up. We get Yannick, and we get CeeDee Lamb or a wide receiver. Jawn, I know you want Ruggs. I mean,
first on the first, don't you?
Bro.
So with the New York Giants on the clock right now, who do you think they're picking? Who do you think, like, do they have any other option besides an offensive tackle in here? And if it is an offensive tackle, who's it going to be?
Isaiah Simmons.
Oh, you're saying linebacker? You trying to say the Luke Kuechly effect is moving up to New York?
If they don't go tackle, E-Rock said if they don't go tackle, I think tackle is probably one of the more likely positions they go. But I could definitely, you're looking at someone like Isaiah Simmons. That's, oh my God. That's someone now, he doesn't necessarily play like Lawrence Taylor, but that's someone that could come in and change your defense. That guy could play linebacker and safety. He's damn good. So if you're not going tackle, that's someone I could see going here at 4.
They got Jedrick Wills, Tristan Wirfs, Mekhi Becton, Andrew Thomas.
Who do you rank, Gale, as the top tackle out of all those guys you just listed?
I mean, it's their own flavors, but I think Wills is pretty impressive from Alabama. But again, what every team has their own flavor of tackles. This first round is like the first round for tackles this year. Probably have 5 tackles go in this draft.
You're saying there's just a lack of depth?
Yeah, I mean it's top heavy with some really good talent, but I mean there's still some tackles in the mid rounds, but I'm saying there's some really good guys in the first round. I mean another guy, Josh Jones, like for us, we're hoping that some of these tackles go before us, so skill guy falls.
Yeah. By the end of the first round tonight, which position do you think is the most frequently picked? Wide receiver?
Oh, tonight?
Yeah.
It's either going to be tackle or wide receiver.
Yeah, wide receiver.
I mean, you have Josh Jones out of Houston, Austin Jackson out of USC, Ezra Cleveland out of Boise State, who could be potential guys. I mean, everyone loves tackles. And what if they trade Dillard, bro? I mean, it's
not going to happen.
No,
it's not going to happen. When you got Jason Peters that's inching towards 40, and you got no one else behind him, how are you going to trade the guy that you drafted to replace him? Doesn't make sense.
Oh, you sound very adamant, man.
I sound adamant that they're not going to trade Dillard. I'm pretty sure about it.
I agree.
Let me ask you guys in the room this. Because sometimes you see a draft where a running back doesn't get selected in the first round. Do you see any position that isn't deep in this draft, that isn't top heavy like you were just mentioning, where maybe a running back isn't selected in the first round, or maybe this or that position isn't selected, or some position where it's really at a minority, where this draft is kind of thin at?
I think running back could be I don't think it's thin at running back, but it's thinner than it has been in previous years. And I don't think Swift will fall out of the first round, but I don't think there's going to be many chosen in the first round.
Hey, the chat is getting spicy right now. Howie is going to deal Ertz.
No way.
That is good. Hold on. Whoa, what's
going on? Elliott Shore Parks in that draft chat in there.
Elliott Shore. Ertz isn't going anywhere.
No way.
Give me a break. I think interior offensive lineman's another one. If anything, I think maybe Cesar Ruiz from Michigan. Might be the only one you really see in the first round there. But running back, I agree, unless maybe the Dolphins, maybe the Chiefs are looking to add someone like that. But, those 2 positions, I think.
It's getting down on the New York Giants. They got 3 minutes to go. Gettleman's thumbing through his phone.
Mess this up.
What's up, Big?
I said, you think they're wheeling and dealing or what?
I can't imagine they would move out of that 4th spot.
Just taking their time.
Look at Prime over there.
Trying to figure out how to use this computer to make the pick.
Running draft show.
I got tired of seeing all those other guys with the damn trophies in the background. I said, "Where's ours?"
Put that right in the front.
Yo, Prime trying to really flex with the trophy right there.
Yeah, right. You know what I mean? Frank, what's up, baby?
What's up, dude?
Look at you.
Yeah,
we need some good. We need some good authority around here. Why don't you come down here, man?
What is it about being a police officer that just allows for such perfect mustache growth to happen?
I don't get it.
Is that what I need to have? Do I need to become a police officer? Because I can't grow a mustache for shit.
Teach us your ways.
I'm pretty sure it's that. I'm pretty sure it's that military, attitude they have as well, right? Got to have it at a certain spot at a certain level.
Well, that's just an Emmanuel family trait, bro. I mean,
Okay, so then where did you go wrong?
Where did I go wrong?
No, I meant the baldness, man.
I was the first one, bro.
Somebody said you got the salt and pepper look going on today.
Me? Oh yeah, dude. Yeah. I tried growing the quarantine beard out, but it was like it was too much gray. It was showing way too much gray. I started looking like an old. Yeah, I just want to touch. Seasoned, I think is the word we're looking for here.
Giant check it in.
All right, place your bets, boys. Who's it going to be? Let's go around the horn, Gail.
It's going to be a lineman. They got to protect their investment in Daniel Jones, offensive tackle.
I say OT.
If they don't, hey. By the way, Birdman said, "How much are the mustache rides?"
You can't afford it.
Free draft day
Can't
special.
afford it.
Yo, Gail, if they flub that pick like they did with the Daniel Jones pick, can we see a Daniel Jones dance again? Like at the draft party?
Yeah.
That was awesome.
I'm getting ready.
Getting the groove on.
They're picking a punter.
The punter.
I don't really think they can mess this pick up here, though. I mean,
Yeah, they can.
I love the reverse psychology you're pulling right now, Gail. I love it.
Yeah, they can. They can easily mess this up.
Let's find out.
You're taking blank and
Dog eat dog.
He does look like a serial killer, though.
Yeah, that looks like a mug shot right there. That looks like a Tiger King mug shot.
What do you say, Frank?
Yeah, what's the profile on that guy?
What's your feedback on that picture? Oh my God, what's going on here?
Look at that depressing look what he got over there, Joe Judd.
Oh my God, what?
That right there is a reason to get arrested.
That's the guy that's going to design their offense. Can't even design his living room.
David Gettleman.
This one. He's in the attic. The one downstairs, and this one's in the attic.
Hey, Biggie, you got a Gettleman mustache.
That Giants towel is really flavoring up the room right there.
No, you got a David Gettleman mustache.
There's Gettleman. There he is.
Yo, Mel Kiper's still holding on.
You got the beer pong table from the garage to throw that TV on.
Yo, Mel Kiper's hairline is finally receding after all these years, dude. Finally, it took a long time.
Look at this dude. Like, yo, I realize the quaff is your calling card, but bro, let it go, man. New York Giants pick is in.
Killed her husband, whacked her. Can't convince me that it didn't happen. Fed them to tigers, they snack it.
Carol Baskin. All right, here we go.
There you go.
There it is.
Good
luck, Giants.
Andrew Thomas. I did say Thomas. I did say a whole bunch of them, but he was another guy that he was up there for a long time for the last 2 months as one of the main guys.
Dolphins.
This is the interesting one that's coming out right now. Are they going to it?
Yeah.
I mean, tank to it, man.
They got to get a quarterback for sure.
Chargers are hoping they don't.
Birdman just wet himself.
What's your guys' thoughts on Herbert versus Tua? Who has a better career? You go Tua?
Yeah, I go Tua.
I mean, I just think that injury is over. Yeah, of course it's a hip injury, but
Didn't they pick up
Tua's
Tyron
had a
Taylor?
ton of injuries, though, hasn't he?
he had a hip injury. I mean, he did get beat up a little bit, but I think you can't
Hip
overthink
injuries aren't too bad to come back from. I'm speaking from experience here.
You can't overthink it.
Nah, but he's tiny, man. He's a little dude.
For those of them watching that don't know what happened to you, Evan, kind of give us the little cliff notes on your off-season injury that you.
So shortly after our final show that we had last season, I went on a little snowboarding trip. Probably about a week later, went off a jump thinking I was Shaun White, and ended up falling 10 feet onto my tailbone. I broke my hip. I was just explaining to my family the other day. I was like, it's kind of wild how I kind of got a jump start on everybody on this whole quarantine thing. I was in my bed because I couldn't leave. And now all of a sudden I'm in my house legally because I can't leave. It's like all of a sudden I'm good to go out, but I legally can't go out. Yeah, broke my hip. I'm all better now, though. It's all good.
Nick Walker says, who would Carol Baskin draft?
This guy put on the mask? Really?
Putting on the mask to make a phone call? The flu is in the phone lines. Didn't Howard Stern do a skit about that?
Is he real? What is Gettleman doing?
He's putting on a mask.
For what?
He sucks.
Dude, he is just a joker, man. He put on a mask in his head. He's like, oh, got my pick in. Time to put my mask back on.
5 first-round picks.
The chat is getting on Gettleman right now. Shout out to AJ.
We're all trying to figure it out, AJ.
The Dolphins are a disaster.
Well, listen, you don't do all that tanking for nothing, man. You don't do all that tanking without trying to go up and put yourself in a position to get a franchise quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
You think it's quarterback here, guys?
Yeah, this quarterback. I got
a
a lot of people over here saying that they're going to go with Herbert over Tua.
Well, I don't. Yeah,
Pretty wild.
I don't think Tua.
This is a crucial pick for Miami. Now that Brady is out of that division, it's really up to grab.
It's Tua. Tua waiting. Got the family. They all got their little headpieces on.
They got their lays on.
Yeah, I think they've been trying to tank for Tua since last year.
Why is everyone in Tua's family got resting bitch face?
Hey, man, they've been sitting there smelling each other's farts for the last hour, dude.
Yeah, but you're absolutely right, Evan. This is a benefit of being in an absolutely struggling division. You think about the Buffalo Bills and what they've had to go through over the last 20 years. You think about the Miami Dolphins. You know, you think about the New York Jets and how they're still trying to get their shit together. And now all of a sudden, with Brady out of there, you have to be thinking, okay, this is the time for my team to finally capitalize in the AFC East. And if you're not going in with a quarterback.
Is Tua really that guy that's going to do it, though?
No.
What's your guys' thoughts on Bucks versus Pats this year? Who has the better record? I think it's got to be the Bucks, right?
Bucks defense still sucks.
Bucks, yeah. I think
Bucks versus the Pats. Who has the better record this year, Go?
Bucks or who?
Bucks or the Pats?
Bucks.
Maybe Bucks, dude. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's the Bucks. I definitely think it's.
They got the more complete offense. I mean, I don't even remember the Patriots quarterbacks. Who was their quarterback? Stidham or something like that.
Stidham, yeah. It'll be interesting to see if they make a move for Love.
Yeah.
As we get midway through the first round.
Oh, Stidham was a mid-round pick, right? He was like 5 or 4 or something like that.
It might have been a day 2.
Bucks. Matthew Hefner on YouTube says the Bucks. Paul Waddy on Facebook says the Bucks. Cadillac Daddy on Twitter says the Pats. Yeah. Alexis Rodriguez on Facebook says the Bucks for sure. A lot of people thinking Tui. Stephen Kinsey, Bucks. Nicholas Alvarez, Bucks. The consensus is really Bucks.
Yeah.
It's going to be
I think
interesting.
they got the more complete offense, really.
It's going to be real interesting to see how this kind of plays out. It's almost like the Mayweather-Pacquiao fight. For years, we've been having the argument, like, who's the reason for their – who is more the reason for the Patriots' dominance over the last 20 years? Is it Bill Belichick or Tom Brady? Bill Belichick or Tom Brady? We're going to kind of get an answer, but it's like almost after all, both those guys are kind of out of their prime and in the twilights of their careers.
Yeah, that's a good comparison, the Pacquiao and
there we go. Here we go.
Matthew Hefner says, I live in the Tampa area, and the amount of Pats fans.
Oh, they went with two.
Pats. All right.
Are you guys watching on NFL Network, or do I just have a delay here?
No, yeah, I think I have a delay too. I got Kuiper's big head looking at me.
Yeah.
Yeah, we got 21, but there's talk that we might trade. We'll see what happens.
Tua.
You got it on?
Tua.
It should be Tua. I don't know what they'll do.
Look at that house. Look at that house. They got the pool table. Dude, that's a bitchin' house he got there, bro.
Is it a house or is it? Well, it might be a rental.
No,
I guess Chargers got to go QB too, right? With Rivers gone.
They should.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, the word is that Anthony Lynn really likes Tyrod Taylor from their time at Buffalo, but I mean, he was there for that playoff game, the probably most boring playoff game in NFL history when they played Jacksonville. So I think he's got to at least get a young guy to groom.
Yeah, I would think
Stephen Kinsey asks, "Who do the Chargers take?" I think you go
Herbert.
Just watch. I don't know, man. Just watching this video is like, guy likes to throw off the back of his foot too much.
So would you stop with the 2-8?
Who, me?
You got another minority quarterback up in the league. You trying to down the man?
Don't take much.
Huh?
I said it don't take much.
Real up in here. I hate this delay. I'm on Roku. Hey, Mike, let's get it together here.
I'm on Roku.
So what you guys think? School with the most drafted players tonight, LSU? Alabama?
That's a good one. I don't know.
Probably
Alabama.
Alabama.
Yeah.
Those tackles, they got wide receivers, they got safeties. A couple corners maybe go.
Yeah, Saban's recruit game is strong.
Yeah, it is.
If the Chargers don't go quarterback here, who do you think they roll with, or what position do you think they roll with?
They're going quarterback.
I think they would go offensive line just because it's the offensive line draft. I think when I think of this draft and the prospects, that's the guys. And Lynn seems like a guy who wants to run the ball and win in the trenches. So if they don't go quarterback, I think they go there. But I think they probably trade out because it's pretty deep, the offensive line, and they can get a lot for that pick.
What's he got on the inside of his jacket there?
I don't know.
Hey, Brian Buck says, do you think Alshon's gone tonight?
Yes.
Yeah?
Wow. Really?
Please.
Oh.
Please.
Big E's praying on his hands.
Yeah. He wants to go. He wants to go put him in the back of the car right now.
Do we got anybody in the green room? Anybody waiting up for video queue? I know Frankie's got to go out there and protect and serve.
Yeah,
and give free mustache.
Thank you. I want to thank you that, by the way. Thank you for protecting and serving during these times.
Appreciate you, bro.
You guys later. Have a good night, boys.
You too.
Take it easy,
you too, big. Be good. Be good. Go get me a liter of cola.
That mustache is serious.
Dude, it's
serious.
Yeah.
So they're really comparing Tua to Steve Young, huh? Jesus. It's quite
nowhere near, man.
It's quite the comparison.
All the way across the pond.
So they're really comparing Tua to
Anthony
Young, huh?
to these left.
Yo, what's happening?
Near, man.
Yeah, what's up? How you doing?
Mute that YouTube.
All the way across the pond.
So they're really
Give the man his time. What time is it all the way over there?
2 a.m.
man.
Yeah, what's up? How you doing?
mute that YouTube. How you doing?
Across the pond. If you turn down your audio on your computer.
Turn down the audio on your computer, buddy.
What time is it all the way?
2 a.m. Yeah, what's up? How you doing?
Did you
Turn
think
that-
it's
turn
2
that
a.m.
audio.
over there?
2 a.m.
Hey man, he is coming all the way from London right now, repping the birds.
In the Donovan.
You don't get
in
Man
the
of few
Donovan
words.
jersey.
What is up, my dude? How are you?
Can you hear us?
Anthony, how are you feeling about the first round? Are you looking at a potential player? You have a specific player in mind that you like?
And he's gone.
How are you feeling about the
Yeah, I don't think sometimes when people jump on, they have a hard time. You know, sometimes somebody can't hear the other person and stuff like that.
Yeah,
and some
if
people
you
have
guys
Sprint.
do jump on, just mute your YouTube so there's no loop going on.
Yes, sir.
Right, we'll try that again. Anybody else waiting in the in queue there?
Hey, we back.
Hey.
We
back like broad straps.
We back.
Brady
What'd you
Quinn.
think of that Tua pick? What'd you think about the Tua pick?
I think if you're the Dolphins, it's the right move. Clearly the most talented passer. Obviously there's concerns, but if you're in the Dolphins position, like, what do you have to lose? Honestly. I think that's really the way to look at it. Like, are we playing it safe if you're the Dolphins? I don't think so. I think you're looking for upside and hoping that dude's your quarterback for the next 10 years. I don't think it's any time to not pull the trigger there. I mean, you have the 5th pick. You have a really great coach in Flores. I think they're heading in the right direction, man.
I believe it when I see it.
I mean, Brady's out, so like it's anybody's game.
Matthew Hefner in the chat saying AJ to San Francisco for Marquise Goodwin, swap first round picks and give up a 4th round pick.
Ooh, wow, that's an offer right there.
I think they're overvaluing Alshon a little bit there, just because of how much money you have to pay him. I think you probably have to give up a little bit more than a 4th for that. Because like if I'm looking at him, like, okay, a young guy in Goodwin that's fast, or beat up Alshon who costs you, I forget the number, but 15, 16 mil or something. I mean,
yeah, they go again with their bullshit.
Yeah, John from Facebook said, how far could we move up if we package Alshon in the 21st pick? That would probably move us back to the 22nd pick.
For sure.
Chargers, who's it going to be?
Justin Herbert.
I'm telling you. Yo, this is the most easy like draft ever so far.
Yeah, everybody's mocks is like 1,000. Everyone's batting 1,000.
We're bringing in Anthony again from across the pond. Hold on. What's going on, sir?
Herbert.
Everyone hear me all right now?
Oh yeah. Crispy.
It's Herbert.
How you doing? Can you hear us?
Yeah, you're very alien like so.
What was that?
What's that, buddy?
I think we're on delay.
Yeah, I'm getting the interference like we were earlier.
All right, I'm gonna take a quick timeout. I'm gonna put myself in the bathroom. This is going.
So we had a bet. We had a bet who's going to be the first one to take a dump, and I think you have won the prize.
What do I win?
Some toilet paper.
Toilet paper, free toilet paper, right?
Your choice.
I'll check you guys in a second.
Double ply.
Hey, did he just fart and run, dip and rip?
So let it linger.
Everyone staying safe over there?
We're trying.
Yeah, man.
I've been going out in public and I've been licking handrails just to see if I can catch it, but no luck so far.
It's surreal, man. This draft being all virtual.
Yeah. Yeah, I was interested to see how they were going to let that play out in Vegas with the having the whole stage at the Bellagio, and it's going to be an interesting scene. But yeah, did they say it all? Like, is Las Vegas just SOL on a draft now? Like, do they already have one planned for next year in a different location, or are they going to try again in Vegas next year, or what?
I think they probably missed out. I mean, I know it stinks, but they plan this stuff out a couple years in advance. Like,
right.
They don't tell everybody, they don't announce it, but they make preparations pretty early, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, I was just watching again that video from last year when the draft was in Nashville and all the bachelorette parties that were. They didn't realize that the draft is going on that week.
Yeah, there's some sour faces.
Oh my God, it was fantastic.
So what do we got now? Carolina, Matty Rule.
Yeah.
I mean, the talk has been Simmons this entire time, so we'll
Yeah,
see if they go D tackle or Simmons.
If they go Simmons here, this is like the most predictable draft so far.
I told you, though, I really think that like 10 to 20 range as far as quarterbacks go, like I won't be surprised if nothing crazy happens. But like I said, I really think that we're kind of underestimating teams not being able to have guys in their buildings working out for them. I think it changes things a little bit.
Flex bombs back in the chat.
Yeah, yo. You got to turn your mic back on, man.
Oh, here we go.
Just that mic button down bottom.
Simmons to Carolina. Hey, Puga, I'm going to send you the invite via Twitter.
Panthers pick is in.
Did they take Simmons or?
Don't
on
know
the
yet.
delay. Oh, all right.
The way that I'm doing it, because I'm on the delay too, if you go to ESPN and they go to their draft cast, it's like it's live, I think, as far as like
okay, it pops it up.
yeah, because I'm looking at it right now and I'm pretty sure that's way faster than like what my TV's popping up.
Yeah, I'm a little behind on the TV, but I got that Hulu. I think that might be why. I don't do the cable thing, man. I got the Hulu Live.
Yes, sir.
But yeah, it just shows Carolina. All right, maybe I'll use this. Bam.
And it's pretty cool too. Like I mean, I'm sure we've all used it before, but it has on there like best fit, best available. That's kind of cool.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. What's up, Brendan? How's it going, man? How you doing your thing in the chat? Keeping people
man. Trying to keep them engaged.
How are you not asleep right now?
What do you mean?
You say it's 4 a.m.?
Yeah,
No, over in
4
London,
a.m.
right?
London is
Over
4
in Turkey.
Turkey.
Oh no, it's 2 a.m. over here.
2 a.m.?
True.
Yeah. By the time you get to the pick, though, it could be 4 or 5 a.m. the way this draft is going.
Put the coffee on.
2 years ago.
What?
You going to be watching all 3 rounds? You going to get up every day?
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
My man.
I like that commitment.
Yeah. The worry is they trade out the first round or they draft someone like a Marcus Smith, and you're like, who the fuck is this?
Oh, don't even
He wants to grow
put that
up.
in existence.
Jessica says, I'd much rather be at an NFL draft than a bachelorette party.
Yeah.
That's a winner right there. Jessica's a
Fact.
winner. Guys in the chat, jump on that.
Yo, my super fat cat just laid on the remote and turned off the draft. Like, what a jerk.
All right. John's coming back in, a.k.a. Flex Bombs.
Hopefully his mic works.
Check. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, man. You come in hot.
Finally.
You got a hot take. You trying to drop some knowledge right quick?
Nah, right now I'm just following all social media, Twitter, whatever I can get my hands on, see if I hear anything ahead of time.
I think
Nothing
social
yet.
media is excited that you're sitting down right now.
Yeah, I had to calm down. My wife brought me a plate of food.
What you eating tonight? What's your draft meal?
Actually, you're gonna laugh. I eat quinoa with some carrots and what's that? Some cranberry and some spinach.
Man, you bougie.
Not for the draft, man.
Yeah.
Hey, I gotta stay healthy, man. I'm 46. I gotta.
I feel you. I feel
gotta
you.
take care of myself, man. But right now they're not saying anything. I'm just waiting for the Eagles, man. I thought we was gonna trade up. I don't hear anything. I hope that the Jets, with this relationship with the Jets, we try to get something going. I don't know. That's what I'm hoping for.
Yeah, I think once it gets to Jacksonville at 9, it's going to get hot, and you're going to start seeing teams moving up, firing up the phone lines, and making some stuff happen. So hopefully we're in that mix because I don't know if I want to wait a couple more hours for this pick.
I'm sweating, bro. My palms are clammy right now. Like at first I thought we was gonna try to move up to 9 with Jacksonville and make something work. Anything before the rest of these guys, the Raiders pick. Because I'm just, at least give us a chance on what we want.
Yeah.
Not what's the force to us.
Not the leftovers.
Oh,
Shout
the pick is in.
Shout out to
for the
Steve.
Panthers.
He said I was supposed to be in the Vegas right now at the draft.
That sucks.
With Howie saying he wants to get younger, if the Eagles do trade up, do you reckon it's more likely going to be players than picks that are involved?
I would think more picks than players would be involved for sure.
Derek Brown, defensive tackle.
Oh, okay.
The trenches.
I mean, they just got didn't they just get rid of Gerald McCoy?
Yeah, he went to Dallas. Hilarious.
Getting a beefy. This guy's a monster in the middle.
Yeah, he's a killer.
It's funny. Yeah. It's funny watching people with masks on in the background.
Yeah.
I mean, they got like 8 people in Derek Brown's apartment right now. That's not really social distancing.
I think it's kind of crazy, like looking at footage from even our tailgates or stuff like that. And I'm looking at it now after being in this quarantine for so long. I'm like, man, those people aren't wearing masks. Like, what the hell were we thinking about?
and they breathing and spitting on me.
look at everybody on top of each other. What is going on over there?
They've been there for 2 weeks, socially isolating though.
Can you get the Rona from farts? That's been a.
Can we talk about something? Can we talk about something important real quick? How can the Eagles drop the ball with Hopkins? Why didn't we just go and get that man if they was giving away for a bag of bones?
Well, I think
we got another opportunity tonight. Tonight is the chance.
Well, I think they're
trying to build on tonight. I gave up a 4th rounder, a 7th rounder, and still kept our first 2.
Because I think they were
we just do
trying to, in a deep wide receiver class. They thought that they probably could get a talented guy, and then you bring in Darius Slay, who you have to weigh which one's more important. Maybe they thought, Well, also the other thing was, I think Arizona wanted to get him off the books, and they found someone who would take him.
It was a different deal. What Howie said was it was a different deal for the Eagles than it was for the Cardinals, just based on what the Texans wanted from us was a little bit different from what they wanted from the Cardinals. So, obviously seeing Hopkins and Midnight Green would have been.
Yeah, Darren jumped in. He said,
"I'm salivating like a mouth if that would have happened." Like, you got to think about it, right? The way how the NFL is going is built for the offense to win, not the defense. So you have to look at the Chiefs. Defense? What defense? They're not the greatest. Their offense is what dictated the whole game all the way through. The way how calls are being made, the way how you can't do certain things anymore. So you got to roll with the offense side of the ball first, build on that, and then build the defense talent around that.
Yeah,
but
I think they're gonna stack up on double dip at wide receiver. I think you think about Miles Sanders, what he brought to the table offensively, and you just get some. I mean, if we get some 2 wide receivers in here, reset the wide receiver depth chart, it could be amazing.
And I think what Jawn was saying.
We have Puga.
Hey, what's up, guys? What's going on?
How you doing, bro?
Hey, what's going on?
I'm doing good. I'm doing all right.
Tailgate veteran.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Hey, if you guys don't know anything about Puga travels all over the country following the Eagles. This guy's got sickness. The chat is calling for you. Steve Kinsey. He calls you Pugs. Pugs. Is that your nickname?
Well, remember y'all had that one girl in there that one time that called me Pugga. So I think that's what they're going
Jordan?
for.
Yeah.
Justin Reed says the Eagles need a QB now. Need a QB. I think
about to get murdered in the chat.
Yeah, I think that he's the first person that we
Almost
get.
choked.
He's the first person that gets booted from the chat.
Uh-oh.
Moderator,
Gail,
get him at it. Put him in the bathroom.
Yeah, that guy's got to go in the bathroom and lock the door, man.
Gail, you were saying double dip at wide receiver.
Oh, for sure.
I think somebody that we're not talking about a lot, and I really haven't heard his name come up a ton, is KJ Hill from Ohio State.
Yep.
I think when everybody gets real hype about Van Jefferson and his ability to separate, I think KJ Hill can bring something similar to an offense in the NFL. Like, you want to talk about being able to separate and not being, super the best athlete. KJ Hill is. You watch that dude's routes. He's breaking ACLs, tearing ACLs at the top of routes, man.
Isaiah Simmons off the board, gentlemen. Arizona.
Justin Reed says, it.
Okay, thank
you all
God.
know it's true.
Oh man, I thought for a second there, I thought CD Lamb was going to get picked up by the Cardinals for some
me
weird
too.
reason.
Oh my God! Could you imagine?
Yo, bro, that's why I took a deep breath. You see how I stopped talking? I stopped looking at
That down.
the pick is in.
Oh my God!
Hey, we might be in business, boys. Some of us might get our wish.
Isaiah Simmons goes to the Cardinals.
Let's just take a moment to appreciate, too, how wild is this going to get inside of this chat right here if we find a way to get CD, man?
Dude.
Like, how crazy is that moment going to be?
Hey, the next pick is the Jags pick.
I know. Don't say nothing. Don't even jinx it, bro. Don't even jinx it.
Maybe if we don't mention them, they'll forget about him. I was talking about the CD-ROM I used to listen to.
Yeah. That's a good one. Good comeback.
Oh man, are you guys seeing this video of Simmons racing Etienne?
No.
Yeah.
Simmons was racing Etienne from Clemson, and like they finished at the same time, like linebacker and running back. Like,
wow,
that's wild, man.
Yeah, this dude is a freak of nature.
Mm-hmm.
Man, what's everyone expecting from Jawn next season?
Has been keeping up
Jawn?
with the picks here. Shout out to Jessica.
I expect. I don't expect Jawn to have a completely lost season like how he had last year. I think he's going to be more productive, but I'm not going to count on him as one of our guys. Maybe like a wide receiver 4 of some sort,
Yo, I was thinking. I was looking at how our Eagles are structured right now. We should definitely look at some of the old plays from the Patriots where they had Gronkowski and they had that other guy, I won't mention his name, that, where they had double tight ends that they could run that offense. We have that similar type of talent, that we could get away with that. And out of that double tight end set, having a running back, the capabilities we have in Sanders, and then if we get a Burnster, oh my God, I'm going to cry.
What's your guys?
It'll definitely help out the run game.
What?
On that. I was like, with that 2 tight end set, it could definitely help out the run game on both sides with Dallas and Zach on each side.
Mm-hmm.
Unless we trade Ertz to move up in the draft.
What's your guys' thought on a guy later in the draft? Someone with some Hall of Fame lineage. Thad Moss. Would you take him as like a tight end 3? I think he'd be a good block for like running plays, whatever. You throw him and Goddard out there aside from Ertz. Just saying, be a solid blocking situation.
I think to use any draft capital on a third tight end is that's not where I'd spend that capital, especially because like if you're looking for a third tight end blocker, those dudes are all over the undrafted ranks. Honestly,
I hear what you're saying, but think about Clayton Thorson and how much sense that made last year.
Oh, listen, I'm not saying they're going to make the right decision, but for me personally, like draft assets are valuable no matter what you say. They're all lottery tickets. Some are worth more than others. I want as many shots at the guys to help my team as possible. And if I can get a blocking third tight end undrafted, I'm doing that all day.
Yeah.
Jags pick is in.
Yo, Strand is wondering about your hip.
My hip is feeling fantastic, Strands. Thank you for asking.
This pick right here is going to dictate a lot. If they draft a wide receiver, we're in trouble.
And my calf's through.
Shut up, Kevin.
Matthew Fitzpatrick says Judy is greater than Lamb, but if we don't trade up, Henderson falls to us. C.J. Henderson, a cornerback from University of Florida, not the most physical, not the most, he's not a great tackler.
You seem down on him.
No, he's a great cover guy. You could put him on a number one. I mean, he does what he does. Covering number one.
Do you think him and Slay would be locked down together?
What's that?
I'm saying, like, do you think him and Slay could be locked down together? I just think about like the possibility of having two really good corners like that. You could totally make an offense one-dimensional.
I'm gonna go read you my tweet from months ago.
I don't think, like I said, I say it again. I don't think the league is geared towards a defense winning. Too many. Defense wins gotten softer and softer. You can't touch the quarterback. You can't do anything. So it's all about getting those weapons in place for offense to exploit a defense that's hampered by the rules. That's how I feel.
Right.
And with the mobile quarterbacks nowadays, there's only so long a lockdown corner can stay with somebody who's running a 4.27 speed. We want Riggs. That's it.
Whose volume is up? Who's about to get booted from the chat?
Maybe that's me. I turned it down. What about now? Yeah. Maybe that was me. I don't know. I just turned it down.
Oh boy.
Nope, that's not.
Oh.
I hear echo when I have the volume all the way down. So.
Yeah, like in March, I said, bring me Jones. Or if you have Darius Slay, I don't care about the fight. You get what you pay for. Stop the bleeding on the outside. Vertically, big plays. Eagles gave up 16 passes. 40+ yards. Draft one to develop while you're at.
Yeah, we got they're complaining about some major feedback still. Is that everybody on YouTube got your YouTube app muted or the YouTube tab?
I got out of my YouTube tab.
Okay.
Yeah, and I'm not using YouTube. I'm going through my iPad Pro. I'm using the website. No, that's not me.
Nah, Jordan, I don't think it's me. I mean, I've been in here for over an hour. I don't think I've had an echo.
Yeah, I've been here for 2 hours. 2 hours.
Fellas, I keep hearing something with San Fran at 13.
I think all we got to do is just get in front of the Raiders. If they decide to trade up.
Yeah, I don't know if that's.
Yeah.
People, it's like listening to the future. There is an echo. Where's my?
I muted myself, so I clearly know it's not me. All we gotta do is somebody mute themselves. And
yeah, I already muted myself, and it's not me.
Okay, hold on one sec.
Yeah, I muted myself, so.
Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. I muted.
Check. 1 2 1 2.
Yep, it's not you.
Right.
Hello.
Let me mute you. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Hey, Angel, where's Mighty E-Rock? He is taking a dump. He's on like 30 minutes. So we're not getting echoes right now. I've muted Hollywood.
Okay. They picked C.J. Henderson. Yes.
Wow.
Yes.
Wow.
Yes.
That's high, dude. That's high.
We have a chance, bro. We have a chance.
Hey, Hollywood, it's you. You're the echo chamber, dude.
Who's the echo chamber? Me?
No, Hollywood.
Oh, okay.
Yo, C.J. Henderson going at 9 is super high.
I feel it's a reach, but it's all good. That's not my problem.
It just seems like so so basic because it's like, all right, we let Ramsey go up, got to fill that hole. Like I don't know, it's probably the right decision because you get a guy who, potentially comes in and is a lockdown, but it just seems like very basic draft strategy. I think. They got a lot of holes, man.
Right, but you have a young quarterback, right? You're banking on your young quarterback that you handed the keys over to. Why would you not give him a tool to help him develop? Like, I don't understand the mindset of some of these coaches, man. Like, come on, help your investment. You know, you're not gonna have a Mercedes Benz and put on the cheapest tires. Like, come on, that doesn't make any sense. Like,
Well,
I don't get it,
Jacksonville
but
has
you know what? Good for
Jacksonville
us.
has
Moving on.
multiple picks though, right?
But you had the best value. Was he actually the best value on the board?
Yeah, Jacksonville picks.
Browns pick is in, folks.
Where do you reckon they go? Offensive tackle.
Time is now.
Okay, who is it?
Yo, I'm getting a little nervous right now because we're getting.
I'm getting nervous right now. Just
wide receiver.
Vegas, maybe the point is if the toppers, if you can have CeeDee Lamb go at 12, you got a chance to get one of the two.
Yes.
We'll get Ruggs with the 11th pick, and I would be okay with that, but still rather have Lamb. I want Ruggs. I want Lamb. I don't care.
Who is this?
I don't know.
Brown's pick is in. D-Rock, thank you for the super chat, buddy. I appreciate that so much. Thank you.
Who is that?
Yeah, we get our first hacker.
I think we do.
It's one of them Zoom hackers. It automatically went to another chat.
Yeah, Bill Belichick's listening to everybody right now.
Okay, they just said, I just got an update that said the Browns are taking Alabama, Jenkins, Wills at number 10. This is what they said. They're taking the old lineman at number 10. It's not announced yet, but that's what I see on NFL update on Twitter.
John, what you were saying about Jacksonville getting Gardner Minshew a weapon, they pick a 20 as well. So I think that's probably the plan is get a lockdown corner. And then I think at 20, they're going to address wide receiver. I think they're going to grab one of those, top 5, top 6 wide receivers from Minshew.
I like that picture Trots is holding up right now.
But wouldn't you have flip-flop that, though, to address the concern at a higher level and get more value?
Go get him.
I think there's less first-round talent at cornerback than there is at wide receiver. I think you're okay if you get Henderson and then a Rieger as opposed to Lamb and then who at corner.
I was right. Okay, good. Listen, man, I need you, Gales, man. I need you to get on Twitter and start surfing all this stuff. Get the early jump, brother.
Oh, I'm playing Mr. Producer. I'm getting all the content. I'm
here for
on the show.
Anything
I got people.
I got you. Anything.
I just want to give a shout out to all the people tuning in and joining the live stream. Hopefully you feel like you're part of the draft. We're having a good time over here. But just thanks for everyone tuning in, wherever you're coming from. Anthony, all the way from across the pond, 2 a.m. This guy bleeds green. You know what I mean?
Do you reckon Howie's on the phone to Joe Douglas right now?
Bro,
oh shit!
At number 11, the Eagles can move up right now because we get to pick up the draft.
Yo, John trying to trade Dillard. That tone of voice.
I don't care at this point. Remember, my man got a little bit of wheels to buy some time. We could replace that.
Here, Darren Gotti said from Facebook, all right, here comes the potential run on receivers.
Shout out Kinsey Learn.
Yeah.
Boys, someone is lagging.
Oh my God.
Hey, shout out to you,
all
JV.
3 of these teams want wide receiver.
Right
yeah, I know, but that's oh boy.
Yo, if Henry Ruggs goes off the board before Judy and CD, that's crazy, yo.
I wouldn't.
I think there's no doubt that Judy's going to slip from what we've heard.
You know what? Well, you know what? The thing about Judy is him interviewing. That I think I don't know if he comes. I just don't. I think Judy's super talented. I just think I don't know how he interviewed. In this whole meniscus thing, I think that's smokescreen. But Judy's a talented wide receiver, though.
Yeah, I think they did that on purpose. You know, somebody in the back wanted that chance at him. Hopefully, they spit some type of negative feedback about him, and he'll drop down some, or shake up the draft in a sense with the wide receiver order.
What's up,
Heck,
D-Rock?
bro, that could be our Eagles trying that. So,
Shout out the OG Rick.
What up, gents? It's winding down to the 15th. Robert
Jets on the clock,
from YouTube. I think if the Eagles see a couple wide receivers go off the board, we'll probably definitely move.
But my thought process is, Robert, why not move? If no
Why
wide
wait?
receivers
Do it
come
now.
up, why wait? Move up and get the number one value at wide receiver and call it a day. Rob the draft right now. Don't wait.
Harry O's last comment was pretty good.
Yeah, he said
Judy
Judy
went
went
for-
to Sixers med staff.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, he could have said the Eagles staff,
too.
right?
Oh, jeez.
Hey,
Yeah, absolutely.
There's an update on E-Rock in the bathroom. E-Rock has been in the bathroom for a long while. I don't know, man.
Somebody calling EMT or something.
He used the 3 shells.
Bro, I
It's
live
definitely
in New York,
it's definitely a 2.
and I get bashed for being an Eagles fan constantly.
Is he trying to get back on or what?
Michael Giv isn't saying, do we trade up right now? Do we trade up?
I just have a
Trade
feeling
up
we're not
soon?
trading
I
up.
hope so.
Shout out to Mr. iFlow. He said E-Rock is in the medical tent. Cadillac Daddy says he fell in the toilet. And Robert
Has
says
anybody seen anything?
he's looking for toilet paper.
You're okay. I'm okay. And this is my last one.
Hello.
I just have
right.
a funny feeling that we're doing something because the Jets are taking real long to pick, and they're on the clock.
Yo, Brian Buck says a lot of talk with the trade, a lot of talk trades with the 49ers right now.
Yes, I heard about that too, Brian. But I mean, Howie's the man, so let's see if we could move up to number 11. The Jets are taking a very long time to pick, so that might indicate something right now. My personal opinion, you never know. You never know.
I'm checking him on Prime real quick. Hey, Puga, I'll get back to you in a sec.
It's that money on the commercials.
Prime, you doing daddy duty and rocking the draft right now?
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, you're right over there.
I think you're fine.
Yo, bro, true story, real quick. All of my Eagle gear doesn't fit me no more. I have to buy everything all over again, bro.
Because your arms were too big?
Because I lost 91 pounds.
Yeah, that's what's up, man.
None of my
Congrats.
stuff fits. None of it.
Congrats.
Yeah,
Connecticut
congrats on
is
one
here.
end
Cisco.
and then spending
Shout out
like
to Cisco
$10,000
Delgado.
on clothes. Because nothing fits me no more.
Huh?
It's insane. So
Yeah.
It is a little
Twitter,
suspicious, man, this time.
Twitter's coming at you. Hey, taking shots at Flex got over here. They said John doesn't mind repeating himself.
But that's funny for somebody who's covering their face with what's that? A joker? Right.
The Jets pick is in, dude. This is
I want to see trade go across the board.
Come on.
Hale giving away a custom pair of kicks to celebrate the 2020 draft. No.
Yeah, punchline.
No, I will be doing a giveaway. I've been thinking about that for a while. If you like Eagle Vans, I'll be,
I hope that Blueprint right now.
Man.
All right. Yada, yada, yada. Get to it. What the hell you doing? You guys think wide receivers the next 3 picks?
Yo, look at the it's tense, bro. Look at everyone is like, yo.
This is a big one.
I forgot
How
y'all
many-
was here for a
How
second.
many?
man.
How
I'm
many?
like,
How many Hail Marys you already in?
we
Like
need
this,
all the
this is the
energy
part
in
of the
chat right now.
this is the part of the gauntlet where the
What? Number
the wide receiver gauntlet is. You know what I mean?
Your Prime, you got the playback going?
Nah, not me.
AJ says, "Breathe, bitch. Breathe. Everyone breathe."
It's real. It's real. I can't even hold you right now.
If you need a pair of Eagle Vans, holla.
Oh, the Jets take the old lineman at number 11.
Stop it.
Oh no,
Joe
the show
Douglas from Louisville.
Lyman.
Yeah. GM Joe Douglas takes Louisville old lineman. I can't even say his name right now, but he's at number 11.
Mekhi Becton.
Mekhi Becton.
Eagles fan sphincter is getting tight.
Hey, that's Mekhi Becton.
Let's go. Told y'all. Let's go.
Hey, Harry-O said.
All right, who's Chucky in love with? Who's Chucky in love with?
Yo, the timeline. Look how nervous. So you're telling me there's a chance? Joey says.
It's a big boy.
Chance.
Please, for the love of God, don't the girls get Kinlaw. Kinlaw to the Cowboys would be
Heaviest
guy
ever.
See that?
Who's Chucky in love with? Who's Chucky love, man?
JB says this is the kind of stress I've missed. Raiders.
The Raiders have the choice at wide
Raiders
receiver.
are the clock.
They do.
This is where the first wide receiver goes right here.
Who do you reckon they
Oh,
take?
it has to be. If they don't take a wide receiver, I don't even know. Like,
If they don't, I hope they don't take a wide receiver and botch it. To be honest, that would be great.
You think if they don't take wide receiver, it's going to mess up the game?
It's gonna make it better for us. Way better.
All right, we're bringing in Jimmy from 4th and Jawn. Jimmy, how you feeling, man? This is a wide receiver gauntlet right now. You think the Raiders are going to pick a wide receiver? Jimmy?
I'm losing my mind here, man. Heart's beating through my chest. I cannot believe we're at pick 12 and none of the receivers have been taken. But yeah, like you said, this is where we got to watch out. This is 12, 13, the 49ers as well. But as we heard, they're looking to trade. So maybe we move to 13 here. I'm excited.
We're checking in on We're checking
over here.
Brendan look mad nervous over here, son.
Bro,
I'm doing the same thing, bro.
I want to throw
I'm
up
praying.
right
Yeah, all
I gotta
three
hit
of you
it.
got your hands over your face.
Yo,
I gotta
this
hit
is
a
where
nice
we
little
everybody in
woosah.
chat to do this, man.
Paul
For energy. We need
Paul
positive
Wadey
energy.
from Facebook. He said, "Now let's get Lamb. Howie, grow yourself a set of balls and get this done."
Yes.
Yo, Gail.
All is correct.
The boss
All is
says
correct.
he's in the back room.
In the back room.
Yeah, he's in the back room waiting.
He's not in there.
He says he can't get in there because it's
open.
It's heavy
Open.
loaded.
It's open.
All right, Vegas pick is in.
E-Rock taking the longest dump. The chat has spoken.
That was quick. Does that mean a trade?
No, it's just an easy pick.
I'm losing my mind here. Take Ruggs.
He got that pick in with 4 minutes.
Oh, come on.
Take Ruggs.
Oh, this guy, the longest dump in
I
history.
gotta go, Judy.
Yo,
Hey,
I wasn't even
listen.
doing that, man. I've been sitting in the. I've been trying.
Look at the chat. The chat has spoken.
Yo, I've been trying to get in. I'm texting Trox. I'm texting Prime. I'm texting Evan. I had to log in to Twitter to see who was there, to see who I could text. Be like, yo, clear some people out, man. I'm trying to get back in. Shit,
Yo.
I'm on the waiting line. What the hell is this shit?
Hey, this is our first Nelly hate. They said they don't need a receiver, the Raiders, because they have Nelly.
Yeah, okay.
Steve says, "I miss you, Joe Douglas."
Look, if
Harry O is
Gruden
praying.
takes CeeDee Lamb,
Oh
he can
shit!
catch
Vegas
these
took
hands,
Ruggs.
unlike
Vegas took
Aguilar.
Ruggs. Vegas took Ruggs.
Did they?
Yeah.
Did they?
Damn.
Let's go, Howie. Make it
Shout out to
happen.
Stephen Kinsey.
Trade
There you go,
right
Cal.
now. Let's go, Howie.
Spider
Yeah,
2 wide
there you go.
banana.
Wow.
There you go.
Wow.
Drugs. Wow.
Man, dude.
Bro, we heard the
See?
talk, though.
See?
Interesting.
They said Ruggs could be the first receiver off the board with that speed.
No.
Already
There goes
tracks.
the picture. Already.
CeeDee Lamb didn't go yet.
No.
What are you doing, Trox?
Because
No, he's gonna go.
It's going to start the trend.
Huh?
The trend is about to start.
Negative.
But why'd you rip up the CeeDee Lamb picture?
For good luck.
I don't
Because
understand.
he's gonna go to San Francisco right now.
Trade to
Love you.
Yo, while I was waiting on hold and put in the green room, banished to the green room, I did check in on that Monty G GoFundMe page. You know, just to bring you an update because a lot of people have been hitting me up asking for an update on his condition. So far, the GoFundMe page is up to close to $12,000 for Monty G. So when he gets home, he can focus on recovering instead of his bills on top of his medical condition. And the latest update that I got is that he spent 6 hours on the ventilator today. He's learning how to work with his tracheotomy. But Monty's got a really long road to recovery ahead of him. Unfortunately, this isn't one of those things that he can just one day he's going to wake up and pop out of bed and be all better. He's got a long road to recovery in front of him. So, shout out to all those people that donated. Shout out to all those people that shared, helping a fellow Eagles fan in need. Appreciate you guys. And, Monty G said I got word that Monty G saw the GoFundMe and was really just blown away by everyone's support and everything like that. And so even the Eagles president Don Smolinski shot me an email with a video of Brandon Graham sending them some love. So I made sure that they get that into the nurse's hands so he could show Monty G that. So he appreciates everything that everybody's done for him, all the donations that have come through, and the Eagles for their very generous donation of like $500. So
I thought I saw someone tweet that it was his birthday today too.
Really?
I think so. I thought I saw someone tweet say happy birthday, Monty G. So happy birthday, brother.
Shitty way to spend his birthday, but
Absolutely.
he sees all the love that's coming his way and all the support that's coming his way, and just know that he recognizes it and he appreciates it and he's blown away by it. Where's Evan? Is Evan still trying to get in? I know he was waiting in queue too.
Hey man, it's hot. It's hot in here, dude. It's hot.
Yo, I was checking the Facebook stream. There was like 40 some odd people checking in on Facebook, watching live on Facebook, hanging out with us as we're going through this, quarantine draft. There was like 20 something watching on Twitter. So shout out to all those people that are, taking the time to spend, the Thursday evening watching a little NFL draft with us, man. That's awesome.
Hey guys,
That's
if you guys want to donate to Monty G, I just put a link in the chat.
That's awesome. Thanks, Gil. So catch me up, boys. Catch me up. What'd you guys think of the picks? Any surprises? Anything that kind of stood out to you? Obviously, Henry Ruggs going to the Raiders. First wide receiver taken. Is that kind of a shocker, or how are you guys feeling about the draft? The last couple picks there.
Hey man, we just got the wide receiver run started. Right now, San Fran is on the clock. This is an opportunity for the Eagles to trade up. If we were looking to trade up, San Fran got 2 first rounders, but they want to move back. They don't have picks from 2 to, I guess, 2, 3, and 4. I mean, they would be a perfect trade partner. But if they stay put and CeeDee Lamb could go right now, I mean, Jerry Jeudy's still on the board. San Fran is taking their time, says Brendan.
We're talking to Howie right now.
Mal says, glad Lamb is falling.
Now you're talking.
And
Mel said, were you guys surprised that Rugg was the first wide receiver off the board? I think I was a little surprised. I knew he's super talented. I think that 4.2 speed. You look at John Ross, who went number 9 after what he did. I think Ruggs. Who is this?
My man is wearing an Old Spice robe, bro. My man.
What is
Whoa.
Old
Oh
Spice
my
robe.
goodness, that robe, bro.
Yo.
Yo, them sponsors be taking it serious right now.
Yo.
What is this
That's
about?
awesome.
Hollywood Hearn.
I don't think that's his girlfriend. Might have been his sister, his mom or something.
Oh.
My man get paid from Old Spice.
He had a hot girlfriend. He was
Darren Gotti's a little pressed and said, damn, was really looking forward to see D. Jackson and Ruggs on the field at the same time. Shout out to Steve Kinsey. Fantastic you're doing this. Big Little Fish Boat says you have to trade up for Lamb now. Oh, look at all that
I'm starting to sway that way.
Oh my God.
Bro, 2:30 left.
I was all trade back, and now that I'm watching Lamb, he isn't falling all the way yet, but if he falls to 15-16, trade up.
Cox Tents, Ruggs with the terry cloth
He's
robe.
not going past 15.
I was all trade back, and now that I'm watching
You guys surprised there hasn't been a trade yet?
Yes.
Yeah.
I feel you, AJ. AJ says the Christian reference, the blood of Lamb. Carson is a Christian. Just flow with me.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Yo, there was a Greek guy, George, I think from Newtown, called the radio today.
Yo, 49ers
and he was
are
so
talking
angry
trade.
he could have needed who? What?
49ers are talking trade with Philly right now.
Oh, you serious?
Yeah.
Bucks trading up. Bucks trading up.
What?
Oh, they just traded the pick.
Bucks
Tampa
traded
Bay.
up.
Yo, if you give Tom Brady, CeeDee Lamb, and
come on, dude.
God.
Come on, dude.
Dude, I'm gonna
Don't
throw
do that.
up.
Yo, come on.
They gotta take Wills.
Oh my God, I'm nervous.
Don't they got enough receivers?
They gotta take an offensive tackle. It's going Wills. It has to be Wills.
Chad is getting wild right now. Brian Buck says to get alignment. Buck's on the clock.
Yep. Stay away from those receivers.
Brian has the highest.
What were the deals
Brian
of
has
the
the
trade?
highest-
Anyone know?
Brian has the highest speed internet around. He's been up on everything.
It's got to
They
be
have
the dude from Iowa.
Angel says they have to protect Brady. That's a good point.
Espinenza?
Yeah, so
Espinenza.
does Tampa Bay now have the 13th and the 14th pick? Am I
That's
seeing
what
this
it
right?
looks like.
They didn't say what the deal was on the trade.
Yeah, I gotta check this out.
Lori
Yeah, but they
Weaver
jumped
said
up, they jumped up 2 spots. They jumped up 2 spots. You really thought Denver was going to take the lineman, I guess? If you're saying they need a
Oh
lineman?
no, it updated now. San Fran's got the 14th pick.
That's it. Is a swap.
Yo,
They
Flex
just traded
said,
one.
don't pick a wide
Man,
receiver.
Weird.
Flex
It has to
bomb
be
is
Wills.
still in the chat.
My man.
Yo,
Good
John, you look a little bit nervous over there. You're eating, you're doing 2 things at once.
Yeah.
How was the quinoa?
He's had
Bro.
it lit up.
You look nervous, man.
Bro.
Tell us how you're feeling.
It's good that they have wide receivers already. I don't see them making a move to get another wide receiver, but it's bad in the sense that was one of our trade partners that we constantly
We're
talking
about to see.
So
The pick is in. Shefty said lineman. Alexis said Shefty said lineman.
Shefty saying lineman.
I think
Wills
that's
has-
where they're going.
Wills
Whoa.
has to be the pick. They need to protect Brady. I mean, the refs can't do everything for him. Shots fired.
Oh,
They're gonna try.
That's an excellent
Does
point.
San,
They have plenty of
does
wide
San Fran do
receivers.
a double trade?
They changed
Oh,
it.
come on. Come on.
They're saying it's a tackle for the Bucks, guys.
okay.
thank you.
All right, okay.
All right, we can breathe.
One more
We
down.
can breathe. We can breathe. Woosah.
San Francisco might try. They might try to do the double dip, trade back twice.
Double trade.
Yeah.
What did they get? Did they say what they got?
They got the 4th rounder and I forgot 4th and 7th.
Wow.
San Fran gets
Move up one
14
pick.
and 117. They're giving up their 13th, and it's a 7th-round pick. Last pick is 7th round. Yeah.
AJ says Woosa.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't know, man. I don't know about the Woosaw, dude. I'm nervous right now. I'm really
Heart
sweating.
attacks and live cam.
You know what? That's ingenious by San Fran because they move down a slot. They pick up an additional pick. They don't lose anything, and they could still get a receiver if they want to.
Yeah. Bruce says from YouTube, he says, that's a no-brain. They need a healthy line for that old man.
It's the truth.
Absolutely.
Yep.
By the way, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers switching back to the old uniforms, like not even the old uniforms, but like the early 2000s. No, the early 2000s uniforms and dumping that like digital clock Power Rangers look.
Yeah,
it's a clean look.
Clean
look. Here we go.
Yes. Okay. Tristan Wirfs, Ohio tackle. Go.
One more down. Here we go.
Good.
Dude, we're getting in range here. We're getting in range.
I smell a trade up. They keep on falling.
Oh,
we got Judy and Lamb on the board still.
Boys, it's getting hot in here. It's getting hot.
Yo, we all were convinced.
We're 7 picks away.
That the Eagles had to trade up to like pick 10 to go get one of these top 3 wide receivers. And now 2 of them are tumbling.
Oh,
man.
Beautiful day.
Okay. We holding on right now.
Any surprises for you, Gail? Anything? Because you said earlier that the first 4 or 5 picks were pretty much right on cue, right on target, right on projection. Was there anything that kind of surprised you now that we're at pick 14 in the first half?
Just Ruggs going first out of all the wide receivers. I think the gauntlet of wide receivers going, which I've been expecting, is 10 through 15, and it's gearing up that way. I think San Fran's on the clock now. Denver could also pick a wide receiver. I think Atlanta would like to probably get maybe Kinlaw, maybe a D tackle, maybe. They could shore up, or if they want to go defensive end with, because I know Atlanta probably wanted C.J. Henderson. I heard Atlanta was going to move up, but I think this is it, right? If only one receiver goes between 14 and 16. But then again, you know who picks after Atlanta, though?
Who's that?
Cowboys.
The Death Star.
Oh, Jesus Christ!
I mean, I know. I think the Cowboys would like Kinlaw or Chavion.
Let's not forget the Jerry Jones factor and the fact that he's like in that room.
He's the only guy.
I mean,
he's the guy who always wants to go for the sexy pick, for the flash pick, for you know what I mean. And the last thing I want to see is Lamb and Amari Cooper.
Cesar Ruiz. I mean, they do need a center as well.
Oh my God!
You know that's a lie. You know he's not by himself.
Bro. You just spoke it into existence.
Justin Jefferson.
I just spoke. Hey, don't pull that Gale shit. Speaking into existence.
Oh my God!
I'm talking. This is a goddamn conversation. I'm talking. I ain't speaking shit into existence, man. Don't give me that. Yo, you never seen me want to flip my fucking lid so bad when Gail's on the podcast and he starts talking that, yo, you just spoken into existence shit, dude.
Bad juju, bro. It's like
that gets,
I don't want
that
your
gets the veins going.
I don't want your money touching my fucking money. You understand?
Yo, if the Cowboys do it, I'm gonna put myself in the bathroom.
We need to light the mood up in there.
Yeah, let me ask you guys a question real quick. With my audio like this, because I got to plug in my phone. Are you guys getting an echo from me?
I personally don't hear anything. Am I clean now that I put the headphones in?
Yeah. No echo. Sound good.
Can't convince me that it didn't happen. Venom to Tigers, they snap it. What's happening? Carol Branston. Carol Branston killed her husband, whacked her. Can't convince me that it didn't happen. Venom to Tigers. Tigers, they sack it. What's happening? Carol Baskin.
Love it. Love it.
Can we?
Carol Baskin.
All right, we're back.
So what other draft? What other than the 49ers right now? If they don't trade out and they pick up a wide receiver, what other teams before us could still use a wide receiver other than the Death Star?
Denver.
Who else couldn't use a wide receiver right now? And the Broncos, obviously.
Denver.
Jaguars are up again.
Yeah.
What?
Aren't the Raiders up again too?
In front of us, yeah. Well, the Raiders, 19, and then
San Fran is up. There's no way that they could pass on CD.
We got to move in front of them.
I can see the Raiders pulling a stunt and grabbing both of those receivers at once.
Oh my God!
The boys.
Yeah, you're right. Las Vegas.
That is a Tiger King reference. Yes, AJ.
Yo, Gail, Prime's trying to get back in. He just texted me.
Okay.
Carol Baskin. I had that song stuck in my head all day, dude.
Yeah,
Walking
it
around
is
the house
catchy.
going, Carol Baskin.
Shout out to Prime.
Yo, man, I hate to be the. Oh man, this just sucks.
What's
I don't see
sucks?
it.
What?
I don't see it happening.
Stop.
Wide receiver?
Kick him back out. Try that again.
Don't kick
Come
me
back in with a
out.
different
No.
attitude.
Get him out of here.
Into existence. Don't come
Get him
into
the fuck out.
existence.
Get him the fuck out. I don't want you touching my money. All right? I don't want
You
you
really kicked him?
touching my money.
Yeah.
You really kicked. Oh man, you did a boy dirty.
Hey, what were you saying again? What were you saying?
Prime's got his baseball bat now.
Yo, Prime, what were you saying? I don't want to hear it.
Yo, that shit's dirty as fuck.
Wow.
The quarantine is saving your life right now.
Yo, bro, I haven't talked to a single soul in like 35 days, bro. Like,
Bro, it's y'all not paying attention. It's taking San Fran real long to pick, man.
Yeah.
I hope they trade it to us.
Thank you for keeping us on.
That might be the conversation that's happening.
That's all I was just trying to say.
hey, Prime, the chat is laughing at you right now.
Boo this man. Boo.
Aaron said, "Where's my bat?"
Dude, when are you coming in, bro? I sent you a link. Harry
Yeah,
O's
dude, get the bat ready.
Harry is praying.
Yo, he's seriously praying.
Who was the team that their time ran up and they lost their draft pick? Is that Minnesota?
Cincinnati.
Cincinnati.
Oh, I thought it was Cincinnati.
Pick us in, dude. Yo, look how nervous y'all look, man. Y'all look nervous.
Why is your coach fapping underneath the table right now?
Bro, my leg is shaking right now, bro.
Okay.
Matthew,
Yo, cheers, Ev.
send me your email or your DM. I'll DM you. If you're on Twitter or Facebook, I'll DM you. Hey, Prime, are you from Puerto Rico? The chat is
son of a
asking.
bitch. Son of a bitch.
No, really?
Jerry Judy off the board.
Jerry Judy is off the board.
Then there was one.
Yeah, I mean, CD
Yes, I
Lamb.
am.
CD Lamb is who you want. If
Yes,
I mean,
I am from the land.
There's no way that CD Lamb makes it through this.
You're gonna have to trade up if you want him. But I mean,
Who's gonna kick? Wait a minute. Whoa. Who's kicking him out?
Yo, can you believe this?
Who's kicking you out?
Hey, bro, you brought this negativity in here.
Oh, bullshit, man.
Get him out of here.
He booted him again. I don't know about giving Gale the controls to like
Keyboard warrior, bro.
Dictatorship.
He's a little yeah. What's this all about, man?
Brad Box
Gale's
speaks.
on that power hustle right now.
Yo, Brad Box speaks everyone's collective thoughts right now. Better hit them right now. And also, the chat wants to know, Prime, are you from Puerto Rico?
Yes, I answered the question. I said yes. Yo, look.
Wait, it's wrong. It's wrong.
Whoa.
They didn't pick a wide receiver. They picked
We have life. Yes. Thank God we got Prime back in here. He's our good juju.
Whoa. Yeah. What?
That's the all my haters out there.
That was wrong information, boy. We're lying.
Has been whacked. Tigers,
Yeah. Oh my God, yo. Oh man. Yo, my chest right now, man. I need some water. This is
hey.
Thank you, Carol Baskin. Yeah, you're gonna have to play that shit after every pick and wide receiver. Keep that good juju going. That dude's still out of his chair.
All right, so ATL probably Javon Kinlaw was probably what ATL wanted. They wanted a cornerback too.
Yo, Jerry, I'm not gonna speak.
They could go defensive end.
Yo, my friend.
Let it happen. I'm getting good vibes right now.
Check this out. My friend is a huge 49er fan. He just texts me with all bunch of curse emojis and stuff like that.
He ain't happy.
He said if we either trade down or we get multiple picks or we get wide receiver. He got none of what he wanted.
Yeah.
Well, let me not laugh. I'm
San
sorry,
Francisco,
God,
they just got rid of Buckner, didn't they?
Yeah, got rid of Forrest Buckner.
So you bring in Kinlaw. That was interesting.
Yeah,
This is
when
not
we
what
when
we
we
wanted.
when we pick, I'm bringing little man onto the screen.
All right. Hey, and Prime, if he brings that negativity,
he get booted too.
Oh, you are heartless. That is heartless.
Gail, I will see you soon, okay?
Wow.
Denver's on the clock.
Gail's gonna go get groceries in a week. His tires are gonna be slashed, man.
Gail's about to be the next one with the hip injury.
all right, I'm bringing in Brick real quick. Hey, Rick, how are you feeling? You a little nervous over there?
I'm feeling like Carol Baskin getting away with murder, man. That Kinlaw pick, man. I mean, if you're the 49ers, I mean that's a good pick. Like I know people, it's not flashy like CD Lamb, but man, when we started dancing, that was pretty good. That got the people going.
Joel is speaking everything that we are thinking right now. Eagles need to trade up.
Yeah, I'm in that train right now. I wasn't expecting wide receivers to fall this way. Now I have to switch ships.
Nick Walker says Denver is getting a wide receiver. Now Marcus is saying, you know what? Hear me out. Rieger to Denver to give them some speed.
Yeah, opposite
Is
side,
that his
man.
dad or his uncle?
There's no way. I can't see them going over Judy and Lamb right now.
If you're gonna trade up, you got to do it now because there's that. That's got me nervous.
If the injury stuff with Judy is true,
7's got me.
I could see Rieger. I mean,
here we go. Here we go.
Look at this dude on the screen right now.
The uncle. That's his uncle.
My man is just killing it.
Yo, when did Trey? When did Trey Wingo become like 70 years old, dude?
Shit, I always thought Trey Wingo was 70 years old.
Yo, let me see here though. Like what's the best available look like for Dallas?
Someone said Judy to the Cowboys. Oh, we got.
No way.
Here. Prime.
That's my brother. That's my
brother. Get him out of here. Yo, we're gonna boot him from the net.
Dallas,
for your brother, bro.
Yo, get your family in
That's my brother in there talking shit.
Dallas is taking McKinney, man.
Yo, correct me if I'm wrong, but wasn't it your brother cooking us steaks at the end of the Eagles Cowboys game in the parking
Yes,
lot?
it was. Yes, it
Yeah,
was.
Just checking. Just a friendly reminder. Yo, warm up that grill again when Jerry fucks up this pick.
Y'all can't kick me out, he said.
Yeah.
You kicked him out.
No, I didn't. I didn't.
Nah.
Yeah, cue up the song.
He said y'all can kick me out. No, we'll keep you in here, man. Appreciate you. You're your family.
Yo, cue up the song.
Jerry Judy off the board.
Oh,
Jerry Judy.
wow. There he is.
But the guy that everybody wanted.
That's
still alive
a dagger.
right now.
That's a dagger for bro.
Why do you think it is CeeDee Lamb is fallen? Why is that?
I don't think it's fallen.
Nah.
I think.
But wasn't he going into this? Wasn't he the consensus one?
This is what
one. He was 1A, 1B. I mean, Ruggs' speed is out of this world.
But this is what it tells you, honestly. That people,
So you think it's just a pick
these guys
sort of thing? It's not that there's anything wrong with the kid or.
This is our sad bastard music for another wide receivers off the board. We got one more guy. Two more guys. Justin Jefferson, maybe. Or CeeDee Lamb.
What are you doing, bro?
Bumming me out.
What is going on?
Sad bastard violin music. Okay.
Yo, my man got Pizza Hut on the table.
It's sponsor season, man.
Yeah.
That's all placed there.
Yeah, man.
Really, all this tells you with these wide receivers kind of like playing out like this is that they all believe that they're going to be able to grab a wide receiver that can make an impact in the second. That's all that means to me.
Who's at Atlanta's pick? Yeah.
I'm kind of. I mean, Chason's on the board. Like they brought in Dante Fowler.
Need a wide out.
They brought in Dante Fowler. You know, you talk about edge pressure. They're trying to get a fastball. What's his name? They let the other defensive end go. They're one of their veterans, Beasley, go. I mean, CeeDee Lamb. I mean, he is the guy on everybody's mind. CeeDee Lamb is the guy on everyone's mind right now.
Dallas is taking McKinney if Atlanta doesn't take him here.
I'm gonna be honest. I'm nervous right now, dude.
Yep.
In terms of top tier, like there's Justin Jefferson still. You got Miami looking. Miami could go either tackle, maybe a safety, maybe or
that reverse
wide receiver.
Prime looks like he's playing COD right now. He ain't even watching the draft.
No, I am watching the draft.
Yeah, you guys ready for Twitter to erupt when we trade back?
Out of the first.
Depends on the value.
Oh man, I'm fucked up right now.
Keep that shit over there. Somebody needs to fucking X you out.
It would be nice to get one if we got CeeDee Lamb this late, not this super late, but I mean, like we're
without trading
right now. I don't think anyone's going to let us trade up either.
Yeah.
Yo, and the Vikings are also on the phone right now. They got 2 first-round picks, right?
Yeah.
You know the Vikings are on the horn right now.
Are you okay with Jefferson?
Am I all right?
No.
I don't want Jefferson. Not in the first round. Not at 21.
I don't, and I quote Evan. He said, "I don't want that."
I stand by that. I stand by that statement.
Matthew McFadden says, "Throw Russell and a third to move up."
So what do we pick? We pick number 53 in the second round, correct?
Yep.
Yeah.
So let's just say we trade back.
Caden Hahn on YouTube said we got real quiet real quick, dude. I think everybody's kind of on the edge of the seat right now. Wondering what's going to happen.
These next 5 picks, we're all going to be quiet.
Joel from Facebook, Joe Roberts says, "What's wrong with Jefferson, Evan?"
I'm not sold on the way I explained it earlier. It's not that I don't think he's going to be a good wide receiver. I think he's going to be a good wide receiver. The thing is, if 3 top wideouts go before him, I would rather grab a player that's 1 or 2 at his position rather than grab the 4th best wideout. That's my stance on Jefferson.
It's just the value. It's the positional value.
Yeah.
So you're saying he's not valuable, Rick?
Oh, don't put words in my mouth. No, honestly.
Man's is third in the SEC.
He had Joe Burrow throwing 60 touchdowns last year.
18.
Bird squawk.
Okay.
Bird
Joe
squawk
threw
on
60.
Bird.
Those were inflated
Bird squawk on
stats across the
YouTube.
board.
Hey, Mal
Bird
Davis
squawk
from the
on
chat says, "Put some respect on his name."
Yo, he's about
Big
to play.
Fish Little Boat says Jefferson is Nelly with hands.
I'm trying.
Go ahead, say a word, Ian, and someone will start talking.
Good linebacker. What?
ATL they took a cornerback. Maybe.
Oh, now I'm standing up.
Jeff
Now I'm
Gladney?
standing up.
Yeah, why? Because because of who's next? Trucks.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Would they take Trayvon
I know you can't
Diggs?
tell that I'm standing.
I agree. Cut me open.
Trayvon Diggs or Gladney?
If this is a quarterback, you got to play the.
It's a cornerback, dude. It's a cornerback. Well, we'll wait till the picks in, and then we will. Damn. Steve Alberto, I'm done with Howie after this season. We need a talent football guy. Steve is hot.
Yeah, I'm not tolerating Howie slander at the moment, man. We need the guy to focus on his work.
I
What do
consider
you think of Atlanta's new uniforms, by the way?
Alexis says Dallas is going to mess up our night.
Yep.
What do you think of?
We traded up for Dallas Goedert above them.
Yo, they look like high school uniforms.
What were you saying, Nate?
True.
I think so. I was saying, what do you guys think of the Falcons' new uniforms?
I dig
They
them.
look like the hood. They look
I like
the
the
hood
minimalism.
uniforms that me and my boys put together when we played street ball.
It looks like jerseys from like the Snoop Dogg League.
Yeah, they're modern. I like them.
AJ Terrell from Clemson.
Stop it. What?
Hilder has been whacked. It didn't happen. Let them, the Tigers, they snapped it. What happened?
Dallas is. If Dallas isn't going to be a thorn in our ass, I say CD is ours.
It's about to be McKinney, man.
Can't convince me that it didn't happen. Let them, the Tigers,
What if Jerry fell asleep? Since he's the only person who what if he fell asleep and they missed their pick?
Now would be the perfect time.
Yeah, that'd be great. That'd be great.
And that would be a perfect
you gotta
time for
quit.
a dancer to come and walk into the room or something.
Yeah. Oh
All
my
right.
God, we
So
missed an
you-
opportunity.
If you guys are thinking, if you
gotta
think of
go
Dallas,
with
right?
a blue label.
They can't afford to pay another wide receiver. Like they have Amari Cooper.
Yeah, it's true.
What's the other guy? Michael
Gallup.
Gallup. They need.
They just signed. They
They need
just
a safety.
signed.
McKinney is another
Was
guy.
it Cobb?
Paul Waddy on Facebook says Deshaun Jackson says Howie Roseman told him the Eagles are targeting a speedster in the 2020 draft. What's your thoughts on this?
I mean, yeah. You know, you're talking the future after Djax. You're talking about another guy who can rip up the seams.
Yeah.
Carol Baskin.
Stretch the field, but I think I think Rager could be a possibility, man.
At 21, you think?
How did Trey Wingo look? Trey Wingo looks like 30 years older than what I expected him.
I heard from a source about Trey Wingo that the reason his hair looks like that is because his color guy, he can't get to him right now with the quarantine.
The makeup people are furloughed right now.
Look at that old jerk off just sitting by himself.
Michael Gibbons says Cowboys are taking Carol Baskin.
He would draft someone like Carol Baskins, honestly.
I do appreciate ESPN's they're pointing out that since 1996. I do appreciate the fact that they're pointing that out.
Yeah. You mean that they're big losers, just so we make that clear to the rest of the audience? So you're trying to
yeah, big losers.
Yeah.
Robert with the best comment. Dallas should draft a kicker. I agree with you.
Blankenship is still on the board.
Great value here at 17.
Gail, who is the top kicker in the draft?
I don't do kickers.
Oh. Don't do kickers.
Get him out of here.
Enough for nothing. Look at the drip on Dion and Michael right there. You got to appreciate that.
Oh,
man.
Mike McCarthy asking Jerry Jones who we can have. So
hold on,
they used that picture from Mike McCarthy. Yeah,
we're bringing in our resident.
Mike McCarthy
looks like he's part of the Lollipop Guild.
Mike McCarthy.
Like he just sucked a balloon and he's going wah wah wah.
Oh no, man.
Mike McCarthy looks like he ate Chip Kelly.
I'm waiting to see who my brother thinks who they're gonna pick. He's watching, bro. Who they picking, bro?
He's like every other Dallas fan. He don't know.
Brad
from
Facebook says, I'm going to jump off the bridge out back.
What bridge is out back?
R.I.P.
Yeah, AJ could be right here with this pick. They lost Robert
Quinn
went to the Bears. We have a very smart chat, man. You guys are killing it. And Deanna said Jared Watkins is the pick.
Busting out the button. Damn.
Marcus Walker says Ruiz to Dallas. Which
yeah, that's interesting.
They did it, bro.
Did they do it?
Yeah, it's him.
Who, Cesar Ruiz?
Nah.
Lamb?
You took Lamb?
Are you serious?
I'm serious, man.
You fucking dick. Get him out of here.
Oh, he didn't?
Fuck it.
It has to be McKinney. It has to be McKinney.
They didn't say anything yet.
Did they?
They didn't say anything yet.
Did you serious?
Damn it. Yeah, they got him.
That's deflating, man.
Fuck.
Yo, somebody in the comments, man, had a good one. Pick is in. Jerry Jones selects Jason Garrett.
Fucking knew they were gonna fuck us. God, I hate him.
Oh, ugly rubber faced son of a bitch.
Hey, Riddick says he thinks it's McKinney.
Jerry Jones in the Oval Office right now? Jesus.
Yeah, that's because McKinney is the pick that they should make. They've been looking for a safety forever, man. Forever.
Yeah, that's the good. Jerry has Oklahoma ties too, dude.
I'd be shocked if this wasn't McKinney.
Is this official yet? I didn't see none.
No, it's not official yet.
We were
All right.
fooled already. We were. But the Kinlaw pick. Oh God.
How you doing over there? You
Yep,
look
there it is. Yo, bro,
real
I'm
angry black man over there.
so livid right now, son.
I told you.
This is utterly ridiculous. You want to, and when are we gonna lose it to the Dallas Cowboys?
It is
Of
CD
all
Lamb.
people?
It's CD Lamb.
Trade back.
100% CD Lamb.
Plan A.
Come on, man. Come on.
CD
really?
gone.
Plan A. Trade back. Get Rager.
This is ridiculous, bro. Like you couldn't get on the board. What were you doing, bro? You couldn't get on the board and do something, and then we let Andrew, the best receiver, fell all the way this low, and we let the Dallas Cowboys take him. Oh my God! I can't believe this, man. I can't believe this.
Yo, Gail, who are the top corners in the left?
Corners?
Now,
Trayvon Diggs.
You could go Gladney.
Two weapons at wide receiver.
Gladney and Trayvon Diggs, E-Rock.
Yo, just to let y'all know, go on Twitter. If you go to NFL updates, they know before it even shows up on TV. That's where I've been at, and they've been accurate every single time. NFL update, my sport update on Twitter. Unbelievable.
That hurts, man. That hurts. That he got that.
This hurts bad.
I fucking knew it. I knew it. I knew
Lori says, "Why, Howie?" And then
somebody spoke into existence earlier, man. I don't know who it was, but they did it. I can't remember who
stop
said
it. Stop that shit.
But they did it.
Somebody did though.
Hold on.
This is no different than what we expected, though. We expected all three of those guys to be gone before we got here.
Yeah, but to the Cowboys though, it's like a
I know.
they
I know.
stuck to it. It just went like this.
It's the Dallas Goddard effect.
This is them slapping back at us for trading up right above them to get Dallas Goddard.
Hey, Soko, you look very upset. How you feeling, man?
I'm gutted, dude. That one hurts.
Yeah.
Bro, that's been my guy for, I mean,
Look at Jones
since the
laughing
college
too,
football
you
season.
old bastard. Look at him laughing.
Like I said, man, I am absolutely gutted right now.
Yo, the chat speaks for itself, man. Oh, here we go. Not to the
Cannot
Cowboys.
believe how we didn't get this done, man. Yo, we have no choice to go after Jeff now. Jefferson, we have no choice. We have to make
Jefferson's
this
going
move.
off the board right here.
Yep.
He could
We
go
have
off
to
the
make
board.
this. He can. Miami at 18. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, but they could also go
Jacksonville
or tackle here.
Even at that, you got Vegas at 19 and you got Jaguars at 20. Jaguars
There's no way,
at
Lawson.
9. They're probably looking for a receiver at 20.
Yeah, there's no way Vegas goes Ruggs and then Jefferson.
Yo, the chat is very angry.
Yo, yeah, cancel the NFL season, right, bro? Yup.
Shout out to my
Until
guy
next year,
Andrew. Shout out to my guy Andrew.
I am not happy right now, son. You caught me off guard. My face. I didn't even know you was gonna put me on the. You saw my original
That's
expression.
what I saw people deflated in the chat. That's why I'm gonna bring my other mans on here.
All right, that's cool, man. I just
Hold on. Yo, how you feeling over there? How you feeling over there?
Me?
You all right?
I'm losing my mind.
You good?
I don't know if I would say good. I honestly was sitting here doing my live video with my group, and I was talking about, it's going to probably be Dallas, and I was talking about, you guys got to join over 4th and John. We're having some great conversation. And damn you, Dallas, you did it. You did it. Oh, but hey, Jalen Rieger's still there. we talked about. Wouldn't mind Justin Jefferson. I'm okay with this. And, you know, the linebackers we talked about, Xavier McKinney we talked about. There's still some great names, so don't be upset about this. I'm trying to be positive.
This is my thing. Who does Lamb remind you of NFL-wise and how he plays?
Hopkins.
Exactly. So if you knew you wasn't going to go and do this and move up, why the hell would you take Hopkins at a cheaper price and we still would have had draft picks? What was he thinking? I'm so livid.
There's no doubt in my mind, though. Howie was on the
sense.
phone.
He might have
He wasn't
tried.
not
It
on the
makes no
phone.
sense.
Exactly.
Hey, the chat has told you to relax.
I'm tight right now, man. I'm
John
so tight
AF on
because
Facebook says, "Grease the poles. We're about to shit on Broad Street."
Than John.
And then we have a resident cowboy hater in here. CD.
I know you
Makes
telling me to
me
relax,
throw up.
man, but it just didn't make any sense. This whole move that just happened just now. You
Atlanta was
had
relaxed.
Hopkins on the table.
There's a
You
point
didn't
where
go
you got to
for
get
them.
aggressive. You know, you got to get aggressive. And I think you didn't have to get that far up. But again, it's a deep class. There are wide receivers. Maybe they do have their eye on Justin Jefferson, who's eager.
They said from the beginning if Jefferson was there at 21, they're taking him. I just don't think he's there.
Hey,
Miami's.
I'm not
Is
gonna
anybody else's audio?
Jaguars.
Yeah, whoever said it just now said that just now, but I heard what you say, and I don't want to agree with you, but to get so close and to feel like you just got robbed, that's the thing that kills me. Like there was so much promise. Everything
close.
fell the way that it needed to fall, and we just did not make the proper moves to get where we need to get.
Matthew Hefner says Jefferson or bust from YouTube.
Yep.
Paul Wadey says, "How
He's
can
correct.
Paul says, "How can we fucking relax when we have a guy that doesn't know what he was doing?"
I wouldn't say he doesn't know what he's doing.
Yeah, I
but
wouldn't
at
say
the same
that either,
time,
but
like,
I'm
5
just mad
picks.
right now. I'm just mad right now. I really am, man, because it just didn't. It just.
Like you
Yeah,
got to
I'm
move
repeating
5
myself.
picks.
Whoever
Like
said that.
you got to go to Atlanta at that point. You have to call Atlanta and say, "Hey, what do you want?" You knew Dallas. He's a Texas native. As soon as he got to Dallas, we knew what the pick was going to be.
Yeah, we stuck it when we took Goddard last year, and now look what they did to us this year.
Yep.
Damn.
This one hurts though. Bad.
I hope he's a bust.
Yeah. No, it's just like when you get that when you get them that close, that's when I'm like,
Yeah, the move did have to happen with Atlanta, though, because Dallas was never going to move for us, no matter what we offered.
Oh, the Steelers just traded up. Oh, that was last week.
Nah, that's an old.
Sorry.
Shoot, I'm with her now. Trade back, get some value.
Oh, the Dolphins take O lineman Austin Jackson.
yeah, that's what the guys I was saying, Austin Jackson or someone's mic. Hey, E, you got your headphone? I think it's your mic.
I like how Roger just slipped into his Roger sweater.
Was he wearing something
You guys,
different?
Mr. Roger sweater. You just saw it. He had a suit on earlier, I thought.
I'm surprised he went before Josh Jones though.
Jones.
All right. Hey, on a scale of 1 to 10, everybody here and in the comments, how you feeling? Getting watched.
I feel like this is exactly what I was expecting to happen. I wasn't expecting any 3 of those wide receivers to fall to me. So, like, it was exciting that they got that close. However, like, this is what I was expecting to happen.
Okay.
I was expecting that he was going to move up. I thought that once he got past 10, that he's going to say, you know what, I have to make a move with San Fran. And we had 2 chances with San Fran. We were already talking to San Fran on the phone earlier today, and we got nothing done. Now we might not even get the chance to get the 4th best wide receiver in the draft. That's how I feel. I'm just quietly praying that we could at least get Jefferson.
AJ says she's feeling numb, but a little defeated. East Base looks like the time they picked Derek Barnett in 2017.
Yeah, I agree with Evan in the fact that, like, look, we weren't expecting to get any of those 3 big receivers. The real kick in the nuts here is that one of the guys the top guy the guy went to Dallas.
Hey, we got some positivity here.
I got some positivity for you. Just think about, let's envision the first time that Rodney McLeod just pops CeeDee Lamb over the middle. How good is that going to feel? It's going to be nice. That's positivity.
It'd be dope if McLeod could make a tackle.
Tough crowd.
If McLeod's popping him, that means he just broke one off for a little bit.
Big Pitch Little Boat says, I'm pissed. Lamb was there to make a move. You fucking do it. You don't get cute.
Well,
exactly.
Let's see who they pick. We're up in a little bit. Let's see who they pick. Maybe we feel a little better after this.
Joey just says, just losing him to Dallas. Yeah, I think that's
a real kicker.
Let's focus on positive energy right now. We got 2 more picks before us, and if Jefferson is on the board, it's a lock.
We got some positivity here.
Allison. Let me refocus my energy. And let's get back focused right now.
Allison Cawley with some positivity. Dallas still isn't going to win the NFC East.
I mean, no, that they're not, but same time they still got my guy.
Here's a little bit of positivity. The franchise quarterback still isn't signed to a long-term deal.
Yeah.
Yep, they have money problems.
Parties. Illegal parties.
That was like breaking up with your girl for giving you COVID.
What? Damn.
You're just trying to use topical items right now.
Ew, damn.
Right.
We have collective woosahs in the chat. The chat has spoken. It's a woosah moment. I think everyone.
You know what?
Right?
I keep forgetting John Gruden is on the clock, and this dude is like Al Davis Part 2.0. Like he would.
I think Prime is in the protective witness program right now.
Man, fuck your protective witness program shit.
Attitude.
Until Prime's in a good mood.
Terrible. Get him out of here.
Kicked him.
Get him out of here.
I told you, Jefferson. Go ahead, kick me out again. Fuck it.
Yeah.
I'm not. You know, I mean, there's still talent on the board. It's not like
no. They took cornerback Damien, whatever from Ohio State. Okay, we have a chance.
Yo, Arnett went.
Arnett?
Yep.
From Ohio State.
Yep.
That's a little early, no?
There you go.
Yes, it is.
We were just talking about that earlier. The Raiders going to host the draft next year.
Damon Arnett. No way.
Steve makes some sense. Best player available.
There you go. Told y'all. All right.
Andrew with the woosah from Facebook.
One more.
Yep, Damon Arnett.
Wow. One more. Come on, people. Everybody in the chat, man. Throw them prayers up. Throw them prayers up like this.
Nope. Jacksonville
Philly Eagles
Jefferson
52
right
says, remember when we got Macklin and the Giants got Hakeem Nicks? We turned out to be right.
It's got a point.
He has a point. But right now,
yep.
Gotta think Minnesota's talking to Jacksonville right now.
One more pick.
Cut me open, I bleed green is asking for a linebacker. Kenneth Murray.
I've said before, if we don't go wide receiver, we go linebacker in the first round.
I would agree if Jefferson is not. I would agree. I don't want to say yeah. Yeah,
First
thank you.
time
Please
since
throw some
79.
prayers up in the chat right now. We're one away. One away.
Caden Hahn, he said, if we don't pick up Jefferson, I'm taking 10 shots. Fuck it. I'm already talking 10 shots. Fuck the Cowboys.
Please. Jacksonville. They have a lot of hope.
Hey, little baby Prime.
Says he says he wants a Jefferson jersey.
Yeah. Hope he's right.
Right.
Refreshing my phone like crazy right now. Waiting.
Don't spoil it. Don't spoil it. When our pick's in, don't say it until it's announced.
What happened here?
What you said? Say that again.
I said when our pick's in, don't spoil it. Don't spoil it.
Oh yeah,
definitely. I'm not even gonna look at the chat. I just want it to be the reaction, you know.
Yeah.
Definitely. I won't say nothing.
Yeah. You like that? Yeah.
Wow.
Is that John's son? Son look like gonna be a goddamn linebacker.
Right?
Prayer signs in the chat, people. We need that positive energy right now. We can get away with making this mistake of not trading up. One pick away.
Caden Hahn, this is a question for you, Gail. Who do you want if it's not Jefferson? Like if it's not a wide receiver, if it's not Jefferson, who are you looking at for the Eagles at 21?
I'd be okay with Rager. I'd be okay with Kenneth Murray.
A lot of people are saying Queen. A lot of people are saying Queen in the chat.
Patrick Queen, but I just Queen or Murray would be. Yeah, I mean, you look at our linebacker depth and who we have at linebacker. I mean, he would come in and start right away and be like a force. Rager gives you that versatility, man. He's your starting punt returner. Just him and Djax on the field at the same time would be super scary.
Mm-hmm.
Shit,
Give me a surprise pick. Give me somebody that we wouldn't expect them to take. Like we're talking linebackers. Obviously, we're talking wide receivers.
Mims or T. Higgins would be. Mr. I hate Philadelphia. That was kind of weird. That was weird.
It was such a weird comment. The people seem scary. What kind of guys he seem like saying that?
As a little bitch assness.
Yeah, a little bitch assness.
I can't tolerate. Yeah, ask Nelly how the bitch assness went in Philadelphia. How that went over.
It doesn't really fly.
I was scared.
No, it don't.
It was kind of scary. Fuck out of here.
These people had.
If it was Mims, I would. If Mims was in the chat, I would kick him out right now.
Okay.
Dasher.
They took LSU DE.
Chase on.
And can't even say his name right now. We're on the clock, boys.
Chase on. Are we? Oh shit, dude. Hey, everybody.
Let's go.
Nobody give away the pick here on the next one. Okay.
I'm gonna close the chat. I'm gonna close the chat.
We're on the clock.
I'm gonna close the chat. Nobody spoil it. Gail, birds are on the clock. Who's the pick?
Prayers.
I just think
Jet.
Okay.
Oh, Jefferson's still on the board. That's it.
Asshole. I said
that's what I'm saying.
Hey. Get him
Get him back in for the pick, man.
That's dirty.
Jefferson. And when we pick Jefferson, that's 2 slaps for you, Gail. One for the shit that you pulling and for the pick.
We could salvage our draft right now.
Eagles Twitter is melting. I bet it is. I'm glad I'm in here and there. Glad I'm in here and not out there. I bet you them streets look rough.
Hey, John, the chat is talking. They said, "Shh, take the brother off, Gail, please." So don't give away the pick.
I'm not saying anything, bro.
No facial reaction.
Yeah, no nothing. No nothing.
No nothing. I got you.
No nothing.
I mean, like
you better look like a statue over there, man.
Yeah. Matter of fact, don't even touch your phone, bro.
I mean, I didn't realize Justin Jefferson was on the board. Yeah, so I mean, Justin
Yo,
Jefferson.
I'm not even gonna look at my phone with your facts. I'm just gonna put
Justin-
it down because
The two videos that I've done this week are Jefferson and Rager for a reason.
Why can't I kick him off, man?
Is anybody keeping a tally on how many times Prime has been kicked?
I hope I break the
I
fucking
think like
record.
9.
That's at least a dozen. Yeah. Oh man.
21
I'm not even gonna
kicks
Look at the
for-
chat.
for
Oh god, I'm so nervous.
No, I mean, it makes sense. I mean, Jefferson. If Jefferson's on the board, you give Carson Wentz
Lame.
a solid talent, in the slot.
I want to throw up right now.
Why, you nervous?
Heck yeah, I'm nervous. Watch this. How he's gonna pull like a stinking Marcus Smith or something?
Yo, Prime's about to start. Prime's about to start breastfeeding over there.
We're gonna. Wow. Yo, why does Trey Wingo look like he looks like Jimmy Carter and shit?
You're really caught up
Yo,
on that.
Yeah, you're caught up on the way Trey. Why you so obsessed with the
You
way
think that Trey Wingo looked pretty good in previous years? Like, what are you trying to say?
No, I see.
He lost his luster, or
I met him a couple of years ago, but I'm like, dude, that he
slight
looks
name
like
drop. Okay.
75, man.
Stay off the phone. Stay off.
you see
the
me?
Phone.
Yeah,
Oh, he's eyeing it. He's gonna try and tell us some Morse code.
Oh, there we go.
About it.
God, Gail's got a trigger finger, man.
I'm off the phone.
Okay, we good. We Gucci right
Levon.
now.
We are on the clock.
Okay.
Yo,
Here it is, fellas.
Yo, how about Yannick Ngakoue is probably texting Clayvon Chason. It's like, yo, bro, it is terrible. Don't go to Jacksonville.
Hold out.
Matthew Hefner, I really want Jefferson. After that, Rieger, Ayuk, Duvernay, KJ Hamler, all solid picks. I take Ayuk and Duvernay, 3rd round. Ayuk 2nd round, hopefully. KJ, I mean, 2nd round. Ayuk top of the 2nd if you like, explosive. I think Jefferson. I mean, if you could double dip and get any of these two of the 5 that you mentioned, the double dip is still in effect. You know what I mean? But I think
I guarantee you I guarantee you my phones are gonna die as soon as the Eagles pick is in. I guarantee you.
I'm so itching to look at my
I'm
phone.
scraping.
I'm so itching to look at my phone, but I'm not gonna do it.
Don't do it.
I'm so itching to look at my phone.
AJ said I got a message for you too.
Phone is not in my hand, people. I'm not saying anything.
Gail, the minute John picks up that phone, you kick him off.
So the consensus, just so we're clear, is either linebacker or wide receiver, right? That's what's going to happen here. Anything else would be shocking.
I mean, if you're thinking in terms of like filling 2 solid needs, I mean, you'd get, the wide receiver depth is so strong that a 2nd round receiver is going to be talented, and then you lock up the linebacker position with like.
Gotta get this pick in first.
East phone died, didn't it?
Oh, that sucks.
I guess my
your
question
phone
is,
died.
why is it taking so long to make this pick?
It's almost pick. It's almost pick time, Bob. It's almost pick time.
Oh, say a prayer, gentlemen.
Wait, I thought y'all said I was going to lock the chat.
2 minutes.
Just change to the private chat.
I can't.
Yeah.
You can kick me off, but you can't control the chat.
Pick is in.
I hope you're having fun.
Yo, the pick is in. The pick is in, bro. Pick is in.
Oh boy.
Let's go.
Yo, I'm.
Some jeans,
Hey,
bro.
Howie, give him a call.
We know our wide receiver depth was terrible.
You see it, right? Oh my God.
Yeah.
Doug looks pleased.
That's hideous, isn't it?
Yeah.
Christ, look at those numbers.
Greg
Why
Gordon
take
was
it so
the
long?
only guy. The last 4 games, he was the only guy, aside from Mertz.
John tripping.
They take it so long. Like, yo, come on, hurry up.
Howie's calling Justin right now, man. Justin, how do you feel about being a Philadelphia Eagle? Yeah, fuck that CD Lamb guy.
He's on the phone. Justin Jefferson is on the phone right now.
It's gonna be Queen.
Can you guys hear me okay?
There it is. What I tell you, boy. What I tell you.
And this pick
Oh my
has been
God.
this pick has been penciled in. Like Matt Miller had mentioned, he's like, if it was one pick, he said Justin Jefferson. I'm putting that in. Like he's heard so much about Justin Jefferson and the Eagles that it's been like.
Rumor has it. You guys, I'm pretty sure you guys already heard about CD Lamb's ankle injury.
Yeah. We lost E.
Hey, where'd he go?
This motherfucker. His phone died already?
Come on.
Yep.
Announce the freaking pick.
Would have been a bad trip. Your phone
There
died?
he is. Hey, you all right?
You get the phone on the charger?
What's the pick?
Yeah, I got to have it on the charger. Are you guys hearing an echo or feedback from me?
No, you're good. Justin Jefferson, bro.
Okay, I can breathe a little easier.
Did they say it yet?
Is it official?
Nah, it's me.
Not
I'm just
official
saying.
yet.
Speculating.
Yeah, everyone don't breathe. Don't say nothing.
Right.
Take my word for
I'm
it.
taking the headphones out.
Cue up the song.
Are we dancing for can we collectively dance the timeline, the chat?
I can only do a head bop. Little man's knocked out.
Little man better wake up. Or both of y'all getting axed.
Yeah,
You cold blooded right now, player. I had to say it, man.
Spicy, right? Spicy.
Keyboard warrior over there, bro.
Spicy.
Let's go.
Selection is in.
Come on. Here it is. Here it is.
They're playing with us right now.
Save it. Wow.
Wow, they went with Rager.
Wow.
Here's what they say. What's happening?
What's with the sad faces? What did I say about Justin Jefferson? We got Rager.
Hilder has been whacked.
John, how do you feel, John?
18 touchdowns.
What's happening? Terrible.
Why are we not horn frogged up right now, boys?
I don't know, bro. I think I wanted Jefferson.
You know what? Philadelphians wanted Ricky Williams too. That's what I gotta say. Welcome to Philadelphia, Jalen Rager.
Wow, I
You
feel
are
like-
welcomed.
Did I not just mention Jalen Rager?
Yeah.
You can actually go
So hang
check
up on
the tweet
yourself.
earlier, Gail. You can go check the tweet earlier. I think I beat you by a little bit.
Hey, bitch ass, listen up here, pal. But I said, Justin Jefferson, Jalen Rager. There's a reason why I did those videos, because I thought those two are the guys that are in range. Here we go. We got our vertical guy. We got our starting punt returner. We're talking about a guy who can take a handoff to the house. He can take a screen to the house. The way he tackles the football in the air is special. This guy,
and this is a guy you were talking about. Like they're going to use him in like the way Kansas City.
Tyreek Hill style.
Yeah.
Like
we got good value at this pick right here.
We didn't move up.
What is that?
We didn't have to move up. And
there we go.
What is that?
This was like 1A, 1B, in my personal opinion.
But I think if you look at it in terms of explosiveness and what I've been talking about all tonight in terms of what the offense was lacking this season, that's why he makes sense. Again, his father, he was an intern with the Eagles, worked closely with Howie Roseman. His father played with the Eagles. The wide receiver coach, like Chris Malley was saying earlier in the video, that his was FaceTiming with Rager a lot. So collectively, I think if you connect the dots, it makes sense. There's a reason why I've been focusing on him.
Teams had him going in the second round. So I hope this is not a reach.
Steve on Facebook says we just reached for a wide receiver. Do you think it's a reach at that pick?
I mean, to some people, but we've been talking about Jalen Reagor and if the Eagles feel comfortable with him, they must really like him. I put this tweet up about him earlier today. He's got some freaky numbers. Not only is he he's fast, right? But he's got like some freaky traits.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
They're killing Twitter right now.
Yeah.
They're killing it right now.
Big Meech on YouTube says Aguilar 2.0.
How?
What do you think about that?
How? They're not even like the same player, dude. I mean, he's had some focus drop.
One actually catches the ball.
I mean, he's had some focus drop. I've said it numerous times. If you go back and look at his quarterback play over the last 3 years, you ask like 80% of Eagle fans, who was his quarterback? The upgrade at the quarterback from what he played with going to Carson Wentz is going to be amazing. I mean, what scared some people of his play last season, he just, some of his numbers were down, but the quarterback
his catchable pass rate was 47% last season. 47% of the passes that were thrown his way were catchable.
Yeah,
that's how bad his quarterback was.
Yeah. It's just funny that it's just funny how people are like super.
Why is it? Why? Wait, I'm just still like mind boggled on why is it John speaking now?
Think about it.
I don't got nothing to say, man.
Cox 10 says thinking about it, Reagor does fit the system. Big Meat says dude literally looks like Aguilar.
Why is everyone going with the Aguilar comparison?
Are you talking about skin tone?
I wasn't saying that. Yo, don't put words in my mouth.
No, not you. The guy in the chat. Because someone told me literally, he's like, I need a receiver that's dark skinned. I got that on Twitter.
Can you do me a favor? Can you bring up the stats? His combine, like, can we talk a little bit more about statistically how he did in the combines and things like that?
We ain't got nothing else to talk about. Sure, why not?
Oh, hold on, I got it. Hold on.
You know what I'm saying? So we could talk about his attributes and at least know what we're getting.
Yeah.
At least know what we're getting.
Hey, I'm with John. Convince me.
Hey, yo! First of all, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna send a link to the Jalen Reagor video I did on him. It's 20 minutes of pure hot fire.
What was
I
his 40?
I was more convinced with Justin Jefferson's video.
Well, that sucks, Prime, because you got Reagor.
You and your whack ass mic.
All right. Hey, I just threw up in the chat. I just threw up in the chat a video link of the video that I did on Jalen Reagor.
I never seen so many F bombs in the chat, bro. they are word.
Yeah, I mean that's the thing about it is like there's a reason why I mentioned to him, and the reason I did a video on
Vikings are going to take Jefferson.
Yeah, or Mims or Jefferson. Yeah. or if they're looking at safety, they lost a lot of defensive pieces.
They definitely got to take
Matthew
Jefferson. That's the
Heffner on
obvious
YouTube
pick.
just put up some of the stats. His 40 time was a 4.47, bench press 17 reps, vertical 42-inch, broad jump was 138.
Did you? What was it? 40 time or
4.47?
Oh my God! You have to keep in mind that's his best time. So what was his average time?
That is not his best time, bro. We're gonna remove you from the chat.
Marcus Walker on YouTube said pro day he ran a 4.28.
Dude, I'm looking
Okay,
for
now you're talking.
All right.
Our boy, the Reese's guy on YouTube said, I'm saving all the negative Jalen Rager, negative tweets for when he becomes a solid wide receiver for us.
Thank you. Thank you for keeping the receipts. You guys going to be eating crow.
Now
Hold on. Let me make something very clear.
Now we want to backtrack.
No. All I said,
because there was a bunch of pouty faces.
All I said was convince me. That's all I said.
How about the season starts? Then I'll convince you.
How many times have I been in your DMs when we talked about like the first draft player that I'll throw in your
They just
DM?
selected him.
Justin Jefferson or Mims?
Justin Jefferson, Minnesota.
That's a good pickup for them.
Absolutely. He was not supposed to be
Justin
there.
Jefferson was still on the board?
Jefferson's pick.
I was kidding.
Now, in terms of like, you're looking at Justin Jefferson and Jalen Reagor, right? They're two different type of wide receivers. One is a steady Eddie slot receiver who's, he's not a burner. Jalen Reagor represents something that's missing from the offense.
Something that can replace Deshaun Jackson after he leaves.
I mean, how many times have we talked about the explosiveness? Look, we were the 5th worst yak team last year. Our receivers could not get yak. Jalen Reagor, yak guy, explosive, take the top off the defense, learn from D-Jacks. You're talking about stretching the fucking field, getting Ertz and Goddard open in the middle of the field. Hey, Justin Jefferson, he's a dominant slot.
All right.
He's not.
Was it a lot? Weren't a lot of people comparing Justin Jefferson to Jordan Matthews too?
No, I mean, dummies. Yeah, he's not Jordan Matthews. Did Jordan Matthews go in the first round?
Justin Jefferson looks like the Markelle Fultz of NFL.
Justin Jefferson is a crafty dude. He can get open. He's a quarterback's best friend. He'll dominate in the slot. I thought he was a good option as well. I came to terms with it after watching a lot of his tape. I was like, all right, yeah, I can see where he could be successful with Carson Wentz moving forward.
Shut it down 413 says that he hopes he brings what Debo brought to San Francisco.
Exactly. You know who he models his game after? Tyreek Hill and Debo Samuel. That's the two names he mentioned at his combine interview. Believe me, like I wouldn't throw players in. When I threw Dallas Goedert in the chat, I was like, this is the guy. When I throw Jalen Reagor in the chat, or do a video, that means he's a guy. He's a potential guy. I mean, and I'm okay with that.
Well, Gail, you kind of for the last 2 years you nailed the pick, man. You told us it was going to be Goddard when he was picked, and
2014, 13. Who when you asked me who we were picking, Fletcher Cox. I told you Fletcher Cox, right?
Yeah.
Now, fucking Eagle, can I get a job? Can I get a job, Eagles? Are you guys? Everyone seems a little bit more relaxed now.
No, I'm good.
I've been good.
I'm looking. I'm just intaking the information that is being given to me, and
they're saying Jalen Reagor.
What was his real 40 again? What was his real 40 again?
Yo, first of all, can we just address the chat right now? Because on all platforms of social media, there's a lot of short guy hate going on right now, and I don't appreciate it.
Yeah, they're talking like the number one wide receiver wasn't Henry Ruggs, man. Wasn't he like 5'9"?
Same thing, 5'10", I think. Yeah.
Big Beach says Look at Big.
Don't matter if you got speed. You got speed.
Big Meat's bringing the positivity.
I mean, it really doesn't matter to me because Wentz is accurate. You see that when he throws to Jackson, so we don't have that problem. We don't need.
And look, I'm gonna be honest. When
6'3" or something like that.
I'm gonna be honest. When Deshaun came into the league, I said the same thing. You got to convince me, and he did. So that's all.
Deshaun Jackson is 5'10". I don't see anyone here being strong in here.
And not for nothing, this Eagles offense. I mean, it's kind of plagued them in a way. Granted, 2017 worked out. Torrey Smith was supposed to be that outside burner guy. I mean, did it live up to everything we thought it would be? Nope.
No.
Did it bring us a Super Bowl championship? Yes. They brought in Mike Wallace to be that outside veteran burner guy. Did that work out? Nope. Deshaun Jackson was brought in to be that veteran wide. You know, it's always seems like that outside burner, that deep threat, that speedster has always been that missing piece to the offense. You know what I mean? So, you know, drafting this guy, you don't got to worry about, you know, the aging veterans. You don't got to worry about, you know, unless, correct me if I'm wrong, is there an injury history there, Gail?
With Jalen Reagor?
Yeah.
I don't believe so. No.
No. So you don't worry about the age. You don't worry about injury history. All you're worried about is bringing an element to the offense that the Eagles have consistently over the last 3 years tried to pick someone up to play that role and have been unsuccessful in doing so. Again, albeit in 2017, everything kind of came together, but with Torrey Smith, but it wasn't everything that we were hoping Torrey was going to bring. So now they draft this kid. He's going to grow Carson Wentz. Again, I said it on the Gambler broadcast on the 4th and Jawn draft preview that you know, they need, for the first time, we've been hearing Carson Wentz's age, 27. Previously didn't even know the guy's age, 27. I heard that for the first time, 27. Put that in conjunction with Howie Roseman talking about a 3-year window. Carson Wentz needed his guys, you know. He needed his receivers. He needed receivers with no connections to Nick Foles or no loyalty to Nick Foles. This checks a lot of the boxes, man. This checks a lot of the boxes. Outside burner, deep threat, vertical threat, somebody that can grow with Carson Wentz, somebody that's going to get along with Carson Wentz, you know.
Starting to feel a little better right
They just got to nail this pick. This has got to be the guy.
Starting to feel a little better.
Yeah.
I was watching his highlights. And you know who he reminds me of a little bit? He reminds me of what's the name that used to play in where was it again? Carolina. Short guy, 5'9". Remember you start
Steve Smith?
Steve Smith.
And that's a comparison people have said, Steve Smith.
Yeah, I can get with that.
Jimmy, our writer below, that was his comparison to let me bring him in. What's that Reagor guy? Didn't you compare him to Steve Smith? Reagor?
Correct. In that video, Chris is actually the one who said it, and that's literally what I was going to say myself. It's a perfect comparison. You know, you'll hear Tyreek Hill, but he's got the toughness. Obviously, I was losing my mind when we picked him because that's someone you and I talked about. You said about doing a video, and you said, what wide receiver do we want to talk about first? And Chris and I, and, you know, that's the guy we wanted to go with. So wouldn't that be, man? Go figure. So I'm pumped. Prime, I heard you needed sold on it. Dude, this guy is phenomenal. He can high point the ball. Watch him actually run his routes. Watch his hips. He's clean, man. He's fluid in his movements. This kid is really, really good. And he's not necessarily just your Z kind of receiver. We're going to use him on end rounds. He's going to return the ball. He is going to be used all over the place. And if Jeffrey stays and Djax is healthy, you know, he's not necessarily coming in to have to be the number one. You got Arcega-Whiteside, hopefully, with some coaching. He does a lot better. Greg Ward. So I love the pick. You guys, I mean, we talked about this before the draft. If we didn't get Lamb, this is who I wanted. So I'm pumped.
We got depth in the speed receiver position, man. I'm just looking. We could stretch both sides of the field. It's not just about stretch the field. We can stretch both sides of the field. That's what's essential right there. We need
Now that
Hardman.
Now that I think about it too, I remember Steve Smith talking about Reagor the other day as well.
Yeah, it's just funny. I'm okay with it. I only picked a couple guys to do videos on for a reason, and I I just like his game, dude. Like I just think everything that if you look at everything that was missing from our offense, he represents that. Look, talk about Nelson Aguilar taking a handoff from a jet sweep. Terrible. You talk about this guy taking a jet sweep. This guy takes jet sweep to the house. He's a natural. He's a natural athlete, explosive. The thing I was talking about, like Bruce Feldman from he does like this freaks list every year of like the most freakiest athletes in college. Like if they have like these like athletic traits, the dude squats 620 pounds, a 380-pound bench, and a 380-pound clean.
That sounds like DK Metcalf, man.
I mean, those numbers right
Steve
there,
Smith, man.
Those are like explosive numbers.
Yeah, that's super strength.
I'm gonna go to his. Hold on.
My dude, Evil Rubber Ducky from YouTube says, "Hey, you rock. You still get to see Lamb twice a year, bro." Oh shit. Is everybody? Are we not? I feel like prior to this draft, if you were to tell us that we selected who we selected at 21, we would have been fine with it. You know what I mean? But the fact that are we a little hesitant to express that jubilance, to express that satisfaction with the pick just because CeeDee Lamb was at 17?
I think that fucked up everyone mentally. It's not that if the Cowboys, if the Vikings that got him, it would have been like, all right, the Vikings got him. The Cowboys got him. That's why people are.
So can't say.
But the thing about Jalen Reagor, I was hoping that we could move back 2 spots or like grab some other picks to get him. Problem is like it's hard to move back because like at this range of the draft, from here to the top of the second, they're all kind of like rated the same. Now you just got to pick somebody that makes sense for you.
Yeah.
Who did the Saints pick?
I don't even know, man, because I'm just looking at Twitter right now, and I will say as an Eagle fan that we got to stop killing our own teammates right now. Like he's part of our family now. So
he is now, exactly.
And I'm watching Carson Wentz's Twitter, and he said, "Let's go, bro. Welcome to Philly. Big things coming." And if you see the comments under it, they are not good. So one person was like, "Oh, if you ask for a trade, I want."
We got some negative Nancy's in the city limits.
Those are the receipts you need to hold on to.
But the funny thing is, like, how many people were making comments who actually like broke his game down?
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
True.
You don't know.
Here's what everybody does. Everybody does.
I've been
the way I look at it,
sitting here quarantined watching Jalen Reagor for the last 2 damn months, like every single game. I mean,
yeah, I agree with you, Gail, that I wanted to like my original plan was move back to get Reagor, but like. If the Eagles, to me, what this is saying is that the Eagles value him so high, they think he's going to be the guy so much that they didn't want to take the chance to move back.
If you all right, say you miss on Reagor, right?
Yeah.
If you move down the line of wide receivers that are available next, right? You have Brandon Ayuk, who just got done with muscle core surgery. I don't know if the route tree was where they wanted. I don't know.
And he was a Pac-12 receiver. That I want to stay the hell away from that.
Yeah, I don't care about that. But I mean, he's Deshaun the Pac-12 guy. But Laviska Shenault also had core muscle surgery.
Yeah, I wasn't big on him either.
He had the toe surgery and shoulder surgery. And then if you go to KJ Hamler, not as consistent at the catch point, smaller frame. You talk about everyone's talking about KJ Hamler. KJ Hamler is 5'9", 175 pounds.
Yeah, we don't need another shorter than Reagor.
And he's
Rager's got like 30 pounds on him.
Yeah, and he's not a hands catcher. Jalen Reagor's 5'10", 205. Right? But the thing is, they said about Jalen Reagor's 40 time, he came in about 10 pounds heavier for the draft, or for the combine. Then he ran his 40 time at his pro day, and he ran like a 4.225, 4.28, and they were different.
4.28 something.
I mean,
wild like
this dude is he's a track star. This guy, he could have went to Oklahoma. He flipped from Oklahoma and went to TCU. I think it worked out better for him because he was the man at
he didn't have good quarterback play though at TCU.
No, not at all. Not at all. Like go.
Dugan was horrible.
Horrible. Out of all the top wide receivers that are going in the first, second round rated, Jalen Reagor had the worst quarterback play
by far.
It was bad. The balls that were thrown to him were the most inaccurate passes out of the top prospect.
Yeah, he was like fourth worst, like 37% on target passes. It was atrocious, dude. Before that, he had 2,000-yard quarterbacks, and then he goes to this Dugan kid. It was horrible.
Right. So essentially, what the mentality is.
First center off the board, by the way, people.
Who?
Cesar Ruiz going to where's he
center?
going to? To New Orleans.
Okay. You even have a Cowboy fan even.
Yo, you see that CMD, baby.
He said did not get a lot of attention because of bad QB play. He had a bad QB.
Exactly.
You know, and then Jalen Reagor's high school coach was John Kitna. John Kitna had mentioned that in 10th grade, he said Jalen Reagor could have ran routes against the Cowboys. Like he said he was that good, and he saw that he was that good earlier on in age.
Did you talk about his dad?
No, John Kitna was his.
No, I was saying, did you talk about his dad yet?
Oh yeah. I mean, they've had the inside track on Reagor forever, dude. His dad worked with the Eagles.
He used to play for the Eagles, Monte Reagor. You know, the kid has been good for a long time. Like you just said, people have been watching him since he was a kid. And if he would have went to Oklahoma, I think we'd be talking about this kid in the same conversation with Ruggs, Judy, and Lamb.
So just got picked up from Camden.
Made me happy.
Saints.
Ruiz. I think they just announced that Dak Prescott lost somebody else in his family just now.
He pulled over and had somebody on the side of the road on the highway, and somebody hit him and fled the scene and killed him.
Wow.
Stay inside.
My heart goes out for his family.
Bro, let me call you back.
Hey, if I put a invite, if you guys want to jump on, here's the invite. We have a couple spots open underneath in the waiting room if you want to jump on and voice your opinion on Reagor. If it's negative, it's negative. If it's positive, it's positive. We'll take any of your comments at the moment.
Yeah, I will say this. Got an itchy trigger finger though.
I will say this. After watching that video, I like the fact that he's not frail. He doesn't look frail. He's solid for his, know what I'm saying? He's a solid, short little brick.
Yo, Dak's brother committed suicide.
You didn't hear what I just said. You didn't hear me. I said he just lost somebody today.
Oh shit!
He just announced it on Twitter.
That's awful.
Shit, dude.
That's terrible, man.
Condolences. Holy,
that's fucked up.
I mean, football was one thing, but
yeah.
Sorry,
that's a different thing, man. That's depressing.
But
Jimmy Torres on Facebook says Z-Rock's not happy. Dude, I'm okay. I'm a little disheartened for the CeeDee Lamb thing, but I'm okay with the pick. I mean, Gail's been off air. Gail's been talking this kid up nonstop. That's all he's been talking about. So he's kind of clued me into he's going to be the pick, and I'm okay with it. I'm okay. I think it's a scheme fit. I think it's a guy they can match up with Wentz and they can grow together. I think it's a guy that's going to be here long term and a missing piece to the offense. So I'm okay. I'm okay with it. I'm okay with it.
San Francisco just traded back in.
What's happened?
San Francisco just traded back in with the Vikings at 25, so they're on the clock.
Interesting.
Hey, we got one of our original callers for the original 4th and Jawn show. One of our I'm going to bring him.
Cheeseburger Eddie?
Nope. Hold on. I have to drop some real quick. Hold on.
What up, guys?
What's going on, man? The original caller to the 4th and Jawn. How you been, man? How you feeling about this pick?
I'm actually good with it. I wanted Jefferson too, but I had Reagor up there.
So you're okay then?
Yeah, I'm okay with it.
All right. I mean, shut it down. What 413 says Reagor pick is how I felt about Sanders last year. 50-50.
It worked out well.
Yeah.
It worked out well with Sanders.
Yeah, I just think go back to watch all the tape. Watch everything that you can watch on him. Watch that breakdown that I did. I mean, I'm telling you, like, we tried to break his game down the most we could. I think the negatives you could talk about his he's not like blocking. He's not like he's like you know how Deshaun came out of college. He was like he's not. This guy's a playmaker. There's times in games where he gets frustrated because the offense sucks so bad, and he's like, dude, could you just throw me the ball? I'm wide open. Like he's just frustrated. So in terms of being frustrated of his role in the offense, I could see how he's like, disinterested in blocking. Like, but there's just that offense was so bad. Quarterbacks throwing the ball all over the place.
A little different now.
Yeah, I'll be honest.
Yeah,
I'll probably
I
do a little bit more video on him.
I mean, you look at our wide receivers last year, and they couldn't catch a ball that was thrown right at their chest. And now we got a guy who had an awful he had an awful college QB. He was jumping out of his shoes to catch balls that should have never been caught. And we're throwing him in the offense like that. We're throwing Carson a lifeline right now, a guy that can actually catch the ball, which is what we were all dying for last year.
So let's say the Eagles, and clearly they are in the process of kind of revamping the wide receiving core, getting young guys for Carson, so on and so forth. I mean, they just got the eventual replacement to Deshaun Jackson. The guy's going to see the field and get some touches, but it's kind of built in the same mold. Yeah, let me ask you this: like, if they're looking to replace Deshaun and Alshon in the second round, assuming they do the double dip that we talked about on 102.5 Fox the Gambler, like, who would be the complement to Reagor on the other side, like a big body wide receiver that they might look at in the second round?
I think, you got Denzel Sims. He's 6'2", 207. I think he's I didn't want him in the first, but the second, I guess Brandon Ayuk. Did Brandon Ayuk just come off the board?
To San Fran? Yeah, I think so.
Yep.
Okay, Brandon Ayuk was your yak guy. But if you're looking for a big body target, Laviska Shenault out of Colorado had, like I said, he dealt with injuries, but he's like a vertical. He can get vertical, but he's a physical wide receiver, big body. They use him in the Wildcat, but he's pretty versatile. But I think if he was sitting around at 53, you could be super interested in him. If you're looking for a big body in the second and third, Chase Claypool, 6'4", 238. Brian Edwards in the second and third round out of South Carolina, another big body target. Can run over people, very physical. Antonio Gandy Golden, another big target, 6'4", 223. You'd probably be had in the third to fourth round. If we're really talking about this double dip, T. Higgins is still out there. T. Higgins, I think, will come off the board sooner than later. He's been like an Alshon.
I think he's an underrated receiver in this draft, man. I think he's a beast.
I did a video on T. Higgins for a reason. It's for if you're looking for a guy to drop into the second, that's a big body target. The catch radius, he was Trevor Lawrence's go-to guy. So if you get him,
he's a bigger guy too, right?
Yeah, T. Higgins is.
So you could add two different types of wide receivers. Where I'm going with that.
That's essentially like a Deshaun Jackson type and an Alshon Jeffrey type. They're two separately
on rookie deals with a full road ahead of them.
So you're saying
you don't think this is the last wide receiver they're going to take in this draft?
That's what I'm saying. Do you guys see another wide receiver in the next pick?
Sure.
I want Gandy Golden, man. I want AGG.
If the right guy,
I don't think we go for him in the second round, but I'll
go with the third round.
Yeah,
maybe third.
All right, I'm
take a Whiteside.
I'm gonna go over some of the wide receivers that the Eagles have been sniffing around during the off season, during the draft season. The guy that they brought in for a combine meeting and FaceTime meeting was Jalen Reagor. Justin Jefferson had a combine meeting. Henry Ruggs had a combine meeting. KJ Hamler, combine meeting, FaceTime meeting, second round grade on him. Denzel Mims, second round, second round grade. KJ Hill in the third. He's a slot guy. Gabriel Davis out of UCF. Donovan People-Jones had a meeting. I'm going down from fourth to like undrafted free agents. John Hightower, he's a burner as well. Jawn Jennings out of Tennessee. Quez Watkins out of Southern Mississippi, 5th to 6th round. Courtney Davis, 5th to 6th round. I think those are just some guys that you can look at, but I think there's a ton. There's Michael Pittman Jr. out of USC in the 3rd round, maybe. He's getting some 2nd round buzz, but I'd feel more comfortable in the 3rd round. But the 3rd round, it's Van Jefferson, a technician, wide receiver that you could put it in the slot. His dad was a wide receiver coach in the NFL. He killed it at the Senior Bowl.
Darren Gotti on Facebook said, "Okay, who's the 2nd round pick if not a wide receiver? What position do you think they go for?"
Well, I think
I would go Zach Bond if he's still on the board.
You could definitely go. Let's see. You could go
outside linebacker.
I have to go with a linebacker in the 2nd round.
Cushenberry.
Yeah, you could go center.
Center guard versatility.
NFC.
Safety would be a potential. Antoine Winfield, his junior.
So we definitely do see another wide receiver in the draft.
Yeah.
Oh, it's before the draft's over, I think we're definitely getting another wideout.
Yeah.
Or cornerback. This is a perfect
Corner.
area to grab a corner as well.
Yeah.
Kenneth Murray still on the board?
Yeah.
No.
All running backs still on the board.
Straight on up.
Yeah, hasn't been a running back pick yet.
Yep.
We talked about that when the draft was kicking off. Like, what position might be sliding down?
So look, you got Lloyd Quisenberry. I could see potential in the 2nd. I think he's going to go soon. I think Jeremy Chin. He's a safety out of Southern Illinois. There's Kyle Duggar out of Lenore Ryan. Grant Delpit. I mean, in this range, like Terrell Lewis, he's a defensive end out of Alabama.
Do you think there would be any possibility of trading back into the 1st round, or you're kind of comfortable with waiting until the 2nd to get who you're going to get?
I mean, I would just get excited, man. If we traded back up and got another wide receiver, or just because
linebacker,
or if we got Kenneth Murray or the Queen,
I think that would definitely flip the script on it.
That's a serious ass stadium right there.
We got a couple other people. Hold on, I want to bring some other people in. What's going on, boss? How you
what's up, man? How you doing?
Good, man. How you feeling, man?
I'm lit right now.
You're lit.
Yeah.
Nice.
I'm upset
okay,
right
that
now.
kind of lit.
I thought you were lit about.
He said he's upset. Why are you upset?
We could have gone linebacker. We could have done something different. So that's about it.
Who would you have taken? Would you have taken Queen?
Murray. BPA.
Murray.
Yeah. BPA. That's it. Prime, I feel you. My 7-month-old is upstairs sleeping right now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
God bless her.
She got an Eagles Queen, all Eagles gear. I
There
love
you
it.
go. Okay.
Yeah, Matthew Hefner says Duvernay and KJ Hamler are still on the board. Duvernay, a dominant slot. He can run people over, breaks a lot of tackles. KJ Hamler, explosive threat. But I think you already got Jalen Reagor, so I think we're okay on.
I don't go wide receiver back to back with the first 2 picks. Honestly, I want to grab a second wide receiver before, we have 3 picks in the 4th round. I want to grab one with either the 3rd or 1st, 4th round pick. But before that, I don't want another wide out. We got to address other positions.
Kenneth Murray is gone. It's gone. It's off the board.
Okay.
Chargers. Yeah.
Where'd he go?
That's a good pickup for them. Green Bay, I believe.
Charger. Thought.
Philly Faithful 11 from YouTube said, "I'd love if they found a way to get Gross Matos out of Penn State. Eagles love them some defensive ends."
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's a 50-50 toss-up.
Yeah.
He's only good on 3rd down. That's it.
I am so annoyed. I don't know, man.
I feel like people are overreacting, man. Like, ain't
always
no
do.
one take the
They
field
always
yet.
do.
There's a
Eagles
reason
fans
that this guy was
overreacting?
drafted.
Yeah, exactly.
Yo, if I was pissed, you should be worried.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about Jalen Reagor. It's not like we just drafted Marcus Smith again, and
Right,
like
you know,
everyone's blown away. Like we don't
Danny
know.
Watkins.
Yeah,
This is our normal routine, though. You know,
this is a guy we talked about.
I understand, but this is our normal routine, being like
I got
this.
it. I got it.
We got Frisco at the door, right?
Shoot first and then applaud later.
Yeah.
That's funny.
I mean,
I love it.
What was everybody? Let's go back to the 17th
Jordan Love,
draft.
A-Rod's replacement.
Jordan
Gets taken.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah. Wow.
You heard though. Let's go back to the
A-Rod
17th
on the
draft.
block next year.
A-Rod on the block. Yeah. You heard. Let's go back to the 17th draft when everybody was either wanted Ezekiel, Carson, all that stuff.
Yeah.
Hey, you know what I mean? I get it.
We just wanted a new norm with this draft.
But look, at the end of the day, he's part of the team now, so you gotta go.
Gotta embrace him, man.
Yeah.
Gotta embrace him until he gives you a reason not to.
Everybody take that Carson Wentz tweet and send it via direct message to yourself and just hold on to that one. Just hold on to that one.
What did he say? I gotta go check it out.
We're bringing in the Sarge. Hold on one second.
What you got to say, guy? Thank God I got a wide receiver, please.
What's up, Sarge? What's up, Sarge? How you doing?
What's up, guys?
Yo,
dude,
you seem happy, bro. You seem happy.
That's the whiskey talking.
See,
cheers.
Coming at you from South Florida. I've been following you guys for a while. I'm originally from Bucks County, Montco. So, but no, I was really hoping to see Jefferson taken. I think he has the size, speed, and hands that, to me, Reagor, because of the competition he faced in playing for TCU, he doesn't have. He didn't have the competition that somebody from the SEC or the Big Ten has. So to me, that's one big thing. The other thing is a lot of the scouts have one of his weaknesses. He gets frustrated with a quarterback when he doesn't get the ball or things don't go his way. So to me, that throws a red flag, like he might be an Alshon 2.0.
DJX?
I feel like it's pretty easy to get frustrated with TCU's quarterback, though. I mean, the quarterback play was dreadful last year. So like,
you watch the offense, how bad it is. It's so bad that you're like, I can't believe I'm. There's parts of the time I was watching tape and I was like, man, I can't even watch this shit. I could see how it would get pissed.
But yeah, like in the second round, like as I was saying earlier, because I go under my real name's Matt Hefner. But what I was saying earlier is you got KJ Hamler, you got Devin Duvernay, even Van Jefferson in the later rounds would be a good pickup for them. But in the second round, one of the linebackers that not a lot of people are talking about is Jordan Brooks out of Texas Tech, who's a great inside linebacker. And then if they wanted to take
Oregon,
if they wanted to take an edge guy that could play back in the linebacker slot in the second round, DeAnthony Jennings out of Alabama would also be a great slot, a great addition in that front seven box too.
Seisman Kyle, he says, I don't even like KJ Hamler, but he's better than Reagor.
He's faster.
I mean, the thing that you like about Hamler is his explosiveness, but talk about his frame though. At the next level, 5'9", 175, who is a body catcher. He's not consistent at the hands. When he gets
doesn't have the hands.
Go look at KJ Hamler when he gets contact down by the goal line trying to catch a ball and he's up and he's got somebody in his face or his hands are like this. Like I was saying, my wide receivers coach in college would tell me like, "Yo, stop being a body catcher." And I'm like, I still caught the ball, but I'm like, that's what when you're looking at this game, you want his hands out here. KJ Hamler has a lot of drops, but he's still explosive, and that's why hasn't been drafted yet. That's
the problem I have with Hamler is the same issue I have with Reagor is he's short. I want a tall, lanky receiver with good arms and good hands And if we're going to draft a short receiver like that, who can't see over the line, see when the pass is coming, we might as well draft a Kevin Hart or Tom Cruise.
Well, we got AGG coming in the 3rd round. We got
Sorry,
all the
E-Rock,
hype we need.
E-Rock, I'm sorry about the height thing. I know you got a Napoleon complex, but at 6'5", I can't feel for you there.
Napoleon complex. Come on, bro. Come on, bro.
Oh shit.
Yeah, I got to look out for my short guys, man. Boston Scott's representing now. Darren Sproles.
No, I like
5'10" and under guys, man. They got to represent us well.
Absolutely. I think Greg Ward's gonna have a great breakout year coming next year because he really proved what he could do. Same way with Boston Scott. What do you see for running back? Because in some of the mock drafts I've seen, because I grew up a Penn State fan, but being in the South, because being in the military, I became a Florida Gators fan. And I think a good addition for running back in later rounds, in like the 5th round, would be like Lamiracle Pirine from Florida. Very stocky, built like a freight train, can easily run downhill. Definitely a 3rd down back or a goal line back that can easily pound the ball in.
I like his game as well. I think another mid-round prospect I talked about, Antonio Gibson out of Memphis. If you think about the Eagles and the way they like to deploy their backs, they want like that versatility, able to catch out of the backfield. He's built like a running back. He's played wide receiver. He ran like a 4.39. Kind of follows that Tony Pollard vibes, but I mean he could play wide receiver and running back. I think they like that versatility. A.J. Dillon out of Boston College, if you're looking for a power back who can move the pile. Jordan Howard is gone, but this A.J. Dillon, I know his family. And I've seen this kid, how he's been raised. I've seen him grow up to be, I mean, that kid is like a true leader. I mean, you put that kid in the locker room or give that kid the ball on 4th down. He's ran against loaded boxes his whole career, dominated. And you can get him in the 4th round, hopefully.
Yeah. And we got two picks in the 4th round back to back too. 130, I think it's 134, 135, something like that.
We got Chris Malley in here, another guy who did the video with Jalen Reagor.
Jalen Reagor, who had 0 career drops in college despite his quarterback play.
No,
Hey, Hollywood.
0.
Hey, Hollywood.
He had 0 drops.
I think it was you earlier that said something about NFL pedigree and with Thad Moss. I think he would be a great tight end number 3 because of his size. He's great at run blocking. The other one I think for offensive line in the later rounds, like 6th or 7th round, is John Runyon Jr. coming out of Michigan. He could easily fill that guard spot.
Yeah, I think it would be a great developmental player. I don't know. I didn't see much footage on John. I knew his son was getting drafted this year. I don't know how he compares to his dad, but I mean, guys like Thad Moss, John Runyon Jr., you got to figure that they've got a little bit in the tank.
We got our
6th, 7th round.
Yeah, 6th, 7th round. We got AJ up in here.
Hey, before we move on, let me just thank Sergeant for his service.
Yes, thank you, Sergeant.
Just say that. Thank you for your.
He's still here. Still here. AJ, can you?
Chris, you're looking at your phone down there. Chris, you're looking at your phone down there like shit's popping off, man. What do you got over there?
Oh, people are like about to jump off of a building because
I'm right there with them.
I made sure not to jump back in after the whole Lamb thing because I was watching that. Like, I was like, "There's no way. Worst case scenario, we let Dallas get Lamb." And like, I was telling people, I'm like, "Dude, Dallas is gonna do this just to spite us because they don't even need him. They don't need him. They just spent $100 million on Cooper, who can't even play in fourth in season against us." But I was like, "Dude, I feel like they're just gonna do it because of the whole Goddard thing." But listen. I want for the last month I've been saying at 21 if we stay it's Jalen Reagor or Justin Jefferson. Those are my picks. Those are who I want.
Yeah.
I love Justin
Jefferson. Jersey River.
No, it's the national championship sweatshirt. I got it sent to me right after they won. I love Justin Jefferson. I think he would have been great here. But people need to realize everyone's just talking so much crap on Reagor, but they've never watched him. Like, there's people that are like, oh, he's slow, like he can't catch and this and that. It's like, listen, like this kid has been been getting ready to play in the NFL since he was born. His dad was in the NFL. All of his dad's friends have been coaching him. John Kitna, ex-NFL quarterback, was his high school coach. Back-to-back 1,000-yard seasons in high school. He should have went to Alabama. He was going to go to Alabama, but he wanted to stay home at Texas. He was going to play with Tua. Him and Tua are best friends. They were bunked up together at camp in high school. Reagor was one of the best high school receivers. And the thing with Reagor is he's been coached for that long. And then his wide receivers coach since he was 14 has coached Julio Jones, Emmanuel Sanders, Antonio Brown, like any top-notch receiver in the league that is the same coach that Jalen Reagor's had. And he told me, he said, listen, Jalen Reagor is going to be better than Tyreek Hill because he has no off-the-field issues. He's tougher than him. And he said, like, he has Steve Smith's mentality, the versatility of Deebo Samuel, and the whole thing with the catches, though, like, when you watch film with him, like, I get it, there's concentration drops, but the thing was, like, his quarterback was so bad his junior year. Like, it honestly looked like it was like a glitch Madden where, like, someone was hacking you online and, like, they made the quarterback, like, pretty much like throw the ball like over their head. Like, it was bad. Like, he was open. Like, they said he left probably 600 yards and 8 touchdowns on the table because the quarterback play was so bad. Like, Jalen, and the whole thing is, like, if you like Carson Wentz and you trust Carson Wentz, you're gonna love Jalen Reagor because this guy is going to be open all of the time. And then if you do have the healthy Deshaun Jackson, you put these two on the outside or next to each other, it seems they're going to be so open for Goddard and Ertz. You have Miles Sanders coming out of the backfield. And, like, the thing is, listen, we can get another wide receiver. If people are like, oh, like, he's too small. It's like, he's not too small. Like, he's the same size as Antonio Brown. He's faster than Antonio Brown. And the thing is, like, people don't realize his numbers, like strength-wise, he's benching, cleaning, and squatting is the same amount as Saquon was when he was coming out of college. Like, this dude is gigantic. Like, everyone's saying he's small. They've never, like, when you actually see him, like, up next to other people, like, he's a monster. Like, I really think Jalen Reagor is going to be, like, a fan favorite come season because Carson Wentz is looking at this because, like, listen, he's going to get open. You can get freebie plays. Carson Wentz can throw the ball to him on a pitch, and the dude can go 80 yards. Like, he's that talented. And I think people are overreacting. Like, listen, like, I get it. The whole Lamb thing sucks. I would have taken Jefferson, and I think that would have been awesome. But I wanted Jalen Reagor. I think he's going to be awesome. You're not going to have any issues with him. He's ready for the NFL. He has a good family. He comes from a good pedigree. And, like, he had Tyreek Hill and, like, a bunch of NFL guys saying, like, listen, like, as soon as you get in the league, like, it's over. We know what you're about. They know how good he is.
Hey, just dropped the link again to our video of Jalen Reagor. Again, we broke his game down, so you didn't have to. We sat there for the last couple of months, so you didn't have to flip out and just watch the fucking tape and then we'll listen to how we describe this game. This is how we make sense. This is how we do it. We're trying to think like Howie, trying to bring knowledge. But we got AJ and we got Mal here. We got John flexing in the chat. He says, I am loving this pick now.
He did a 180, man.
Yeah.
AJ, what's up, AJ?
How are you feeling? I think your mic, someone's mic is jacked up. AJ, can you hear us? AJ had been trying to get in the chat all night long.
She was on mute earlier. Like, I had the mute button on it.
AJ? Can someone say something to AJ? She's falling asleep.
You there?
Ev, I think it's your mic.
AJ.
My mic.
Yeah, every time you talk. Yeah.
AJ. Put her in the bathroom. Does she know that we're talking?
Yeah, Queen is dropping, man. I think he's gonna go here to Baltimore. Let me check. But like Jordan Brooks just went before him. That's crazy.
Hey Mal, can you speak some truth to the listeners?
They just took Patrick Queen.
I mean, for me, the pick is going to be what it is. Like, I hear Mally talking. We'll see what happens. Justin Jefferson went the very next pick to the Vikings. So, at the end of the day, 3 years from now, we'll sit back and we'll compare it. I was a Justin Jefferson stan. The first thing I did when they took Rager, I dove into the tape. I'm watching him versus Oklahoma now. The first 2 plays I see is an incompletion to the left side on a quick out, and the second one is a comeback route that he drops. So I'm gonna keep pushing through. We'll see. I'm not a fan, to be quite honest. I wasn't a fan coming in. I thought that they could move back and still get value, and still potentially pick up Rager. It's a shame that Lamb went to the Cowboys. That hurts. But we'll see. Like I went and walked the dog real quick. I was distraught. Came back out the rain. Got in the tape, man. That's the only way to know is to sit down and actually watch the game. I'm gonna watch as many of them as I can and figure it out. I'm definitely not as hype as Mally is about the pick. I think that Justin Jefferson would have been a better pick. And there's less projection for him. You can see what he did. You can see his route tree. It's not about blaming the quarterback for me. Like, players make plays. And so, he'll have Carson Wentz now. We'll see if he makes plays or not. At the end of the day, man, we need somebody that can step in day one and be productive for us with the injury concerns at wide receiver. So we'll see.
Yeah. I mean, they said I am just HB from Periscope said he had 9 drops last season, though. I mean, just Jefferson also had 8 drops.
Right. Jefferson also had 111 receptions, and Lord knows how many targets. So
and then Justin Jefferson also had Joe Burrows, and
Jamar Chase and all those people to take.
80% of the chat in here can't tell you who Jalen Reagor's quarterback was.
I was just looking at the stats. Like I said, man, I'm open-minded. Like, I didn't love the pick when I saw it. I still am not a huge fan. But you all did a great job with the video. I watched the video. That kind of changed my mind initially. I didn't think that we were gonna end up with Rager, so I didn't get too deep into it. But now that that is the pick, he's an Eagle. I gotta love him. I'm just disappointed that Jefferson went the very next pick. Like that really hit me in the chest because I believe JJ is gonna be a baller in this league. And again, there's less projection with him. And Rager is just a guy that he's gonna prove it. Like Mally presented a hell of a case. The people that he's worked with, the people that are vouching for him. I've heard this story before though. The same story, the same kind of storyline happened around Jawn last year. People were swearing by him. We knew that he was gonna do this, that, and the third, and we're still waiting for him to actually be able to do it in the NFL. The NFL is no joke, man. Like, people make it to this league and wash out in a year, in less than a year. So we'll see. The body type is nice. The fact that he can bounce outside and inside, he could be, a tool for Carson Wentz. The pick will prove itself. I'm gonna just leave it at that, right? Like, that's the beautiful thing about football is like when you get between those lines, you got to prove it, bro. And so we'll see what he does.
Watch the Ohio State game. I'm telling you about. You'll feel a lot better.
I'm watching Oklahoma right now, and I told my wife, I was like,
State.
"Oh,
because it's Damon Arnett. I'm saying.
Yeah, I got you.
I think AJ dropped again, but yeah, it's Okuda and Arnett, and he had 100 and a touchdown on him. And like the whole thing with him though, like I get the quarterback play, no excuses, but the thing was like the kid just like every single knock he's ever had on him, like he's improved. Like the thing is like he's one of those people that's kind of like the Donovan Peoples-Jones, where like you blame the quarterback and like, but you see the physical traits and everything. But the thing is like, it's just the mentality though. Like when you hear him talk and you hear people talk about him, and like I know you're talking about JJ, but like Jalen Reagor is not going to be holding the umbrella for his mom at the Eagles facility. Like that's not going to happen. That's a J-Jaw thing. And the thing with J-Jaw is like why I wasn't so into the pick was his hips are so stiff. Like I think J-Jaw is just, he is what he is. I think he has a use for the team, but I don't think he's ever going to be like a number one, obviously. But like Reagor though, like I'm a huge fan. Like I've watched enough tape from him. I heard enough good opinions from him. And the big thing is I focused on all the drops. Like I was like, okay, like what's he doing here? Why is this happening? I tried to talk to people about it. And after, I mean, I wouldn't be promoting the guy over a guy like T. Higgins and like all the other guys if I didn't really like him. I'm just trying to people are like, I've got like 15 phone calls already because people are like, I know you like him, but people are pissed. But we'll see what happens, man. I'm saying Ohio State tape, watch that. I feel like you'll feel a lot better.
I'm off tomorrow, bro. So from now until the wee hours of the morning, I'm all Jalen Reagor, bro. So I'm gonna check back in with you tomorrow. I believe you. Like I trust you. I trust your analysis.
Absolutely.
I trust your ability to look at
But he's
tape.
got to prove it to both of us, man. It's
At the end of the day.
NFL.
I am just HB said. What about that 4.47 time? Ask him how fast Deshaun Jackson ran his 40 at the combine.
But the thing with Jalen Reagor is he was running a 4.29 in high school. He got super heavy for the combine. I don't know why he did that. And like a 4.47 is still fast. It's not as fast as it should be. Obviously,
anybody know Deshaun Jackson's 40 time at the combine?
Wasn't it 4.43?
4.45.
4.4. Yeah. The thing is, the tape doesn't lie though. Like the dude's running away from everyone, and listen, they're running at like 11:30 at night in the middle of Indianapolis, but you see him play against Ohio State, and he's running away from all these guys. It's like something's got to get. And he hit 22 miles per hour, which would have been like, I think it was like top 5 speeds in the NFL last year. If he was
Jackson in a 4.35, by the way, Galen.
No, but at the combine, it wasn't any slower than that.
I'm looking at 2008 combine. Jackson ran a 4.35
Right?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, bro.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I mean,
good.
Like getting Aguilar ran a 4.3. The Big Meat said.
So Alshon ran a 4.48. Jeremy Macklin ran a 4.45. So he's in that range. And people argue that Alshon Jeffrey, he slimmed down for the 40 to run that 4.48. But he's somebody that everybody loves to call slow. The 40 times isn't necessarily like an indication either, right? Like how fast are you on a football field? How fast are you with the ball in your hands? Again, like this is the beautiful thing about this is that like this won't be a mystery much longer. You'll get a chance to prove it. And I'm rooting for the dude because he's on our team. I want the Eagles to be successful. I guess the biggest piece why I'm the most disappointed is that like Carson Wentz's window is now. And it's important that like we're putting players on the field around him. Everybody's complaint was at the end of last year. Ward Jr. was our best offensive skill player at the wide receiver position, arguably. And so, is Jalen Reagor going to come in and be a day one dude? Is he somebody that's going to be able to produce in his first year? Or are we going to be waiting to see if we can capitalize on this pick 2, 3, 4 years from now?
He's going to need to step in day one.
Yeah. Seisman Kyle, 4.47 is inexcusable for any wideout. An offensive tackle, almost 370 pounds, ran a 4.51.
Man, this is 6/10 of a second is a long time.
How fast did DeAndre Hopkins run a 40?
Jerry Rice, Larry Fitzgerald, Antonio Brown.
But you're talking about much more physical wide receivers. You're talking about dudes that are very different players than Jalen Reagor, in my opinion.
And the top 10 40 guys are like you can't even name them. They're awful. All the guys in the top 10 and the 40 aren't even good. Like Darius Hayward-Bay.
What did John Ross do?
Dre Rod. He is the fastest. 4.22. John Ross.
Yeah, John Ross. He went ninth pick overall. What has he done?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like everyone's focused on speed. So like I'm trying to see what they can do with the ball in their hands. And Jalen Reagor is one of the best players with the ball in his hands. Tough kid.
No, don't get me wrong. Like I said, I don't care about the 40 time. That is what it is. Like you said, I want to see him with the rock in his hands. Does it mean that like he's running shorter routes? Is he running a ton of bubble screens? Is he running like orbit screens? Are we using him in a way that is productive to get him the ball early and often in games? Because the Eagles, again, we start slow, right? Like our defense gives up points quick. Our offense starts slow. Is he somebody that's going to be able to offset that for us? Justin Jefferson can, right? Like that's somebody for me. CeeDee Lamb can. Like I have no questions about those dudes coming into this situation. So like I said, I'm off. I took off tomorrow on purpose because I wanted to dive into whoever was this first round pick. So I'm not getting no sleep. I done drank like 3 Pepsis. I have a bunch of iced tea. I'm about to go crazy. I'm gonna check back in with you for sure.
You know how good I feel.
What you said? What you said, Minnie?
Already? I'm like, yo, okay, here's the link, bro.
What you said, Minnie? Minnie said that we're good. Don't worry about it.
Hold on, look. I grabbed my little pit bull because she said that we might not be, bro.
Good.
My little baby said we might not be.
Nah, Gail, after watching your video, I got off and watched that video literally like 5 times. Looked at it over and over and over. And now I feel that was the right pick over Jefferson. I'm completely convinced that was the right pick. It was a fluke with his 40. He gained weight. He got back to his size that he needed to be. He was blazing again. his hands, his in the route ability, everything about his strength says that, you know what? He could be, he's a first rounder and he's gonna prove it, and I feel good with it. So much so that I went to Twitter and took your link and posted on Carson feed where everybody was complaining. I said, before y'all talk, look at it and then come back at me again.
Appreciate that, John. Appreciate that.
Yep. Look at that
like to thank
video,
you,
man.
dog.
I'm a believer.
No, I mean the thing about where he wins, where we built last season, wide receiver group, he talks to everything that we need. We're talking who makes a immediate impact on special teams. You can go over a lot of the prospects that can't give you special teams, can't work from the slot, who can't work outside, who can't take jet sweeps to the house. You're talking about a versatile guy who's explosive, and a guy who, if you're looking at the wide receiver group, we're the 5th worst in the NFL at yak. We need yak. We need guys that can, can just give that explosion.
Yeah.
Like, and that's why when I look at a prospect and say, how could I put him in the first round? That's how I put him in the first round, because he can do all these versatile things. Darren Gotti says, can Rieger get separation and give cars to the window? I honestly don't know much about him. And our wide receivers not being able to separate was a huge issue last season. Does he handle press coverage well? Darren Gotti has got to watch the video.
Yep, you got to watch the video, bro.
Scroll up in
and
the
you
chat,
will
click
change
the
your
link.
mind very quickly, like I did. If you go back 40 minutes ago, I was depressed in this chat.
He was.
Literally.
Watch
and after watching that video a couple of times, well put together, by the way, I must say, well put together.
Yeah, I appreciate you. The toughness is just like the big thing, man.
Like, we really, Mike, scroll up, hit the link.
Oh, and like
you
people
don't gotta
like,
do it. I do you one better.
But the thing is, like, people are like, "Why are you defending him?" Well, it's like I don't have a reason to defend. Like, I don't know the guy. Like, I've talked to him here and there because like I've been trying to meet all their prospects. But like,
hey Chris,
Chris, I believe in him.
Chris, you spoke to his wide receiver coach.
Yeah, and a bunch of his other former teammates, and I've heard great things about him. I mean, the whole thing was like, I've just been watching him for a while because I remember when him and Tua were coming out, and they were like 2 of the top prospects, and they were both gonna go to Alabama, but then Rager actually committed to Oklahoma, so it should have been him, CeeDee Lamb, Sterling Shepard, and Marquise Brown. Like, but he was like, "No, I'm staying home." He went to TCU, which it sucks because like we wouldn't even be having this discussion. Like, he maybe wasn't even going to be there at 21 if he actually did go to Bama or Oklahoma. But the thing was, like, this kid's literally been like, he's always open, and the thing is, he's 42-inch vertical. Dude's benching like over 350 pounds. He's running like, if you watch the film, like he's running in the 4.2s with the 40. Like he's all over the place. And the catches though, like I get it. Like there's sometimes it's like an in cut and he just has a concentration drop, but it's just so frustrating. I'm telling you, I have the article out about talking about him with the wide receivers coach. We have the article out about the wide receiver prospects, and the film doesn't lie. Like the kid's just clear cut, just like an animal. Like, I think he's going to be so good. We can give him the ball in any situation. Carson Wentz is like, he can do anything. You put him, even if DJ X isn't healthy for some reason, like he's just such a dynamic playmaker. I'm excited.
His coaches described him. They said he's where was it? He's an intense like competitor. One of the hardest working players that they've ever coached.
The thing with him is like he wants to prove himself right more than he wants to prove other people wrong. Like the whole thing with like the 40, like people were like going like, dude, like you said you're gonna run fast, you didn't run fast. He did 800 push-ups every single day until his pro day, and he just kept running. He lost 15 pounds, and he's like, listen, like I don't care.
He's got the Mamba mentality. That's exactly what we need.
He's like. Oh, the kid's so tough. Like that's why I hated when as soon as I saw that the NFL Network put a comp to Aguilar, I was like, dude, this is gonna be so bad if he gets picked here, because people are gonna look at that, and I'm like, dude, Jalen Reagor, like it's not even funny. Like he literally could like have like 2 arms tied behind his back, and he would beat the living shit out of Aguilar because like that's just like how tough the kid is. Like this kid is so tough, and he hates people that talk shit on him. If he hears people don't like the pick, he's like, okay, he'll drop 203 touchdowns week 1.
All right, well, he's gonna have a lot to
crazy.
prove because it's a lot of people talking about they don't like the pick.
That chip on his shoulder is growing by the moment right now.
Yeah, I mean, he said,
but yeah, his coach told me. He said, sorry, like I was talking to his coach, and I said, you've been coaching wide receivers for 15 years, and he played too. He played at Oklahoma. David Robinson is wide receivers coach for Julio Jones, Antonio Brown, Emmanuel Sanders, 80 other receivers in the NFL. And I said, what do you like about Jalen Reagor and what separates him from all the other prospects? And he says, Jalen Reagor, I love his speed, how tough he is to bring down after the catch. He said he's one of the most polished route runners I've ever been with. He said, and he has the speed to take the top off the defense. He's going to be an absolute problem. I've known him since he was 15 years old. I've known his family since he was born. The kid's going to be an absolute monster if he goes to Philadelphia.
Speaking the truth, man.
It's just it's just funny that it's just weird when you like I've done so much work on Jalen Reagor, and that for him to be the pick, I'm like, thank God. Like because
it's a guy that you're familiar with, yeah.
Well, I obviously the Eagles saw the same thing that I've seen in him.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe I should get a job. Yeah, the Eagles holler at me. No, I'm just saying. I'm just saying like people will make these go watch, break down his tape, go watch where he wins, watch how explosive he is. Can you name me another guy that's on who could be a punt return? Like, we lost Darren Sproles. He lost that ability that, he slowed down, but you lost Darren Sproles and that ability to have a playmaker at a punt returner. You got that instantly in Jalen Reagor.
Yeah.
I'm halfway through this Oklahoma game. I ain't seen him do nothing yet, but I'm holding out hope, bro. I'm sitting here. I'm fingers crossed. I'm holding out this hope for him, bro.
Hey, look at the catch that he had on Arnett, the guy that just went in the first round.
Yeah, he said Ohio State. I got Texas all 22 film next, so we can't hide from the tape on that one. I'm gonna watch that. I'm gonna bust down Ohio State. I'm telling you, I'm not going to sleep. Like I want to understand it. I want to understand the pick because I don't want to assume, right? Like I hate making assumptions. I hate making baseless assumptions. And so, I spend a lot of time with other prospects. Oh yeah, we can hear you. But Reagor wasn't really somebody that I spent a lot of time with because I felt like you all did him justice with the video. Mally had a couple breakdowns already, and so I wanted to spend my time elsewhere. But now is the perfect time. This is my plan no matter what. So, I'm excited, man. Like I love football. I love, playmakers. I love people that are going to add an extra element to this team that we may not have. And if you're talking about special teams as well, like I just saw him fair catch a punt. But I'm here for it, bro. Like I said, I'm halfway through this Oklahoma game right now, and I'm waiting for the explosion. The quarterback seems to be finding other players on this team, but not him for some reason. So, I'm here for the pick, Galen. I trust y'all boys. I just want to see it for myself. That's all I'm waiting on. And like I said, if I'm wrong, y'all know for a fact I'm gonna check in and I'm gonna say that in complete honesty. Like, listen, y'all was right. That's it.
AJ, can you hear us? You've been trying to get on this for a minute. Can you hear us? Can AJ hear us? Can someone say something to AJ?
AJ, what up? What up? She's like frozen on my screen.
Yeah, she's frozen here too. Yeah.
She's doing the Carol Baskins.
Everyone keeps forgetting that this is all about character. This is the whole new norm, and they're all locked in. JJ Arcega-Whiteside. What was he? He was a character pick. This is kind of like it falls in line. He could have gone to top other schools. He decided to stay with TCU because it was close to his grandmother. I just see character all over this. They just want to.
Don't be bringing the culture conversation into this, man.
I mean,
that's eerily too similar.
I mean, it all kind of matches. I mean, just look at
it flows. Yeah,
they had the inside track on Reagor.
Yeah,
his dad worked for the Eagles. Like, what you want? Like, they knew everything about him. Like, he's been raised in an NFL incubator system his whole life, watching his dad compete. His wide receiver coach was his dad's teammate. I mean, like his dad worked with the Eagles. His dad played for the Eagles. Like he's been that dude. You know how hard it is to make All-State in Texas at football? He's
just hope this pans out, man. That's it.
I mean, you know how many All-State Texas dudes didn't make the league, washed out in the league? Like, I hear what you're saying. I lived in Texas. I saw those games. Like, I sat in a stadium in high school that had 30,000 people. Like, I 100% understand what you're saying. I just feel like, you know, this same logic has been applied to people before that weren't successful. In the end of the day, again, like he has to prove it. So if he has that work mentality, he was raised in this game, he was raised in the NFL locker room, his pops played in the league, so he understands what it takes to be a winner, man. In the end of the day, like he has to prove it. All that other stuff is irrelevant. He just got drafted in the first round. So everything that we're talking about now stopped when they said his name at 21. Now he has to walk into that locker room. He has to earn the respect of those players. He has to earn the respect of those veterans. He has to be reliable for Carson Wentz, or it wasn't worth anything. So, you know, like I said, I'm cheering for him, bro. I hope for the best.
Exactly. It's day one, man.
Yeah, Greg Philly G. Howe said, let's not be fooled. Aguilar had highlights and fooled the fuck out of us. And pray.
Did we not win a Super Bowl with Aguilar?
Hey, Greg, did you watch the video yet, man? we did the homework.
I think you guys convinced me on Rieger.
I think that's been the last half an hour. Let's call it. I mean, what do you know about him right now?
Not much, other than what we were talking about earlier. But you convinced me. But I just saw the video that Eagles Nation on Twitter posted after his combine, where it showed him with his shirt off. He was 197, did the 40 and 4.22 or 4.24 or whatever it was, and I really dove into him because he wasn't really on my list. He was on my list for maybe like a second or third round pick,
right?
But got that. But okay, so I got a question for you, and I know it's kind of off topic because we're talking about the draft, but what do we do after the draft with free agents or guys that we need to bring back? Guys like Nigel Branham, Corey Clement, and you know, guys that haven't signed, but guys where we actually need people at depth.
Well, I mean, I mean, if you're talking about this, you can still bring in a veteran wide receiver. I mean, Houston's trying to move Kenny Stills.
I don't want Kenny Stills at all.
You know, if you're talking about team speed, just think about you can't not think Howie and Doug and Jeffrey Lurie looked at Kansas City the way that they dominated with the team speed. Like, talk about the teams that made the Super Bowl were like the fastest teams in the league. Like, they knew that they had to get faster. They knew they had to get explosive players. You know, you look at a Tyreek Hill, you're like, damn, I need my own Tyreek Hill. I need my own Deebo Samuel. And those are the two guys that he mirrors his game after. I just think, you know, they can bring a veteran guy in as well to add to the mix.
But since Howie already said earlier in the week when he was interviewed by Dave Spadaro that for the Eagles, it always starts up front with the lines. And that said, being a veteran guy, do we bring Vinny Curry back for the defensive line?
It's possible. You know, you can get Vinny Curry for cheap, and you know he wants to play here. You know, Corey Clement was hurt, man. He looked really hurt.
Right.
That he's, you know, he's looking at the outside in. Mally says, why not Jefferson? What did they see that they didn't like?
That's my question too, bro.
I mean,
that's what I want to know.
And I like Jefferson, but I think it was a scheme thing.
No, I mean, you're just looking at a person that he's not an explosive type of wide receiver. He's a guy that dominates in the middle of the field. We got Zach Ertz in the middle of the field. I mean, it's not I don't think it would be cumbersome to have Jefferson in the slot and Zach Ertz in the slot, but the one thing that removes space away from Zach Ertz is someone who eats over the top. If you get someone in the middle, safety's got to respect it. Cornerbacks got to respect it.
And so you're saying that Rager's gonna go outside day one then?
Yeah, he can work slide inside and outside.
Oof, y'all boys, y'all setting that boy up for some major downfall potentially. He has to. because like you're saying that Justin Jefferson, all he can do is play the slot. I disagree. We talked about that in the video that we did. In the end of the day, like we know what he can do. Again, Jalen Reagor has a lot of projection. 2019 was a down year. I'm looking at his 2018 stats. Definitely went off against a couple teams, but then disappeared in 2019.
Big meat.
You're setting yourself up for a big play to Crow.
Not even making the squad right now.
Listen, this won't be the first time. Like I said, I'm in here watching it, looking at it, praying for him, hoping for the best. But at the end of the day, man, we'll see.
We're trying to add.
It's got to be right. That's the only thing.
So
It's gotta be.
I actually
last and final time. AJ,
can you somehow to make you feel better? I actually had my
There it is.
Finally.
There it is. Okay,
AJ.
Now this is this.
This took too damn long.
This
Okay,
is-
it seemed like it
Oh, there
made
we
more
go.
sense on my phone than it did my laptop. I don't know why. I know how to do technology. I'm not that old.
So AJ, how are you feeling? How are you feeling this pick? You were the first.
I was just talking to my friend Eddie briefly because he was kind of like, I mean, no. And I'm just like, look, the minute that they showed CeeDee Lamb before the Cowboys pick, I knew that was the setup. I was so sure as hell we might get it because nobody had picked him yet. And then I forgot that the Cowboys were before us. And that's when I realized, I'm like, oh, sweet Lord. And then when it came to the Eagles, they did the 52 fake out because they showed Justin Jefferson before they picked Jalen. So I thought we got Jefferson. And then I look up and I see Jalen. So I was like, what the fuck happened? And I look at it this way. If Deshaun and him are the same height, the only issue is just speed, focus, catch the ball. That's all we need. So it served its purpose. But y'all should know by now as Eagles fans, don't set yourself up for the big name because we never get the big name.
Mhm.
It was nice for a thought until you knew them crooks. You knew them crooks were ahead of us, so you knew what they wanted to do because we got Dallas. So once somebody mentioned that in the chat, I said, damn it, I forgot about the fact that they wanted Dallas and we got him. So look at it this way. We served a purpose. So it's not flashy. It's not what we wanted, but that was a lot of drama for like the last,
Yeah, Caden Hahn says,
watching it.
Caden Hahn says we got Ertz and got her in the middle already. So
Okay.
Yeah, they
Gail.
pretty much look like the same player when they're playing in the middle of the field because everybody gets confused. Notice I'm wearing my Zach Ertz because everybody thought he was gonna get traded. F all y'all. So, F all.
I feel like that's a short-sighted assessment, man. But again, I'll be in the minority. Like he'll prove it.
Oh, you sound very proper. What's your name?
You said me.
You sound a nice, clear voice. Thoughts. I like your voice. What's your name?
Appreciate you. My name is Malcolm.
Shoot your shot, AJ.
Oh, no, not even just about that. You have to understand when you hear people that I listen to sports radio a lot, so you know a lot of people that call in don't sound intelligent. So when I hear people sound intelligent, it's very nice. Go ahead.
Well, hey. Also, Mal's got some news to break to us. Tell us about what's happened to you today.
I just got accepted into Temple's Masters of Broadcast Journalism. Journalism program.
Congratulations!
Congratulations!
Shout out to
I'm
Big
excited.
Shout out to Mal Davis.
Yeah, so I'm hoping to bring that voice to TV soon in like a year or two. And like again, that's why I'm trying to stay open-minded here because it's different being a fan and somebody that's trying to analyze the game. You got to be open-minded.
Right.
You have to listen to different people's perspectives.
You have to.
It's
and you're going to
imperative.
say the stuff that we don't want to hear. So just be prepared because you can't always be on the fan side when you're an analyst. You have to look at it from a real perspective.
Absolutely.
So just know that everybody doesn't have to like you. So
Yeah. Ipinessa1 from Periscope, he says, do you still expect Greg Ward to play a big part this year?
I think so.
Yeah.
I would hope so.
John, I see you getting some serious petting time in there.
seriously, he's been quiet since that pick. He was all up in it. I was like, get him home because he was going to have a heart attack on the air. He was driving me nuts.
You know what it is? I sat here and when I look at this whole situation, looking at Jefferson, look who he had throwing to him. So he's already spoiled. And all his routes, everything looks so easy for him to do because look who's throwing to him. Now, if you take our man and put him with Jefferson, well, that's like saying Barry Sanders, if he had the line of Emmitt Smith, what would he do? I'm not saying
Barry Sanders still did it though. Without that line.
But I'm not. But he still did. If you saw his tapes, if you looked at that video, he did a lot of good things with the limited resources that he had.
Now, Torrey Smith is hyping Rieger on Twitter, saying he will be a great pick.
He will, because we don't want to believe that right now. Watch, because we don't need the class.
And he was a
Homie
Super
is
Bowl
healthy.
champion.
If Homie is healthy, we shouldn't give a crap right now. Half our team has been unhealthy. So if he's the only one catching the deep bomb, especially in the Cowboys game, ain't nobody gonna say remember this whole conversation.
And
The Chiefs just took
I posted
Clyde
that
Edwards-Helaire.
TCU. I posted that TCU Ohio State tape in the chat too, so people could check that out. I posted it in there.
Yeah. Scott Gaffney said fans bash Mox for slotting Jefferson to the Eagles. Eagles pass on Jefferson and they bash the pick.
Well,
But,
you
like-
know, people weren't going to be happy regardless.
And you know, Eagles fans, we fickle, man. You know,
We are.
We wouldn't have been happy if
We wouldn't.
if Randy Moss fell to us. It's like, you know what I mean? We would have been upset if we got.
It
the
wouldn't have
second
mattered
quarter
because
Randy.
the whole thing is if we don't get the name and the Cowboys do get the name, then suddenly we lost.
We gotta
Meanwhile,
start talking about this.
Hey, we got some positivity here. We might have flipped Greg Philly. He just said yes, Aguilar
All right,
did
Greg.
Super Bowl for us. Also Trey Elson, Will Beatty, and Kenyon Barnes. So that's no comfort. But I just watched the video and liked what I saw, and also glad y'all pointed out he gained weight and can get quicker when he drops. Lastly, I trust y'all 6 heads are better than one. We in to win this. God bless. Fly Eagles fly and stay safe. Well, thank you, Greg.
There you go.
Greg.
All right.
Bringing some
I was the
positivity.
same way until I watched that tape.
And John, I like your perspective on it too, right? Like you said, you were where I was. Like I literally put my hoodie on, I grabbed my dog, and I went for a walk because I was like, I can't believe I just spent all this time waiting for Jalen freaking Reagor, like unbelievable. And so I came back soaking wet, and I sat down with the tape, and Galen texted me to get on the chat, and I feel better now. We'll see what happens.
The magic of pets, man.
Listen,
I had to
I
grab my
needed
pet
it.
and start
Needed
stroking her to calm down. You know what I mean? Like real talk.
That's a fact.
Todd Chase says if he's a Steve Smith 2.0, we'll be good.
We can all agree on that.
Steve Smith is not
Hall of
bad.
Famer, baby.
Yo, the
I'm
one
fine
thing,
with Steve
one thing
Smith.
I'm gonna tell you about, there's a part of his game. Like one part I do as I go to interviews. Interviews are really important. The way that a player attacks an interview, the way he shows confidence, the way he exerts himself in an interview, in a room full of a bunch of grown men. This dude's a college kid. I mean, the way that he asserts himself, you should see the way he asserts himself on the football field as well. Like he when he's on the field, he's trying to take it to the house from wherever he's at.
You know who else interviewed real well? Jordan Matthews. Just saying. Just saying.
No, but not dog mentality. I'm talking about dog. Like when you see a dude, and
Man.
you feel like, yo, that's
Kelly was telling us that he was a dog.
I never got
Chip Kelly.
Yeah, but Chip Kelly
Kelly
convinced us to get rid of Deshaun Jackson, LaShawn McCoy, and
Exactly.
He
made
put Howie in the
Howie
beast.
I'm not vouching for
They
him
weren't.
at all. He tried to destroy our franchise. I'm just saying,
Exactly.
he'll get a chance. Like
No,
in
the
the
one-
end of the day, he'll get out there and ball out for us. I'm sure.
The one thing
yeah.
about Matthews, him in the Senior Bowl, there's this thing where he got all the footage from all the cornerbacks and called the Senior Bowl and said, "Could you give me all the video that you have on every cornerback that's going to the Senior Bowl?" I saw that. I was like, that dude right there gets it.
Dog is cracking me up.
And that's something that the Eagles might like in a
That's my
play.
therapy, man. That's my therapy.
I'm sorry.
Because I was
hear you,
on
Dad.
fire
I'm
earlier.
laughing at his
I
dog.
was on
'cause his dog's
fire
like,
earlier
yo,
because even you in
yo,
the chat was like,
Dad.
yo, calm down. I'm about to throw my phone through when I was on fire.
Cade Hahn
So,
says we got a
yeah.
love connection in here.
No, I don't do that, Gil.
I was cracking up. Bro, I was cracking up at Prime mostly. Prime had me dying. That's why I wanted to get in when Prime was on because he was so pissed. And I wanted to hold this baby because I didn't want him to translate that negativity to the baby.
Did Prime leave under his own decision, or was he removed
Probably.
physically?
I think he fell asleep.
Tom broke the record for getting kicked out of here, bro. Like 2 hours I was watching, this man got booted like 10 times.
Spicy, man. Boise State KO from Periscope says trade up in round 2 for McKinney or Delta tomorrow.
I love McKinney. I love McKinney.
I guess
McKinney's a great Jenkins
I think
replacement.
the thing on McKinney, I think he's just, he could be exposed in coverage. I mean, you don't want him on the back end. You really want him,
not.
Man in the box. Like he could play that Malcolm Jenkins role maybe.
Absolutely.
Delpit, How you guys feeling about Delpit?
Not a big Delpit fan. I feel like Delpit is a less talented version of what McKinney would give us, and we already have Jalen Mills, who's not a super athletic dude. You know, I would love to see McKinney, but I mean, I don't know that it's worth trading up necessarily. Like they sat and waited for Jalen Reagor at 21. I would have loved to see them maybe trade back and try to get a third or something out of it. I don't believe that Reagor would have went, immediately to the Vikings. I think they had Justin Jefferson ranked higher anyway. And like you talk about like the redundancy aspect, but Justin Jefferson would technically be redundant for the Vikings, and they didn't seem to mind. They went ahead and took him, even though they have a really exceptional slot receiver. They have a tight end that works the middle of the field. When you have a good player, you have a good player. Best player available is a draft thought process and a winning thought process for a reason. And so for me, like I said, Jalen Reagor, we'll see.
Yes,
like
Peter.
One of those things that we come back 3 years, 4 years later, we're going to get a chance to look at this whole draft. I told my wife, like 3-4 years from now, I'm going to be on Sports Reference. I'm going to be in the 2020 draft, and I'm going to look at all these dudes in the general area where he went, and I'm going to either say, damn, how we did this thing, or damn, how we screwed this again. It's going to be one or the other. It will be no middle ground. I like it.
Oh yeah, Mal. So this is the final thing I'll say because my brain is fried after this entire day of excitement. So this is my January scouting report for Jalen Reagor. It says 5'11", 195 pounds. Jalen Reagor. It says if you have the need for speed, look no further. Jalen Reagor is an athletic monster. Picture someone with Tyreek Hill's speed but the strength of Saquon Barkley. If you put their junior lifting numbers together, Saquon was hang cleaning 405, Jalen Reagor 390. Saquon was squatting 500 even. Reagor was squatting 620 even. Bench press, Reagor was 10 pounds less at 380, and Saquon was at 390. Obviously, you want the on-field stuff, but I'm just saying, for a wide receiver who people consider small to be lifting as much as Saquon Barkley, I'm telling you, the kid's a monster. He's just built to last, and at the same time, he's just constantly working hard, and he has Torrey Smith's already shouting him out, Tyreek Hill shouting him out. The whole NFL has his kids back because they know they want him to succeed because they know who his dad is, they know what he's about. He's worked out with Mahomes and all these guys in the offseason. He knows he knows what it looks like to be an NFL player, and he has all the tools. It's just putting it all together, and he's slowly been improving every year. And it's unfortunate that his quarterbacks transferred or left, and he had to deal with what he had to deal with. But let's see what happens. I mean, I'm excited. I think the kid's tough. I think Philadelphia's going to fall in love with him because he's not going to say
talk that talk, Mally. Talk that talk, boy.
I'm saying he's not scared of the city. I know people freaked out about Denzel Mims saying they're scary people.
Yeah, Mims was bugging.
We're not thugs. They just never.
That's why he drafted. That's why he dropped out of the first. People
Jalen Mills will put on a do rag and walk through the middle of Broad Street, and he'll buy people pizza and wings. He's a cool dude. I think people are gonna like him a lot. I think that people are gonna be getting his jersey. I'm excited. I can't wait. This whole quarantine's driving me crazy because now I can't wait to see Jalen Reagor playing with Carson Wentz.
I need you to breathe, Chris.
I'm trying to.
I mean, listen, with all those measurables that he could end up being a heck of a power lifter or something if he don't make it as a football player.
Man, you hate hard,
I love your enthusiasm. I love it.
He's disappointed.
I'm just saying, bro.
I'm
just saying.
I got you. Come on.
I got a question.
I love J. Jeff.
There is a second round of the draft tomorrow. Are you guys up for another live broadcast?
Yo, I'm in here, baby.
Yeah.
We do.
Can you do more than 6 people this time? Because damn.
Huh?
Can you do more than 6 people? I mean, why we got to be in a
maxes out at 6.
Look, we're trying to bring technology to the table, AJ.
I know. Look, I just watched the women in football on Twitch, and that was a nightmare last night, but they survived it. So you know how women.
I'm just happy that everyone who's stayed on with us. I mean, we've been live.
Absolutely.
We've been live
5 hours.
5 hours. Good job, though. Good job, though, 4th and Jawn.
This was real clean too. I like all the comments being thrown in the bottom. It's good format.
Chris, we need that Yannick.
Go ahead.
Yo, Yannick didn't get traded, yo.
Yeah, right. Not yet.
Look for tomorrow. I'm telling you.
If we trade the second round pick for Yannick,
dude,
Jacksonville gonna go for that though.
Can Can I just tell y'all, don't get your hopes up because you saw what happened tonight. So whatever you want is not going to happen.
Listen, it's a luxury. That's been from the start.
Hey,
but
Just saying.
We've been talking about Jalen Rager and it happened, right?
Right. But it's still, I guess Rieger too, but that's only because his father had some ties to the Eagles and I figured they're going to stay safe. But I thought Lamb was going to come.
And we got Dallas got it, right, Evan?
That's right.
Dallas, I love him.
That's right.
I love that motherfucker.
Gail was weeks ahead on that one. Gail was weeks ahead.
I love Dallas Goddard. I still believe in him. I don't think he should have got traded. So.
Hey, Mark, appreciate you tuning in, man. Appreciate you for everybody. Appreciate your support as well, Mark. Mark is always a good dude to talk to on the socials.
Seismic Kyle's been going crazy in these comments, bro. I like it. This man's back and forth.
Jalen,
that's the energy we need right now.
I think he's off his meds tonight.
He's gonna be better.
I'm heading over to Kyle's house, see what he's got going on.
He don't like than Lamb. I'm going out on a limb and saying that right now. He's gonna be better than him.
He's gonna be better than him.
He said he'll be better than Lamb.
He's gonna be better than Lamb.
No,
David McClain.
I'm gonna go out on a limb and say that.
Removing his defensive line tomorrow.
Everybody laughed at Tom Brady when he was drafted at his position.
It's just
he
true.
walked in and he put in that work. You know what I'm saying?
You don't know what's
know
gonna
about
happen.
the struggle, you got to know how to put in that work.
And let's
if you put in that work, it's going to transcend to where you need to be.
What Wentz has been
Appreciate
through.
you, Adrian. Appreciate you for your support as well.
You know what I mean?
Did you guys see that? David McClain, do you have sources or are you just saying this?
Who, me?
No. Dave McClain says the Eagles are moving a defensive lineman tomorrow.
Who's left? Who's
I mean,
Who
who
said
would
that?
you move?
Derek Barnett.
who could that be?
Derek Barnett.
Derek Barnett would be my guess.
Oh yeah, because everybody's acting like he's so horrible. But
What are you making right now?
I'm making some stir fried veggies to go with the rest of my jasmine rice and beans because I'm up now. So.
I would have gave you some of my food I had earlier, some kiwi,
Look,
some
wait, I know.
spinach.
I was waiting for you to say quinoa again because I said,
Hey.
quinoa.
Hey, you know what I mean? Gotta keep strong now in these times, you know.
Yeah.
Oh, that's good. No, yeah, this is
Quarantine
good.
diet.
Boise State KO says if we aren't trading up for McKinney, we are going to center to replace Kelsey.
We could have went Ruiz and then took a while.
Cushionberry.
I was thinking that too. Yep. I thought we
I
should
like Cushionberry.
Yeah.
Is there another good center left?
Matt Hennessy,
Matt Hennessy,
Cushionberry.
my boy out of Temple.
Yo,
Me and Mal school.
Yo,
Hey.
Matt Hennessy.
Because you know Kelsey ain't gonna be there for after this year. So
I had a class with Matt Hennessy. We actually were in an acting class together. Believe it or not.
Ooh.
Oh.
Yeah.
On the
I
field.
had electives to fill.
I'm about to say. Not saying Hollywood, you couldn't go Hollywood, but I'm just saying.
Yo, if Matt Hennessy becomes a player, he's got the best name for marketing. He'll have like marketing deals with Hennessy. Imagine if he was a brother. Like,
You had a Hennessy, bro? Yeah.
Oh, my name is Matt Hennessy.
I like what Hefner said about Samawalo. That was my thought too. Is that when Kelsey retires, Samawalo can move in the center. We'll see what happens. I mean, he played it at Oregon State. He was somebody that got reps in both places. I was high on him coming out of college, and disappointed to see that he hasn't been as consistent. I was super high on Derek Barnett too, coming out of the SEC. He showed and proved that he had the ability. The question was going to be his game speed, which is something that I think he struggled with in the NFL. There was a lot of people talking about trading Dillard. Twitter was going crazy before the draft, talking about trading Dillard to the Jets. I think that's a terrible pick, or a terrible take. We got to hold on to that man and let him develop. We'll see, man. I think that
First of all, that's too early to be messing with Dillard because y'all didn't give him enough time. First of all, because if you got JP going out with his fat ass when he decided to go in and out.
Whoa.
No, seriously. No, because he's got too much weight on that knee. That knee is not better if he looks like a bowling ball times 10. I'm sorry, huh?
Hey.
What are you saying?
You can't be talking about.
Honestly, he's a Hall of Famer.
Oh, booted.
Don't be talking about. Don't be.
I
Talking
knew that was
about
gonna happen.
I brought
Don't be a hater.
You just got the prime treatment.
I knew that was gonna happen.
It took me too long to get on here, so don't even play me right now.
Oh, we
But
got
no, he's a Hall of Famer. My point is just with Dillard, you can't just be quick to throw people away because they have a bad rookie year. Like he didn't get a chance.
He didn't
So,
even have
come
that
on.
bad of a rookie year. I don't think he wasn't. He didn't
He
really have
did.
much opportunity to prove what he had.
I
But
mean,
that's my point.
offensive
So why
line
is
is one of the hardest positions to transition into anyway, man. Like that, that's a difficult one.
Hey, John, I'll bring you right back.
He went up against Khalil Mack pretty
Well,
well.
no, I'm about to tell you,
That's
I'm
one of
about,
the
I'm about
top
to leave,
edge
brother.
rushers in the
Anyway,
league.
I gotta bounce.
That's all I'm saying.
All right, yo,
All right.
Yo,
Garnish
thanks for
your
having
chi,
me, bro.
baby.
Take it
Garnish
easy,
your
man.
chi. Just say a prayer and just breathe tomorrow. It's not a big deal.
Oh,
Yo,
I'm
appreciate
good
you
now.
stopping by, John. You coming back tomorrow?
Oh, for sure. You know what it is.
Okay.
You know he is. He just made a
One more
statement
thing, though.
tonight.
I just want to throw a shameless plug. Shout out. I'm a video game developer, director of content strategies and ideas. So shout out to Blaze Games, my company. Check out Bullet Force is on your phone.
Blaze Games,
Free of
let's go.
charge. Check it out. I'll catch
All
you
right,
tomorrow, though,
I'll tell my
brother.
nephew because he's a
All right,
game
man.
head. You might know.
Going, bro.
Yep.
You good,
All
man?
right, later.
Yo, John, I've been working with John for like 20 plus years or some shit. Like he's a good dude, man.
Oh,
Diehard.
I thought he was a random dude. I was talking mad shit. You saw me. Sorry. He was just getting on my nerves because I just didn't want him talking ahead of turn.
Yo, Michael Gibbons been waiting a long time to get on. Mike, how you doing?
What's up, Mike?
Good. How are you?
How are you feeling about the pick, man? You feeling all right? How your pop's good? You guys watch the draft together?
Yeah, I was mad at first. Like I was sitting there and I'm like, we're probably going to get Justin Jefferson. He's out there, or T. Higgins, and then when they got Jalen, what is his last name?
Rager.
I was like, I was kind of disappointed, and then I knew the Vikings were going to go and get him, but I don't know. We have to see what kind of talent he has.
Did you watch the video that we produced on Jalen?
No,
Rager?
I have to check that out.
Bro. You got to watch the video, man. They broke it down expertly, for real.
So I mean, if you're feeling a certain type of way, I want you to watch that video and then come back. Hit me up after you watch the video. Did your father feel the pick? Because if you guys don't know, Michael and his dad, they're big. They used to come down to the tailgates and stuff. Really appreciate your support over the years. But
Rob Low vibe.
Did your dad like it?
He wanted Ruggs. He said but I don't know, or Lamb. But I was mad that he went to the Cowboys. I feel like he would have been a good pick for us too. But
That was just spite. And it'll come back to haunt him. He'll pull a hammy. Someone has.
Greg, Philly, G. Howe, again, thanks for your time, opinions, homework you did, enthusiasm, stats, and I'll tune in tomorrow if y'all doing it again. Y'all are unrated, but appreciated. Much love. Thank you, Greg.
Appreciate it, Greg. Thank you, man.
Appreciate you, man.
What position you guys think they're going to draft next? I mean, we need to get a linebacker.
I mean, we're
Linebacker, center. I can see interior offensive line going.
Somebody defensive, basically, at this point. Yeah.
Yeah, I would definitely like a linebacker, though.
I mean, Zach Barnes.
What's your guys' thoughts on like a cornerback like Dantzler going in the second?
He did get interest from the Eagles,
and I'm surprised that T. Higgins is still there.
I'm not.
Yeah, I saw him as like a second or third round guy.
Definitely.
My friend Eddie wants them to get that. My friend Eddie wants them to get that guy you just said. I forget the name. That quit.
T. Higgins falls to the third round, though. I would take him.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
that's
second round. I'll take him in the second round.
Yeah. I don't want to go wide out back to back
another
like that, though.
receiver?
We did kind of address different positions.
What do y'all think about Logan Wilson, who has been fluctuating between like second round, third round projections? People think he was better than Leighton Vander Esch, which I didn't see. But I feel like I feel something that I've seen, and I just want to say this out loud because I know that the people are watching.
Say it with your chest.
Eagles Twitter significantly underestimates the need for good linebackers. Like I hear people talking about all the time, Schwartz doesn't need them, we don't need them. That's crazy talk. We had Nigel Bradham, we had Jordan Hicks, we've had people that
Jeremiah
for us, right? Jeremiah Trotter. Like they may not be first round picks, but they were really solid
Crucial pieces.
All players that shored up the inside of our defense. And when you playing nickel 2/3 of the time, that means you have two linebackers on the field, right? Like we're not playing dime, we're not in some sort of crazy hybrid. Having a safety playing dime linebacker for us may not be the best solution. So I see dudes like Zach Bonfell, Wilson is potentially somebody that could be had in the second or third round. I would love to see how we nail these next few picks just to like reinvigorate the fan base, because I feel like Jalen Reagor, despite the excellent video that you all did, and I'll be honest, I watched the video and that's what kind of sold me in the first place. Had I not seen that video, I would have came on here with all the smoke. But I saw the video, and Gail and I talked about him a little bit too during the Jordan Jefferson video, and like the opinions of the folks on this team I trust. And so, like I said, I'm gonna dive. I got Ohio State queued up right now from 2018 net. And so I'm gonna jump into that before the night is over.
Buckeyes, Malcolm Jenkins, Buckeyes.
Well, now I understand being disappointed. I mean, because when I first started valuing Jalen, I was hoping like get him in the second round, get like huge value there. But then all of a sudden, the talk started going in the first round. I'm like, crap, like, can you trade back? And I'm like, could we have? Like, maybe, but I don't know, because I think no matter what, like, let's say we took Jefferson, Saints maybe take him. I mean, Vikings maybe take him, maybe they don't. But the Saints could have taken him. And I know for an absolute fact, if he was there at 30, the Packers were taking him, because Aaron Rodgers all offseason has been saying, like, I need you guys to get me a weapon. And then they ended up getting Jordan Love. Like, he's probably fuming right now.
I think they've been planning on that quarterback pick the whole time, if I'm going to be real. Just because, again, I feel like that's
they've been scouting Love like crazy.
Yeah,
but
I feel like that was the perfect place to get him. You let him sit for 2 years. You let Rodgers ride off into the greener pastures of retirement or whatever the heck he's going to do. I love that Jordan Love pick for the Packers. He has to be pissed because, there were still playmakers on the board that they could have selected. But I think for the franchise, especially for like a newer coach in the building, it's not McCarthy anymore. Somebody that's like dead set on Brett Favre or on Aaron Rodgers. I'm sorry. I love that Jordan Love pick for them.
The craziest thing is Rodgers and Love were the same age when Brett Favre and that was like the weirdest thing about it too.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's crazy.
I am.
So wait, I missed it. Where did Jordan Love go again? Where did Jordan Love go?
I think he went overall to the Pack.
Yeah, I am just HB says I don't trust Mills as a safety. I mean, he brings up a topic. We're in the second round. You guys have any prospects you guys can talk about?
So many safeties. All the safeties that you could want in the world are still in the second round, and a lot of them, like, they could have gone first round in a lot of drafts. I mean, Xavier McKinney didn't go, Jeremy Chin didn't go, Ashton Davis didn't go, Antoine Winfield didn't go.
None of them did. Were there any safeties in the
safeties
first round or no?
No, Grant Delpit's still available. Like, all these,
I think none of them
so many safeties, and that's like why like so many people wanted us to trade back.
Antoine Winfield Jr. is still out there.
Exactly. Ashton Davis, Duggar, Chin, like there's like 6 safeties in the second round that all could make immediate impact, like, and even press Parks and Mills to start.
And Kevon Wallace out of Clemson, another guy mid-round guys.
Yep.
Brandon Jones out of Texas, Terrell Burgess out of Utah.
We want somebody from Texas.
What did y'all think about Yuto Matos? He was the dude that was getting projected all over the first round. Somebody that slid out. I watched him versus Michigan, and he got dominated by Cesar Ruiz and John Runyon. And so, like, I was kind of off of him initially. What are y'all thoughts on Yuto Gross Matos? You think that he's somebody worth that? If he falls to us in the second round, would you take him?
I think at that point, at 53, I think again, there's players that can be potential starters.
Right.
He's going to come in here and back up.
Right. Be a rotation dude. Absolutely.
I like Josh Uche a lot in like the second and like the third round. Josh Uche. I like Bradley and I too. Like, those are the two dudes. Like, if we're taking at the end, I think you get a huge bang for your buck in like the third, fourth round with Uche and I, and Alton Robinson's awesome too. What's up, buddy?
What are the chances that we could actually get somebody that could actually not take the pressure off of Sidney Jones? Because I don't think he's going to be reliable for a whole season.
You said Sidney Jones?
Yeah, like, I don't think we're going to have, like, who's going to really have to step in, obviously, because obviously Sidney is more of a fourth quarter.
We got Darius Slay, but
Avonte Maddox, man. I'm really hoping
Avonte.
They love Avonte.
I really hope that Avonte can clean it up and start opposite.
Yeah, Avonte can be in and have Sidney behind him.
Right. We got
Avante
that.
definitely is reliable. I think Avante had bad issues, obviously, last season because he was out of position. So a lot of the times everybody had to pick up for other people. So we don't really know truly what the defense is yet because and even the offense at times because everybody kept being injured or moved around. So everybody was really out of position. So my thing is this year, we want to get some stability, consistency from every damn person, even Carson. And that's all we need. All we need to do is stay focused. Honestly, Carson took us there. Nick just finished it. So it doesn't mean that team can't get back to the same mentality they had before. They just didn't have the right mix. They didn't have the right mix. I mean, they need there's a certain chemistry. That's why I say the one benefit to Rieger is that if he is a Christian, because he came from Texas Christian, I know that's really important to Carson. So if he has another guy in the flock, aka brotherhood, then they might be on the same page all season. And hallelujah, take us to the promised land wherever the Super Bowl is next year. So
Adrian Caban says Rieger is a burner who can get good separation, need route tree development, but explosive with the ball in his hands.
Right.
Okay, that's the key phrase. Separation.
I can see the route tree development.
Yeah.
Separation. That is the key because nobody can get separation all the time. So
that was the major factor. Was just separation because it was like how like Carson had to throw over everyone's head just trying to get it to somebody.
And a lot of those catches from last year were ridiculous. Like some of those catches probably couldn't have been made because
I was at the Lions game last year, and that game that really wanted to throw myself into the gutter because no one can catch you over the catch balls. Thank you, Jawn.
Well, think of all the catches that happened with all the backups that were amazing.
Oh yeah,
especially that one.
Greg Ward.
The one from Deontay that didn't count. You notice all Carson's amazing catches are in the Redskin game.
Yeah.
Always Washington.
When he threw the bullet pass, the laser shot right to Miles Sanders in the back of the end zone.
I mean, come on.
Two Redskins.
I mean, they all looked at the ball. Everybody thought they had a shot of at least picking it. That ball went through them.
Do you think Howard can still go after Higgins in the later rounds or no? I'm sorry to cut you off.
What's that?
That's all right. Higgins?
T. Higgins?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you think he's going to look at? Do you think he's going to look at a second receiver or no?
Of course.
Yeah, he'll definitely look at it.
I'd go with the second receiver, but probably later in the draft.
I mean, Higgins is the best one out there, right?
Tyler Johnson, low key. Tyler Johnson, third round, maybe fourth round, low key. Tyler Johnson.
I think go with the receiver in the third round.
Right.
Although you had 3 4th-round picks, I was thinking of moving one of those 4th-round picks up to like a second or third.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And try to balance out how you use your draft picks because you got 2 or 3 compensations on the list. 3 compensations, and one of them's in the 3rd round. Yep. 2 of them are in the 4th.
Did Mims go? Because I might have walked away.
No.
Didn't go yet?
No,
so he's still there too.
Not interested in Mims, or are we interested?
I mean, in the second round,
absolutely.
all day.
I think he might take him in second.
21, absolutely not.
Yeah, so I was looking at him too. I thought maybe he would be a default if they didn't get.
He's from where? Baylor, right?
Baylor. Yep.
Yeah. So.
Oh, yeah, I'm gonna let someone else jump in, guys. Nice to meet all you guys. Now I'm telling you,
for letting me in, boo-boo.
Mally, you know I'm gonna holla at you, Mally.
Watch the Ohio State game, man, because I watched all the bad games first. I looked at his stats and I tried to understand it, and then I watched the Ohio State game, and I'm like, dude, if Carson gets this kid, he's gonna be so excited. I mean. Let's see, man. I'm telling you. Let me know what you think about the Ohio State game.
Yeah, I got you. I'll highlight you tomorrow, bro.
I'll talk to you guys later. See you. Have a good one.
All right, see y'all.
All right, Chris.
Bye, Gail. Thank you, hon.
Tell him about that catch that he had against Arnett, dude. That one-hand catch.
I'm gonna see it in a second.
Oh yeah, hopefully.
I'm about to get on to that in no time, Gail. You already know.
Oh, we down to the.
We're down to just the 4 of us.
It's just interesting to see. Because he's a guy that we talked about so much so that every year I only pick out a certain amount of players to actually do videos of that I think are going to be the picks, and now that he's become the pick, I'm like,
you excited?
So you're
It's
saying after I watch the
it's
video,
not like
I'll feel better about him?
You'll feel better.
well, you'll understand why they're bringing him in. You know,
Yeah,
like
you'll feel better.
The quote he talked about at the combine. He said, "I'm coming in. I'm bringing immediate impact. Like he's gonna be an immediate impact on special teams, a reliable target, a guy who's gonna take a jet sweep to the house. I mean,
Yeah.
there's only a certain Mal. How many receivers do you think could take a ball to the house on a screen and like a slant in the process
Right.
that you know of?
I guess it was just that I was hearing so much about Justin
only a
Jefferson
handful.
that like he was the guy, you know. So that kind of made me wonder.
That part. That I was so sold on Justin Jefferson, and when he was still on the clock, they actually flashed to him while we were picking, and he was on the
I know
phone.
that's
I was like,
why
yes,
I'm like
sir,
forgetting
I'm
him.
ready. And then I saw that wasn't the case. Actually, I think Soko broke it in here that Jalen was the pick, and I was heartbroken because for me, I tried hard to not. Keith Murray Jr. and Justin Jefferson to me were two picks that like I was really hyped about for the Eagles at 21, just because I saw the impact that they could make almost instantaneously. Again, Jalen Reagor was somebody that I thought could make an impact, but it would happen further on down the road. But definitely
That's the link to the video we're talking about.
check that video out, man. It changed my mind. Like I was less upset because of that video. And I'm gonna get in here. I'm gonna probably put an article up once I get a chance to break it down because I'm coming in a hater. So I'm gonna write an article and we'll see if I'm still hating in a day or so. 24 hours from now, we'll see what happens. But honestly, like Gail, I agree with you. The physical skill set is something that not a lot of players in this draft had. And to see Ruggs go 12th, I felt was a reach. That was very Raiders-esque. Like I'll shout out that RIP to Al Davis. I feel like that was an Al Davis sort of pick. And so I was set on Justin Jefferson. I thought he could be a real playmaker for Carson Wentz. So I was disappointed. But you get over stuff.
Yeah, it's just funny. Like Jefferson would have been nice too, man. I had to be talked in. Like I think I was where. It's funny because I would think I was where you were at on Reagor. No, I was where you were at on Jefferson.
Yeah.
Like I was feeling like a certain type of way. But
Right.
I had to be like talking to it.
Yeah.
And after watching the tape, I was like, okay, I see where he can excel. But man, it's we've been waiting for this so damn long.
Right.
So
I mean, I hope this guy can bring us some talent. So
Yeah.
because we definitely need talent at wide receiver. Hopefully, he's the guy to do it.
yo, cut me open. I Bleed Green says, why all the hate on Reagor?
You talking to me? Cut me open?
No, just in general.
I think a lot of people just don't. He was just a player. I'm gonna speak personally. He was somebody that I just didn't focus on. Right, like there was a lot of smoke around him. The ties to the Eagles franchise was very clear, but I was just not looking at him as someone that could come in day one and make an impact. Like special teams, I get it. Bubble screens, I get it. Quick slants, I get it. But like I was looking for somebody like a Justin Jefferson again, even like Kenneth Murray Jr., who steps in and like day one without a question commands a starting role. I don't know and didn't know that would be the case with Reagor. But I'm turning my mind a little bit about it through these conversations. That walk in the rain helped too. Because sometimes you just got to be with your thoughts, man. I'm ready for this Ohio State game. I'm actually about to log off in a second so I could dive in, and get myself ready for tomorrow.
Oh, Boise State KO said, I love the video, but I'm still left that it was a reach.
He wouldn't have been there in the second round.
No, he wouldn't.
No.
Do you think they'll go after Mims if he's like still there, like in the third or whatever? No.
In the back end of the second year, maybe.
Yeah.
I don't think they're gonna move up for.
Yeah,
he was.
I would like to see him.
Gotta move up for that.
I would like
I
to
have
see him
Reagor
get
rated as
Higgins
a
or
1-2.
Mims.
Reagor would
Mims,
win the
but-
first round. Like I don't. There's no way he falls out the second. I think Mims fell out the second because people fell in love with the week at the Senior Bowl and like his combine footage. But in reality, when you looked at him, he made some highlight catches at Baylor, but he wasn't consistent. And so that's kind of my knock with Reagor too. Is like that consistency part. Like it red flags for me when you drop off a cliff that following year. Like had a really good year in 2018. But 2019 didn't really put the production together. I hear quarterback play, But a dog is going to be a dog, man. And so, I want to look at this Ohio State game. I'm gonna dig into some other 2018 games. But when you putting together one catch games on 4 and 5 targets in 2019, that's a red flag in my opinion. And so we'll see what happens.
Yo,
I'm
first time
probably gonna go and watch highlights on them.
It's funny. It's the first time I started looking at some of the Twitter comments. Holy shit!
Yeah.
Oh man,
people are going off on Twitter.
Crazy, bro.
Even on Instagram too, it was like negative after negative after negative. I was like pounding on Howie in every single bit. I'm like, jeez.
People don't like Howie, man. That's that.
Well, yeah.
They hate for Howie. And Boise State KO Mims definitely about the bear route tree. That was one of my knocks with him too. He ran 3 or 4 routes and that was kind of it.
What is his background? Because I'm not trying to be rude or anything, but the house didn't look the nicest.
Who, Rager?
Yeah.
His dad was an NFL football player.
Yeah.
His dad played for the Eagles.
He played for the Eagles and Colts.
Dude's a beast, man.
Yeah.
Kevin Trump, he said, true freshman quarterback after a 1,000-yard receiving year with a good QB, he can succeed.
Listen, he has Carson Wentz, so he has no more excuses.
Yeah. He has no excuse. He has no excuses now because he has Carson.
That was my thing. I said the upgrade in the quarterbacks that he was playing with is going to be from here to here. And again, Deshaun Jackson and Jalen Reagor on the field at the same time.
They're all going to be covering Deshaun.
We gotta hope you get on the field, Gail. We'll see.
Hope it brings talent.
Oh man, Greg. So with Greg Ward Jr. taking snaps from Reagor, man, I'm gonna just be sitting.
You guys doing this again tomorrow night?
Yeah, we'll be around.
Absolutely. Listen, fellas, it was a pleasure though. Let me get into this Ohio State tape. Gail, I'm gonna holler at you tomorrow. Fellas, it was a pleasure to meet you all. Y'all have a good night, okay?
Wow. 5 hours, 45 minutes.
That's amazing. 5 hours.
So you're going to be doing this tomorrow and Saturday?
Yes, sir. I think it's time, dude.
How do I watch the new podcast? Is it only on iHeartRadio?
The new podcast of the last podcast was on iHeartRadio. Then the next podcast will be on our iTunes.
Nice.
Can I get it on Spotify?
Huh? You can't get it on Spotify.
No.
Nope.
No. Darn.
All right. Well, thank you for having me.
Yeah, man. I appreciate you guys sticking around, dude.
Yep.
It was fun. Are you guys gonna come tomorrow or what?
I should be on tomorrow.
All right, cool, man.
On tomorrow. All right, thank you.
I'll be in my war room.
All right, dudes. Man, thanks for stopping by, guys. Oh man, it is 1, man. It's almost 1 o'clock, dude. Let's see. Dave McClain says, I feel as if we played checkers with this pick. Could Howie have gotten this kid at 30 and added a 4th round pick for a center? I don't think Reagor, the stock was high on Reagor. I think he wouldn't have fell. I was hoping that they could move back, but in theory, just saying that Howie Roseman trying to move back, in theory, it makes sense. But you gotta have a partner to dance with. If they didn't have someone to trade back, then I feel like they had to get their guy. Then maybe that was the move, but. Why does everyone think we can just say we want any pick and get it? I mean, that's something that you do have to think about. I mean, you can't get everyone. CD, I think the issue with everyone being so busted up, I just think CD Lamb got close, and people just got pretty hyped. Obviously, Cowboys took the best player on the board at that time, and it sucks. It sucks that CeeDee Lamb is going to be a Cowboy, and everyone hates the Cowboys. best Eagles bar on the West Coast. I don't know. Tell me. Ayuk went a couple picks after Rieger. Wouldn't have been there with a trade back. Yeah, I think, the guys in range, man, I thought it was Justin Jefferson, Rieger, Ayuk, Higgins. Again, people forget about Laviska Shenault. He could be on the board in the second round if they want to double dip or wide receiver. Would make a lot of sense. John says he's about to watch the video again. My man. I mean, just go watch it. You start watching him against Ohio State. So, like, if you talk about him not making plays against quality cornerbacks, watch him against Ohio State. Oh, Rock Bar, AZ. Yeah, I heard a lot about Rock Bar. Cooper will catch 4 for 30, but Lamb will get 10 for 150 with TDs. He's a field stretcher, man. I'm telling you, he gets vertical real quick. DBs have to make quick decisions because it could be all over with one missed tackle. Donnie Chenard, man, calling from upstate New York, coming in. I think with Lamb going to the Cowboys, it forces our hand to look at the corner in the second. Thoughts? I definitely think you got to bring in the corner. I mean, the depth charts, Avonte Maddox, Roby Coleman in the slot, Sidney Jones with another opportunity to start. I still think, let's see, corners on the board. Let me get my list here. No, I think Diggs is still out there. I believe Trayvon Diggs is out there still. Jalen Johnson. I guess Damon Arnett went early. Amik Robinson in the third. Eagles have been big. They've been interested in him as well. Cameron Dantzler out of Mississippi State in the third round. Troy Pride Jr. out of Notre Dame. Darnay Holmes at UCLA. Potential options. If anybody wants to jump in, let me know. We have. I mean, it's wide open. We started off hot. It's closing down. You don't try to get a better receiver in the second round. I think if it warrants it, I mean, there's potential. I mean, you got T. Higgins late, and I'd go Laviska Shenault. Some people like Chase Claypool, big body target. Some people like Michael Pittman out of USC. I'd rather go somewhere else. I'd either go interior offensive lineman, maybe Custenberry out of LSU. You got to think about replacement for Jason Kelce. Let's see. I won't be able to sleep tonight. That sounds like you were not happy with this pick. People are still reeling from the Lamb pick, so they're just extra salty. Yeah. I mean, John says, mark my words, he'll be better than Lamb. No, but I mean, you really just got to go back. You really just got to go back and watch the quarterback play with Rieger. It's embarrassing. I'm telling you, go back to and watch Rieger. And his quarterback was embarrassing. 50 plus years, 35-year season ticket holder. Appreciate you holding it down, man. That's a long time to be an Eagle fan and a season ticket holder. Curious how this weird offseason plays into these first round picks making impact. No, I mean, I've said it on a couple of our podcasts that I said that it's imperative with no offseason to get guys in here who are pro ready, like ability to step in. I've been saying it numerous times on this show already. He said that he's ready. He'll come in and make immediate impact. He could be your starting punt returner. Slot, outside, vertical threat, trick plays he can handle. People were still reeling. I've seen that one. Diggs and Fulton. Yeah, those are interesting. I think Diggs has that receiver's background. Brother Stephon, the Bills now. Definitely. I'm okay with getting a cornerback second round too. Power running back AJ Dillon from Boston College, third round. Again, like I said, it's my best friend. His wife is best friends with AJ Dillon's mother. So I've seen AJ grow up via Facebook and seeing just his story, man. He's a good kid, man. Talking AJ Dillon, you want to bring a guy into your franchise in your locker room, AJ Dillon will put in work. I mean, he saw stacked boxes his whole career. You're talking about getting a guy, a power running back to give us some juice. He'll move the pile, man. Got some shifty feet for his size, 250, 6'1", 6 foot, running a 4.5 his size. In theory, teams would just want to see what he could do out of the backfield. Didn't really get the opportunity in that offense that he was rocking with. But he was a workhorse over the last 3 years. I said it from his freshman year on to my best friend Aaron. I said, "Yo, the dude could be a third-round pick," and here we are. He's about to be drafted in the NFL. Could be fourth round, could be third round, in between. We'll see. It's also scheme fit. He might just fit our scheme perfectly. If you guys go watch the video I did, you'll understand where I'm coming from in the theory of like Jalen Reagor versus Justin Jefferson, another guy that I was high on as well. But I'd like to see it. I don't know how I think he can definitely work on it, but I think guys are scared to check him at certain parts of the game. Like he can definitely, you're one mistake away from him breaking the touchdown. But no reason why we can't swap picks to Atlanta at 16. Their pick would have still been there. That's the frustrating part. That's the interesting part. I mean, you said no reason why we can't swap picks. Larry, in theory, it sounds like it makes sense. But in theory, you can't always move up if they don't want to trade back. Or you can't make them trade back. Got you. Hey, and Lamar Jackson was a running back, you know. What do you think about AJ Epinesa or Yetur Gross-Matos tomorrow in round 2? I think AJ Epinesa, he's a jack of all trades. He's like not a master of none. He'll give you, he's not super explosive, but he wins with like technique off the edge. I think Gross-Matos, I think he still got. This game's kind of raw. He can still put it together. I think. I think he'll go. I think he'll go in the second round. I did a draft, mock draft recently. I had him going in the second round to Atlanta. I picked I put Gross-Matos in the second for Atlanta. Yeah, I think San Francisco, man. I think they need some picks. I wanted to grab Ruiz there, then move up for Mims. Cesar Ruiz, he would have been a solid a solid play. But then again, you're talking first round pick, right? Cesar Ruiz. Me and Mal actually did a video. I didn't put that one out. I did a video on Cesar Ruiz. I did a video on Kenneth Murray. I did a video on T. Higgins, Justin Jefferson, and Jalen Reagor, because I thought those the guys that were in the range. Ruiz, I thought he made sense in theory, like offensive guard versatility, play center when Kelsey's gone. And Ruiz, a local guy. He would have been solid in theory, but like you're talking about first round pick, we're talking about value right away. I need some instant impact. Get him on the field, man. I think Ruggs is gonna be on the field right away. He's not gonna be a Dillard waiting in the wings. He's not gonna be a Goddard waiting in the wings. You look at Sanders, immediate impact. You saw what he did for our offense. You saw how it's one of the most explosive players that we had last season for the Eagles as a rookie. I think this is going to be a second year of a rookie coming in, being an explosive player for the Eagles. Let's see. Just watch Reagor versus OSU and cooked up the top 3 pick, Sips T. That's what I'm saying. And look at the catch they had on Arnett. One-handed joint. Let's see. Right, Goddard was behind Ertz. But then again, you're talking about like bringing in guys in, immediate impact. I think Goddard, that was the pick that I had for the Eagles. That's the first one last year, or what was it, a year ago? When we got Goddard, I was like, he's the guy. Jonathan Taylor, Todd Shea. He's explosive, man. He's was like 4.39 he ran in the 40. There's tons of production. I don't know if he's the same player in space, like as a pass catcher. I think he can do it, but I don't know if you think Jonathan Taylor I don't know if he makes it out of the second round. And I don't think the Eagles are going running back in second round. I remember when I wanted Pumphrey. You wanted Pumphrey? Yo, I have a signed helmet from Donnell Pumphrey, and signed by Nigel Bradham as well. It's of no use right now. And Philly, Ricky, Reagor, and Wentz gonna be crazy. I trust. They're gonna be explosive. Look at Djax and Wentz. First game of the season, explosive. You're gonna have 2 of those guys on the field. Yeah, I mean, like I said, I wanted immediate impact, a guy who's gonna play right away. And if you look back, would you want Marquise Brown or Dillard? I still would have took Dillard. I think he'll be successful. I think he just needed to get his weight up and functional strength, hand placement he needed to work on. But I thought he had the athleticism you like. Dillard's going to be a player. I also have a signed helmet from Dillard. When I saw that little trade rumor stuff, I was like, Did you get the Packers trading up to get Love? It's interesting. I mean, if you look when Aaron Rodgers got, drafted, when they had Brett Favre, I think Jordan Love at that value in the back end, I think the Packers think you get a 5th-year option. I mean, he's a raw prospect. He's got a solid arm. Some people were making comparisons to Mahomes, but he's not Mahomes. But Aaron Rodgers is 37 years old. You gotta have another guy to groom behind him. Oh, Pouncey, yeah. I was getting Marquise Pouncey vibes from Cesar Ruiz. You know, RPO fake to Rieger, hit Jackson deep. Yo, you got Goddard in the working the seams. You got both. You got both 4 verticals. Goddard, Ertz, D-Jax on the outside. Rieger on the outside. Stretching the seams, dude. Wasn't there talks to trading Alshon during the draft? There was. I still think. Hey, look out for that. Yannick Ngakoue has not been traded yet. Think about it, yo. How he has a lot of extra cap space. Think about it. They trade that second for Yannick Ngakoue and a couple players package, maybe an Alshon, maybe Derek Barnett. I know, but if the Eagles trade up and got someone like Swift or Taylor in the second, it makes sense. Our offense real dangerous, but it also doesn't make sense in terms of our needs. It doesn't address a need. That's like a luxury having those 2 backs together. I think Swift, they're both dangerous, but I think they gotta look other places. Like you can get some running backs later in the third, fourth, fifth, but you can't address the quality interior offensive lineman like a center, like Cushenberry or Hennessy. If you're looking at center, or if you're looking at some of the safeties. I mean, if you can't, in theory, you can't. You could say that you believe in Mills, but are we really gonna not bring someone in via the draft to like compete at safety? Cut me open. I believe Green says Rager, Sanders, Ertz, Goddard, T-Jax. That's a nice combo. Plus some up incomes. Man, we good. That's an explosive group, man. That's an explosive group. If D-Jax stays healthy, man, watch out. Jalen Rager is a U.S. #1 long jumper at 25 and has a 42-inch vertical. Donnie Chenard. I don't know if you saw that tweet I talked about his. He's got freak athleticism, freak strength. Check out the Bruce Feldman freaks list. Showcases college athletes and all their freaky traits. Jalen Rager was on there. 42-inch vertical. And what he's like benching like, dude benches like 380. 380. Dude's a monster, dude. I think he's a freaky athlete. It all. You can see it on film. The explosion. Packers had to take Love there. You're right. I mean, it just makes sense, dude. A guy to develop under Aaron Rodgers. Yeah. John double tight end said 2 wide receivers, 1 running back equals balance attack. Yeah, and look and think about Miles Sanders as a passing weapon as well. All those dudes doing 4 verticals, and then Miles Sanders slips out the back. Love it. I love the Barnett pick. I still believe he's a player. I do believe he's a player. I believe his only thing is consistency. There's rumors of him being involved in that Yannick trade. That's the rumor. Like if they're going to move some players, and Roswell Douglas, another guy that was mentioned, or Crayvon LeBlanc, because those guys are expendable on 1-year deals. And the thing about Barnett, he's been injured. I still don't think he's got his NFL body. Like you remember Brandon Graham, how much he came into his own as like put on his frame, and in strength wise. I think he's still got room to grow. I know he lost a lot of weight after surgery. I saw him at the Eagles autism thing challenge last year. Super light. I was looking at him like, man, I don't. Can he gain that more? Can he gain more weight before the season? Biggest surprise of the draft, I think CeeDee Lamb going to the Cowboys at 17. I think biggest surprise for Eagles fans. I think the cornerback was it Arnett at Ohio State going early. That was interesting. Yeah, super productive. Yeah, he was super productive. High motor. I like the pick at the time. We all love Jackson. Deshaun Jackson, yes. Rager, sick athlete. Yeah, I agree with you, Todd. Yo, hold on. Let me see if I can find that thing for you. Yeah, Rager posted a 620-pound squat, a 380-pound bench press, and a 380-pound clean. How many wide receivers can do that? Short arms. I mean, those numbers speak explosiveness. It's on the tape, dude. Happy with the Rieger pick. Just sucks that the Lamb was so close. Yeah, I know. Eagles doing their homework on linebackers. Michael Pickney from Miami. Davion Taylor out of Colorado. They had a FaceTime meeting and a private workout. Corte Sapp out of Tennessee had a formal meeting. Patrick Queen from Louisiana. Logan Wilson, Wyoming, had a private workout. I think Logan Wilson is a guy that the Eagles can definitely target. Ooh, I hope Yannick with the third trade. Yeah, I think that deal with Yannick on the timeline recently with Khan's son on the timeline, really, I think that took a damper to his trade value, or just in the sense that teams know that Jacksonville and Yannick, they're going at it. Why are they going to give up a first-round pick? Now teams can start lowballing because they know Jacksonville got to move them. Where do we think we go in the second round? I think interior offensive lineman is an option. Double dip at wide receiver. Safety talent on the board. Double dip at wide receiver is cool with me. I think cornerback as well. But if you're thinking future pick, like immediate pick, maybe a wide receiver, but like future pick, interior offensive lineman. All right, Donnie, man. Appreciate it, man. Yo, shout out to Donnie, man. He was at the first 4th and Jawn show at a bowling alley in Philly. Our first time doing it. Shout out to him, man. Shout out for all your support, man, over the years. We are doing this tomorrow, I think. I got nothing else to do. I'm quarantined. I got nowhere to go. No, Davion Taylor struggles with open field tackling and coverage of spotting. Okay. Kevin says no. Rager has strength for running back. We need a wide receiver there. I'm telling you, man, this dude's a freak, dude. I don't know why people don't like it. He speaks explosion. He speaks explosion. That's his whole game. What player Rieger similar to? We've had some Steve Smith comps. He compares his game to Debo Samuel, and Tyreek Hill, is what he said. Those are the words that he spoke on the platform at the combine. So I mean, he's a dog, dude. Like I said, I don't know if you saw earlier in the chat, I said that he's just a dog, man. I watch interviews closely. I watch the words that these receivers say, or these players say, the prospects say, down to which word they choose and how, that's how nutty I am, dude. But he comes across as a dog to me. Very confident. John Kitna was his high school coach in high school. Spoke very highly of him. Was a dog coming out of TCU. Out of high school, he went to Oklahoma. He flipped and went to TCU. It's been a contributor since his freshman year. What free agents do you think we target after the draft? Obviously, linebacker. I think some veteran linebackers up here. Kenny Stills is out there, maybe via trade. I don't see what you see. I mean, talk to me. What do you see? What do you see when you see Rieger? What is it that? What is that you don't see? I mean, what I saw of him, and the reason why I did that video, and the reason I did a Justin Jefferson video was I knew that those guys would go in that range, and they went back-to-back picks. I've only did 5 videos, guys. I mean, studying draft picks is what I was with Roto World, NBC Roto World, as a draft analyst, and definitely analyzing prospects is what I do, and trying to forecast players. And Justin Jefferson and Rager, the guys that I forecasted. If you listen to our last podcast, go listen to the last podcast. It was on iHeartRadio, Fox Sports The Gambler. I said Jalen Rager and Justin Jefferson are the guys that we're going to pick. They went one pick apart at 21. But hey, man, I mean, I just, I love to have great conversations on what people see. What's up with a pair of van customs? I need to show out. These are my vans that I did for my own self. Actually, I did these for a person, and they never paid, so I made them for myself. Or we do Jordans too. Size 9, get at me. You get at me, bro. You tell me. I need speed. He said you need speed. You know how fast he's in a 4.3, 4.4 range. He's what, 5'10", 5'11"? Week 1, who do you believe starts opposite Slay, Sidney Jones-Maddox, or a draft pick? I think they're gonna. Who else is out there? Is Logan Ryan still out there? If Logan Ryan is still out there, that'd be interesting. Sidney Jones or Maddox. Roby Coleman and slap. I tried Maddox outside. Size 9, get at me. Yo. Check out these Air Force. Sliding it Air Force. There you go. Sorry about since I'm quarantined, I can't get some of these orders out to people because I'm stuck in here. Brad Jordan, bruh, really? I think that pick was a reach. Hey, Brad, Hey, Brad, you want to jump on this? You can talk your talk right here. If you want to come on and talk. Anyone who wants to jump on the stream with me. Bro, really? I think that pick was a reach. Tell me about it. Tell me about it. If we do a double dip at wide receiver, in the second, I had my eyes on T. Higgins, Mims in the second. At this point, I could see it. Big body target. Catch radius is huge. Ran a solid 4.39, 40, 4.38 or whatever. I think T. Higgins, not the fastest guy, but he's a 50-50 catch radius, dominated the catch point type of guy. 27 touchdowns, tied with DeAndre Hopkins and Sammy Watkins as the most touchdowns for a Clemson wide receiver in history. Reliable target for Lawrence over the years. We're talking about didn't get injured. Best availability is availability. He was that. He's just not the fastest guy. I'd say KJ Hill is nice. KJ Hill is. I'd say he's a poor man's Jarvis Landry. He's not. He's not gonna blow you away, but he's a reliable slot target. I wouldn't want to reach for him, but Van Jefferson late, Devin Duvernay out from Texas, reliable target, reliable as a runner. After the catch, breaks a lot of tackles. Just Son, two domestics. Reach, buddy, fast. Rieger is going to be a stud and will open up the field opposite Djax. I mean, I've been saying that. That's why he's here. The only thing that backs up defensive backs, corners, and safeties is vertical threats. What's that mean for Dallas Goedert and Zach Ertz? It means they can dominate in the middle of the field. There's extra 5 yards of space for Dallas Goedert and Zach Ertz. I mean, any veteran defensive back will tell you with no vertical threats, this offense was dead in the waters because they could key in on the middle of the field. I pray you're right about Jalen. Listen, I wouldn't have done that video if I didn't feel like he was going to be one of the guys. Like he did. Did you see the video we did? I feel like I keep sharing it, but again, that's the video that we did on Jalen Reagor 3 weeks ago. This is Chris Malley and Jimmy. I love to chat, but I'm in bed, dude. I think Queen would have been a great pick at 21 than Reagor in the second round. Too bad Queen doesn't run explosive routes or play special teams or punt returner. I'll catch you tomorrow, bro. I'll definitely hit you up on the customs. Okay, cool, man. Appreciate it. Playmaker, punt returner, solid hands. He's had some focus drops. If you go back to the look, you know how crazy you got to be that you're just talking about stuff, and I'm giving you tidbits of information. Go back to the West Virginia game. Had a drop on a 3rd and 4. He had a drop over the middle. Then go back to he had a focus drop on a post. That was probably one of his worst drops. Comes back, runs a punt return to the house. I know, and then I get the next year against West Virginia, he had another focus drop. So he does have some focus drops on tape. But I just think at times he got disinterested with the offense. So bad, man. So bad. You're talking about an offense, bruh. Do you think we bring in a vet running back like Shady or possibly trade for Fournette? If we got Fournette as a power back, it'd be insane. Definitely injuries is a concern. Shady, in theory, it's great to bring back Shady. Does he have what it takes left in the tank? We'll see, man. He wants to be here. If you get him for cheap at a nice reasonable cost, it's just, it's the Super Bowl and he's not even active on the roster. I mean, Andy Reid didn't even have him active. Last year, I was predicting that if you go to my I'm going to show you a tweet from my pinned tweet from March 11th, 2019. This is my pinned tweet on Twitter. It's a meme. It's funny. It's Deshaun Jackson looking at LaShawn McCoy in Buffalo. So Deshaun Jackson has been wanting LaShawn McCoy back for a minute, dude. And if that happens, I'll be excited. Super Dead could load the box and take away the run game. We needed a guy like Rager. Yo, this guy's speaking the truth over here. Hey man, if you don't got no outside targets to push the envelope, the safety's just gonna lurk. He wasn't a 21 overall pick. Who wasn't? Oh, he wasn't a 21 overall pick. It was Justin? Who? Nick? Tell me who was your option for 21? I just want to know so we can have a discussion on it. Can't have one of the guys with the number one. Can't have one of the guys with the number one need a stud. Chris, what's going on, man? How you been, man? I want to know how you feel, bro. It sounds like I don't know what means. Are you excited about the pick or what? Kevin Trump, people expecting every first round wide receiver to be an all-pro right away when nobody is a finished product in sports and life. You work hard or perish. I'm going to go back to a quote. His college coaches said that he was one of the hardest working players and determined. His high school coach is John Kitna. John Kitna said that he could have lined up as a 10th grader and ran routes against NFL cornerbacks, defensive backs. His dad was an NFL player who played for the Eagles and his dad worked with Howie. Like, so in terms of like having a prospect that Howie knows a lot about, it's Jalen Rieger. Everybody, I mean, that's Salahan's at the catch point, dude. Like his ability to go up and get the ball. Let me give you some numbers here. 40-yard dash, 4.47, hand size 9.5. It's 61 percentile. Arm length 31 3/8, 32 percentile, 32nd percentile. Weight 206 pounds. He's up in the 60 percentile. 5'11", 22 percentile. Vertical jump 42 inches. Vertical jump 42 inches. He's in 97th percentile. Broad jump 138, 98th percentile. Bench press 72 reps. 17 reps. He's in the 72nd percentile. 3-cone drill was 731. That was pretty low. 5%. 20-yard shuttle. It was not, up to par, but yeah, in N1C, we're still waiting for your option, bro. Speak to us. Think Jason Peters 1-year deal. You want to bring Jason Peters back? If he wants to be our swing tackle and help, or move to guard or help. I mean, how can you tell Jason Peters to like not start? Like, he's an OG. Like, I don't know. I think he's still an option. He's still on the table, especially if I think he's still on the table. But I'm not like, just sometimes you got to move on. I think I still think he's a baller. Need those sneaks. I'm 8.5. Any chance they're my size? No. They are size 10. And you're talking about these sneaks. You could always ship to me, dude. Yeah, man. I think, NIC. Who was your option? NIC still hasn't responded, dude. Yeah, I kicked myself off for a second. Yes, Gail, in case you've ever wondered, my real last name is Trump. It's just life. Yeah, it's a tough one, man. Yeah, man. I think it's 1:30 in the morning, man. 6 hours and 32 minutes. I think we're gonna definitely be back tomorrow, though. Are we back? Jason can't be a backup. Exactly. Jason can't be a backup. I don't agree that. I don't think he wants to be a backup. He's a solid player at this point in his age. I'm not gonna say he's elite. He's solid though. I believe Bruce signed Peters. Big V's gone. Makes sense to bring back. I'm gonna ask you this question: Does he start at left tackle, or he's coming off the bench? He's going to get the 6th Man of the Year award. Do you think? Who you starting at slot wide receiver, Ward or Sega Whiteside? That's competition right there. I mean, Arcega Whiteside, he could be your outside guy, or he could he be your big slot? Potentially. I mean, we still don't know. We still don't know if Alshon is going to be on the team. We just keep on thinking that. I don't know if you guys seen D-Jax and his quote, his tweet on Twitter recently. Also, much respect to Kraft. Appreciate it, bro. Yeah, it is what it is, man. You just let me know whatever you need. Any. Thanks to Customs, I've been customizing, keeping myself active, man. That's what I do, man. For therapy, dude. But one thing, has everyone's sleeping patterns been jacked up, dude? Ever since this quarantine, I'm going to bed around 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock. It's been crazy, dude. All right, y'all. It was good talking to y'all, talking draft. Appreciate y'all sticking around. All y'all diehards. Loving the draft like I do. Hopefully y'all enjoyed the feed. We're 6 hours, 35 minutes deep. We got one last question. That's a great question now, man. Dillard Peters. Peters did say he was sliding the guard. Hey, man, if he comes back, I mean, you think about Isaac Suamalo. He's been solid. He's been okay. But I mean, Brandon Brooks has been injured 2 years in a row. Can he come back from this last injury right away? I don't know. But we'll see. I love Jason Peters though, so I could say, I'd love to have him back, but it's just if they're moving on from older players, he'd be one of the guys. 51 WR, man. Bye. All right, bro. And I appreciate you guys for sticking around, man. We'll definitely. We didn't plan on it, but I got nothing to do but talk draft. So we could be down to do another round of this tomorrow. Can Malik Jackson play the end? Yes, they can. They can move him outside. I think that's he gives you that kind of flexibility. He can rush off the edge if you need to. I don't think he's he's not a fastball by any means, but he can push the pocket. Sure won't sleep tonight. Oh man, yo, y'all got the sickness like I do, and I'd love to see it. I can get crazy though. I'll be thinking about these picks all day. I've been thinking about these prospects for months, dude. Doubt it though. I think you're right. Peters may not want to ride bench. It's like telling someone who's a star. It's like telling Carmelo to come off the bench. It took Carmelo Anthony a while to get into the idea of him not being who he used to be, but coming back. Yeah. Matt Leonardis, man. The next Aguilar. Yeah, I mean, Matt, talk to me, man. I need to give you an opportunity to state your case. The next Aguilar means 2017 Aguilar, who was productive, who was confident, solid slot, could stretch the field, or I don't think he's the 2019 Aguilar by any means. I know he does have some focus drops. Like I said, go watch the West Virginia game. You'll see some of those drops, but I think Eagle fans are only upset over Rigger because we were close to Lamb, and that was our guy. I mean, there was all that saying that CD Lamb was our guy, but if CD Lamb was our guy, they would have went up and got him. If he was our guy, they would have went up and got him. Rager's dad worked with Howie. Rager's dad played with the Eagles. They've had the inside scoop on Rager this whole time. Watch that video. We talked about it. It made so much sense. Drops, catch percentage. Catch percentage. I mean, if you also look at accurate throws that were thrown, I think 47% of his throws were catchable. Out of all the top wide receivers, he had the worst. He had the least accurate quarterback, Matt. Justin Jefferson also had 8 drops. He did have 111 catches, though. Stonehands, Aguilar. Listen, I love sports. I truly believe Nelly will blossom. I do. It's a different fan base. It's a different city. It's changes scenery. Listen, Nelson is it's a mental thing too. Nelson is definitely a mental thing. Yeah, CeeDee Lamb. If he was our guy, we would have went up and got him. I just think if you listen to how he's talk about having draft picks and staying close to the best to keeping those draft picks, it doesn't mean we can't move up in the second though. Does not mean that inside scoop does say a lot. I mean, they got the fast track on Rager. Everything they need to know about Rager, they had it lined up. Thank you, man. Y'all be preaching on 4th and Jawn. Some people just don't know football. I think people, I think people don't do their homework and they don't research. But I think if you learn that, this is what I always tell people. You follow the draft, you'll learn the league. And you'll understand the whole league because you study the prospects going into the draft, and when they become players, you know their strengths and weaknesses, and then when it's time for them to leave their teams, and you see, I do a whole list of Eagles' interests and stuff. I track that. A lot of those players end up coming back to the teams that they take visits with because the team has all the intel on them. Keep my fingers crossed. A quality linebacker still available at 53 for us. Yeah, man, there should be some quality guys there. Man, Kenneth Murray was awesome. Yo, man, it's been a minute since we got a quality linebacker dude in the draft. I mean, Nate Gary's been serviceable for converted safety. Troy Dye out Oregon. With the players remaining, who would you like Howie to trade up for in round 2? I'm going to go to best available. I am looking right now. Josh Jones out of Houston. AJ Epinesa, edge out of Iowa. Grant Delpit, missed a lot of tackles. I had some injuries. Big dude. Eater Gross Matos. We talked about him earlier. Raw off the edge. I don't think his game's put together all yet. Xavier McKinney, a slower safety, more of a box type. Ezra Cleveland, Boise State. Antoine Winfield, senior safety out of Minnesota. Dad played a long time in the league. He's a smaller safety though. Laviska Shenault out of Colorado. I've talked about him, and I think he's solid prospect. Could definitely go in the second round. I think a lot of injuries though. Had core muscle surgery recently after the combine. Trayvon Diggs, a cornerback out of Alabama. Denzel Mims, a wide receiver out of Baylor. T. Higgins still on the board. Jalen Johnson, a cornerback. Let's Trayvon Diggs, Jalen Johnson, Chris Fulton, Lloyd Cousenberry, guard, center versatility. Cameron Dancer out of Mississippi State. KJ Hamler. Jeremy Chin out of Southern Illinois. I think for second round, I mean, we'll see, man. Let's see. Eagles prefer trench players. They do. Always building in the trenches. Some of us. Matt Leonardis. Hey, everyone has blamed Rieger's trash last year on true freshman quarterback, but he hasn't really had solid numbers his whole college career. He had a decent year in his sophomore year, but still had high school numbers. I hope he's a stud. I just don't see it happening. They could have so many other options at 21. Hey Matt, just did you get a chance to watch our video that we did on Jalen Rieger? Yeah, inconsistency at the quarterback position. I just think in terms of stepping up his quarterback play, you're talking about it's night and day. He's going to have a real quarterback to play with. You did not. Yeah, check it out. Hey, Matt, here's the link to the video. Wise. I saw your Rieger video. Hey, what did you think of the 51 WR? We did this Rieger video 2 weeks ago. And like I said, on our last 4th and Jawn podcast, which was on Fox Sports, The Gambler, E-Rock asked me which draft prospect did I see us picking. I said Jalen Rieger and Justin Jefferson. Those two prospects went one pick after each other. I did a video on Jalen Rieger, Justin Jefferson, T. Higgins, Cesar Ruiz, and Kenneth Murray. I thought those guys were the guys like in range. And Jalen Rieger was the guy that he just fit everything that this offense was lacking. in terms of explosiveness. In terms of yak, we're the fifth worst wide receiving group in yak, yards up to catch. Starting punt returner, Jalen Reagor. He'll dominate in this slot if you move him inside. He'll take a jet sweep to the house. He's just a talented, explosive guy. Definitely a nice space player. Mims over. Yeah, I'm not really not a Mims fan. When I saw all the Mims hype at 21, was not a fan of that. And then you look at all the Baylor wide receivers that came out of the offense. I don't know. But all right, guys, I think it's dying down. 1:49 a.m. We have been live for 6 hours and 49 minutes. Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh shit!
Yeah!
Oh shit! Yeah! So you gotta turn down your.
It's all my phone.
All right.
Dude, I just was like, wait, is Gail on live right now? I was like, no way. Still up. Love to see it, brother.
Jimmy, you got the sickness just like I do.
You know it, dude. There's not even there's still so much draft left. It just began, I just went on my page and, had to deal with some people losing their minds, just freaking out about the pick. And it's like, this is why we talked about for weeks. I got to make one video with you guys, and obviously I had one choice, that was Reagor. So I was pushing that video, obviously, and I just kept telling people, please watch it. Just listen. I don't know where the Aguilar comparison comes from. I don't know. Things are just, I don't know, man. I'm excited. I know you're excited. You're still up 148, dude. I can't stop watching tape and stuff, man. It's just too much for me. I couldn't believe it. I was like, let me see what's going on here. Gail and 4th and Jawn. Show the feed, and there's just you. I'm like, is this live right now? That's fantastic, brother.
People have just been coming on. I was like, all right, I'm gonna jump off, and then people keep on coming on. Yo, hold on 1 second. Here, bring up this. I'm bringing up this Adam from. If you can answer that one for him, I'm just getting a drink.
Yeah, no doubt. Oh, Logan Wilson, man. That's a name we actually talked about a little bit earlier when I got to come on the 4th and Jawn party, dude, which was awesome. I hope you got to see a lot of it because it was phenomenal. But Logan Wilson was one of the names that was brought up. I heard Chris talking about it. He could definitely go in the second round. So if linebacker is the area that you're looking for, I think that's a name that we could definitely be looking at. A name I really like is Troy Dye out of Oregon. The guy's a tackling machine. He led his team all 4 years in tackles. He actually can not only stop the run, but he can, stop in coverage too. The guy's phenomenal. We saw that Brooks from Texas Tech went off the board already. And, he's good, but I actually didn't think he would fit here. So Logan Wilson, I think he's a pretty good pick there. But like you mentioned at the end here, safety. Oh my God. I was talking about Xavier McKinney earlier, and I think that kid's phenomenal. So if you could trade up, find a way to get him, I would be all for it because that guy's a game changer. He could play just like Malcolm Jenkins did in the sub packages, the nickel package. He could come in and just dominate, dude. And I think, I talked about in my videos and I got to join in a little bit with 4th and Jawn, but there is a lot of talent in this draft. So I feel, we were going to go receiver first. That's a need we needed, and Reagor was a perfect fit. I understand some people think you trade back, but if that's your guy and you have the Vikings sitting behind you with 2 picks, you have all these teams, you make the pick, and I'm all about it. And now you have guys like Logan Wilson still sitting there. There's so much talent. So many tackles went off the board, quarterbacks. And that's something we talked about at the beginning of this party. You know, the quarterbacks and tackles would dominate this draft and we'd see people fall. Sure enough. And I think a lot of the stuff that you're seeing with the anger is really, you know, the Cowboys got CeeDee Lamb. You know, he came so close and we didn't even think he was going to come that close. We all thought we'd have to trade up. So it's not necessarily that Howie wasn't trying either. So I think people need to realize, like, you know, just because the fans wanted it doesn't mean, you know, oh, that's how it has to happen. And it's the Cowboys. We all hate the Cowboys, right? So that sucks. But well, they got to face the Eagles, man. So come get it. What's up, Gail?
Yeah. It's just weird, dude. Like, because we did all the homework, man.
That's what I told the one kid. He said something to me. He's like, he's just not. And I said, oh. So well, how much tape did you watch on him? I said, I'm not trying to be a jerk. I said, but what did you see? Break it down for me, man. Like, I'm all about it. Tell me what, you know, you don't like about him. Well, he's like Nelson Aguilar. I said, who told you that? Terry down at, you know, like whatever, whoever says it, you know what I mean? It's like, okay, buddy, like, hey, we put in the work. And if that's the kind of guy that you come up with after doing so much homework, you know, these are guesses. But if you come up with Andre Dillard last year, you come up with regular, it's because you see people fit a certain scheme. You're like, that guy, that'd be him. And, you know, you and I both have talked about this, you know, for years now. And I've loved you helping me out with everything. And it's been awesome, dude. And I love breaking stuff down. This is to meet someone that's just as crazy, staying up till the wee hours, baby. I just wish, you know, I could go to bed so I can wake up and to be more draft.
I think I think that's the difference about the guys that work for 4th and Jawn. This is a passion project for all of us. We're all trying to build our own personal brands, build 4th and Jawn from scraps. This is all grassroots, but at the end of the day, all the guys that work with 4th and Jawn are like, we're like crazy, dude. We're like crazy. It's not about like just talking. It's like living the
lifestyle. Green, brother.
But crazy though, bro. Like crazy. Like I can't go to sleep. I'm so excited.
Dude, when we set up Skype or whatever it was the other day when you got me rolling with that, dude, it was like 2 hours. I was like, holy crap, did I seriously just sit there for like, and when I first started talking to you, I was like, oh my God, like a couple years ago, you know, it was kind of like a Gary Vee thing that we met through, but like a post, you know what I mean? And I said something to you and I was trying to build something and little did I know you had something that was so awesome like this. And, you know, with us just talking about the years and then you inviting me and my girlfriend up to see that draft was amazing last year. So I've enjoyed the ride you've let me be a part of. And I love 4th and Jawn and getting to meet the guys. Even just through here today, I got to meet a couple guys and they were hilarious. And I had a great time, man. So I appreciate you bringing me on.
Now, I was with Jimmy last year during the draft. And Jimmy also called the pick last year as well. So, like, when in terms of, like, if you're talking to your average fan about the pick and he's feeling a certain type of way, you're talking to fans who have actually did the homework for you and are giving you a knowledgeable take on the player. I mean, obviously, if you got a player that you like, it's fine. We were just in terms of thinking about how they looked at it and how the player that they looked at fit their needs. He hadn't checked off a lot of boxes. We got a guy from Australia, Luna DeMarco. This is great. Only 4 p.m. in Australia. Ooh. Needed some more Eagles.
He's ready.
Yeah, man. Obviously, you're all the way from down under, rooting for the Eagles, which is cool, man. Always appreciate talking to Eagle fans across the map. I got people from Cali.
That's awesome.
That I'm texting right now. Is there more pressure on Howie this year to get immediate starters out of the second and third?
I don't know if there's necessarily pressure. I mean, obviously the fans are going to put pressure on him. I think we all and inside the organization, I won't say we, inside the organization, they have a lot of faith in, you know, Howie and the rest of the guys, what they're doing. And, you know, we talked about the first pick was probably going to be a receiver. And then we'll worry about shoring up all the other, you know, depth pieces we had. But, you know, people were freaking out during free agency. People want to lose their mind about things and put pressure on things. And it's like, we're perfectly fine with a healthy D Jackson Jeffrey. I know that's an if, but, you know, they teach Arthega-Whiteside and Rieger to be the new them. And then Ward, you know, whatever, we add some more people, Chenal, whoever. I mean, we got a lot of draft to go, baby. And the person who had asked about Logan Wilson, we talked a little about him. Troy Dye, I think they're both really good linebackers. You get someone that brought up safety, man. Xavier McKinney, we talked about him. Could you trade up for him? So I don't know if there's so much pressure on him. I think he's been doing a lot better. I understand there's some bad ones, but I think we're good.
Matt, shout out to Matt. He's been hanging. He's been hanging on in the chat recently.
That's Matt.
What do you think Rieger's role will be? I think immediate impact. I've been saying about his game, which means he could be your starting punt returner. You don't have to have D-Jax. You don't have to have Scott do that. You don't have to have anybody else. He can start from the get-go. He can play inside and out. When I say, some people are like, oh, he's not a first round prospect, but when I say he's versatile and he could take a screen to the house, take a handoff to the house, take a slant to the house, be a productive target over the middle, and get vertical and blow the top off the defense and be a burner. You can't say that about a lot of prospects. Obviously, CeeDee Lamb, Jerry Jeudy, Ruggs, that was a different level of like Ruggs' speed is like super explosive. Jerry Jeudy, electric route runner, also has drops. He's had drops. CeeDee Lamb, explosive, dynamic. He's not a burner, but he's great vision, open field, make a guy miss, make, you know, a bigger body target. Yeah, but this is why they're going top 15, top 17. So as you get down where we're at picking in the draft, and people say like, oh, why didn't you move up? Maybe the teams in front of us didn't want to move out. You can't just say, oh, let's move up. Like who's you think Cowboys are gonna move out when CeeDee Lamb's on the board? You think Atlanta's gonna, when they need who did Atlanta get? Who did Atlanta pick?
Cornerback AJ Terrell, I believe.
Which is early, but
yeah, I thought so too. But
I thought he was a first round. But you can say that at home. You're like, oh, you know, Jordan said, you know, I have a bad feeling about this.
Watch the video, man. I hope it'll change your mind.
Why do you feel bad, dude, man? Yanks 24. You're making me feel better. Yanks, I haven't seen you in the chat earlier. If you guys didn't see the video, here is the video. So you can watch it on your own time. About Jalen Rieger. I spent hours editing this piece. And like I said, Yanks, I just see you're new in the chat. So Bruce Feldman, he does it's called the Freaks List every year about freak athletic college players in the NFL, right? Jalen Rieger posted a 620-pound squat, a 380-pound bench, and a 380-pound clean. When I look at his mock draftable, measurements, bench press put up 17 reps at the bench. That's 72 percentile. Broad jump, 138. That's 98 percentile. Vertical jump is 42 inches, 97 percentile. So when I say that to you, when you look at those numbers, those are not normal. Those are not
He's
normal.
a freak athlete.
Those are not normal. Like there's some short, subtle things. Those scores were low, so he might not be the lateral side to side but he's like an explosive athlete. Like those numbers. I don't know what to tell you. So in terms of, go ahead.
If you're talking numbers, I'm a weirdo because I love numbers and I'm into math. I like all that stuff, but also you take numbers with a grain of salt. But when you're breaking down the numbers, you got to look at his freshman year. He comes out, he starts 2 games, only 2 games. He has 33 catches, 576 yards, has 9 touchdowns. Okay. Comes back at, 17 and a half yards per catch. First off, that's pretty damn good. So he has a great freshman year, comes back his sophomore season, starts 10 out of 13 games, goes off, has 72 catches, I believe, for 1,061 yards, 8 touchdowns. Dude, averaging 14.7 yards per catch. Oh, this kid's a star, right? Well, he's got quarterbacks that are, throwing for over 1,000 yards. They're decent quarterbacks. Well, then his junior year, we've got a redshirt freshman. This kid comes out, Dugan, and he's atrocious. Rieger had the 4th lowest on-target pass percentage of balls thrown to him. It was terrible. So when he was catching it, it was just ridiculous for him to even try to get it in the first place. So you talk about that vertical, his high pointing, going to get it. This kid can run routes on all 3 levels. This kid is making moves. Watch his hips, watch his fluid movement, running straight ahead, and then just, oh my God, I loved everything I saw. I was enamored with him. And that's why we talked about this kid, because he's so good. And, you break down those numbers. There's also punt return numbers. There's rushing numbers. He literally can do it all. And I heard you saying about that. The end arounds they wanted from Aguilar, maybe you could say that he's going to be the guy we wanted. But this dude is phenomenal. You can punt return. He's not going to come in, be needed necessarily right away. So there's not going to be pressure like, oh, you're number 1. It's, dude, you're learning behind Djax. You got J.J. Arcega-Whiteside learning behind Jeffrey. You have Greg Ward in the slot. Dude, we're going to be all right. So, I mean, if injuries happen, the kid comes in and has to play more, and I'm happy with that. But, he's more of a Z receiver, which is fine. He's not an X that's lining up. But Arcega-Whiteside is supposed to be the one that grows into that. If you have Rieger running around, dude, you know how we are, in motion, running trio sets. I'm in love, dude. I'm in love.
We're talking about that Tyreek Hill role. This right here, when I tell you about the vertical, when I just mentioned the 42-inch vertical, right? What does that look like to you?
Insane for a little guy to have that much jump. That's cool. But we all watch NBA. We've seen people that have ups like that. But for someone to do that in the NFL, look at all those guys. He knows that all that's coming at him, yet he still goes up and gets that ball. That shows me toughness right there. That shows me that kid's going to put it all on the line. And I understand that, he had a little bit of a slump in his junior year, but let's be real here. A lot of the times, one of the things that knocks on him is, he drops the ball. Concentration drops, okay? The kid's not bad at catching the ball. And think about it this way. If your team's really not doing too well, you're hoping when you finally catch the ball, okay, this is going to be the one. I'm going to make a big play. You're not thinking like you usually would, okay, let's get the first down. Let's make a play. This kid's thinking ahead. So I think in the right situation, Philadelphia Eagles, he's going to shine. I'm so pumped about this. And I feel bad for anyone that, isn't feeling the same way. I want other people to get excited about it and, feel positive about it, because this is this is big for me. I really think, and I know you feel the same way. We've been talking about this for weeks, so I'm pumped, dude.
Yeah, Lindsay from Facebook, we're excited for Rieger. He's going to do big things. And I had a friend who went to TCU. She's been following Rieger for a long time. She was like super excited. We talked about Rieger because I put that I reissued that Rieger video to Twitter today.
I saw that, the stands. I was like, I put some kind of GIF or GIF, whatever you call it. I put me.
She was like, "Oh my god! Like I can't believe that you're talking about Rieger." I'm like, "I love Rieger."
Hell yeah!
Yo, we appreciate you too, man. Appreciate you supporting us. Appreciate you jumping on this late. I don't know where you're from. I mean,
sure.
Of your West Coast, East Coast. Adam Michael Gibbs, thanks for the info on Oregon linebacker Troy Dye. Got to check him out. In my opinion, I think in the next 2 rounds, linebacker has to be dressed. It's because you can get those like hybrid types later in the draft. Like a Nate Gary, like this. You know how they're trying to convert some of these safeties to linebackers.
Yep.
But if you get, also Nigel Bradham is still out there.
Yep. Your boy. Oh, I love that picture, man.
Yeah.
All that
was a great
moment. Yeah, I bet you do too, man. That was and no problem about Troy Dye. I think that's when you went to get a drink. He had asked about Wilson, and I took that time to talk about Dye, because that's somebody I got to watch a little bit of tape on as well, and that's someone I thought about in the mid rounds. The next 2 rounds, I agree. I would like to see us dressed, I was big on TJ Edwards last year. I said, don't be surprised to see him starting. And sure enough, I had a nice little talk with the Mr. Adam Kaplan about that. Try to explain myself and put things into context. But, some people don't want to listen to the internet, scouts. Too bad. Because sometimes we know what we're talking about. And if you just keep constantly missing, I don't know what exactly it is you think you're talking about. So I'll just keep doing what I do, and you keep doing what you do.
Yeah.
Sorry, Gail. I just had to.
Yeah, it is what it is, man. Like, again, we sit here and we do our homework for a reason. And at the end of the day, that's all you can do is do your homework.
That's what I love doing.
They have faith in all the receivers. That's why they pick them, and all don't pan out. But I think in terms of trying to figure it out, they know all eyes are on them. They have a new wide receivers coach. They have, Mike, what's his name?
Aaron Moorhead is the new wide receiver.
No, the old offensive coordinator. I forgot his name. Mike Groh. Gotta go. I already forgot. Once you're out the door, it's a wrap. Marty
Morningweg?
No, I meant Mike Groh.
Oh, yeah. Mike Groh sucked. Him and Carson Walsh. Carson Walsh was the receiver. Oh, my God. They sucked. Mike Groh, both of them. They were terrible. Both of them. All year, I just kept harping on that, man. I couldn't live with it, dude. It just was driving me insane because I feel like Arcega-Whiteside, that was another name I talked about last year drafting. And when we did, I was pumped. But, he came on a little bit at the end there. And I still have hope for him, man. So I think people are forgetting that. We have a big body receiver. I think with the right coaching, we brought in, Rich Scangarello, Morningway, all these bright minds that aren't the offensive coordinator. They're not running the offense. They're coming in and helping with things, man. And we're going to incorporate these guys in. I know if we move Jeffrey, I'd be perfectly fine with that. Add some more firepower, add some more picks, get a new big wide receiver. I'm okay with that. But if we don't, give him another year, whatever. I'd like to see the old Jeffrey back, but he looks like he fell off. So.
Yeah. Jabo 022 says if you could change one thing about the NFL draft, what it would be all in one day, faster picks. No, I spent months waiting for this. I spent 365 days waiting for this moment. Like again, when I tell you, I snuck into when I was 17. I snuck into the draft floor. I stayed at the Marriott Hotel. Me and my boy knew that the players were going to be there. We snuck through the kitchen. We snuck through the kitchen, put on jackets just to get on the floor. with all the players and their parents. Yeah, we got escorted out by security because they knew we weren't kitchen workers. So they brought us out through the kitchen security. We got stopped by Roger Goodell, who was the commissioner, and Chris Berman. So they saved us. They said, "Hey, man, are you guys okay?" And I'm like, the security's got us. I was like, "Oh, we just tried to sneak up." And they're like, I had a G hat on, and he thought it was for Georgetown because he was like, he's a big Georgetown alum. So he's like, "Oh, he went to Georgetown. He's okay. Let him." The security guard lets me go. Chris Berman's there, and just I'm a psycho for the draft. Like, it was Marshall Faulk's draft. He was my idol. I wanted to meet Marshall draft. I wanted to meet Marshall Faulk at the draft. I ended up meeting Marshall. Took a photo with Marshall.
Nice.
The rest is history. I've been hooked ever since, dude. So just in terms of like, I love it, man. I love waiting for this day, man. It's great.
Same here, brother.
We got more comments here. Frisco moves out. That was a given before the draft with no mid rounds. One other thing about this, if this Yannick trade happens, that 53rd pick, I'm telling you, dude.
That would be nice, man. I'd be really pumped. I mean, I know he's been really.
You'd give the 53rd pick up for Yannick?
Yeah, I'd take an edge rusher that could change the game. Hell yeah, man. You know how I feel about edge rushers. That's like the most important position on defense almost, man. Like, pretty much to me, if you have a rotation like we used to with Chris Long, Michael Bennett, that's how you won. Now, dude, add in Javon Hargrave, getting Malik Jackson back is huge for the interior. Malik Jackson can move outside. That's awesome on situations. But, I really like what I saw from Sweat. We have Barnett and Graham. Sharif Miller, is he going to get used? Deshaun Hall looked great in the preseason, but we barely used him. We traded for Jannard Avery. I'd love to see, what he has to bring to the table. So we've got a lot of edge rushers, but, if you had a premier edge rusher like him and you only have to give up a second round, I mean, if you're drafting someone in the second round like him, holy crap. So, yeah, I think I'd be more than okay with that, depending on how much more, they want than that. I wouldn't give up too much, but, yeah, I like him.
Yeah, I'm looking at comments. Do you really believe we cannot move back for him? I thought in theory, this is what we talked about in our video. Again, we talked about moving back and still acquiring Jalen Reagor. We also talked about if that's their guy and they were comfortable with him, then they would just go ahead and pick him and feel okay with him. Jimmy was higher on Reagor more as a receiver than Ruggs. Now I'm going to look at the picks to move back.
Dude, you had the Vikings. Like, you don't know. And if you like someone, you have to take who you like because you don't know what the Saints are going to do. You didn't know the Patriots were trading out, any of that stuff. You know what I mean? Like, you had to be careful.
Like Bleacher Report, they gave us a C-. They said last year's Eagle wide receivers disappeared.
Good for them. How much did they get right?
We're just so discombobulated. They were publicly pissed by Philadelphia neighborhood firefighting heroes. I'll skip that. Reagor is the kind of screen bomb reverse that threat who makes us drool this time of the year, but then has trouble taking the field as anything more than a situational weapon in the NFL because he cannot beat a jam, block, or hold on to the ball in the middle of the field. He's reminiscent of Miko Hardman in many ways and what could be best off in a Hardman-like situation, an extra gizmo in an already loaded offense that makes him a very risky, very suspect selection for an Eagles team that need sure things at wide receiver. So talking about moving back, the Vikings. Did the Vikings want to move back? No, they didn't. They wanted to pick a wide receiver. They got Justin Jefferson. Again, those two wide receivers, the day before, I told you I'd take either or. And those were the guys going to be at 21. Los Angeles Chargers. This was from New England. They got Kenneth Murray. Oh yeah, man. You think the Chargers weren't trading out?
Yeah.
Kenneth Murray's still on the board. Solid pick. The Saints. They got Cesar Ruiz. You think they were trading out? I don't think so.
Yeah, I said you'd probably be. Yeah.
Ruiz could be a immediate starter for them. San Francisco from Minnesota. This is the 25 pick. Brandon Ayuk. You think they were trading out? They wanted an explosive wide receiver. They got Jerry Jeudy and Brandon Ayuk. Talk about explosive weapons. Green Bay Packers at 26 from Miami. Jordan Love. You think they were going to trade out? You think Green Bay? Didn't Green Bay move up? Or they traded?
They could have been interested.
Yeah, Green Bay. They got Jordan Love, a quarterback. They're going to get the 5th-year option. Seattle Seahawks drafted Jordan Brooks, linebacker. That was interesting. Baltimore.
Yeah, Texas Tech.
Patrick Queen. So I just went over those picks right there. Again, and then we have from Hulk 2233 says, I just wish the Eagles would have traded up. Again, the players in front of us, were they moving out?
Look, Hulk, I'm going to be real with you here. I saw your comment over here about, sadly, us not knowing anything about football. I hope to change your mind here because one thing I did see and one thing I do understand about football is, just because the fans want something or we want something or we see that CeeDee Lamb is a great player doesn't mean that we have to get that trade. Gail kind of alluded to that earlier. We can't just force the Falcons, oh, God, we know the Cowboys are coming up. They're going to trade him. You got to trade with us. Maybe they actually really liked A.J. Terrell and wanted to take their draft pick. So you can't just assume that Howie Roseman didn't try. And if he didn't, maybe he valued those 8 picks more because we did have 10. We traded 2 of them to get Slay, which was a great move. But now you got to look at, we need those picks. And they saw that their guy was still there. So Jalen Reagor all along could have been their guy as well, not just ours. So, honestly, I've been putting in work. Gail's been putting in work. This is something we love to do. This is something we prepare for. As soon as this is over, I'll be looking at next year's player. I love football, and, I just happen to bleed green. So try to bring you the best of knowledge I possibly can. And, this just happened to be a guy that Gail and I talked about, man. So if you say we don't know anything, I'd beg to differ with you.
Hey, like I said, you got the pick last year. We got the pick again this year. So obviously, again, I'll let our work speak for itself.
That's all. I'm sorry. And I'm just, brother, and I wish we would have traded up too in my mind at that time. Because let's be real with ourselves, right? The reason we're pissed off is because the Dallas Cowboys are the ones that took CeeDee Lamb. We all loved him. I loved him. I would have loved to have him. We didn't realize it was going to get that close. So our hearts are pounding through our chest. Well, our palms are sweating. Oh, my God, we got close. Here comes CeeDee Lamb. And then the Cowboys take him. Yeah, of course that's going to piss us off. Of course. But don't take that out on Jalen Reagor as if that's his fault, as if Howie Roseman wasn't trying to do something, because I don't believe that to be true. And I really feel like we got ourselves a superstar and people are about to learn. I don't think he's McCole Hardman. I think it's more like Steve Smith. And where did Steve Smith go? The 3rd round? Yeah, people slept on him. He's too small. You can't. This kid is tough as nails. And 97th percentile with 17 reps? Are you kidding me? Kid, a beast. He high points the ball. He actually goes up and gets it. Can't catch it in the middle. Are you kidding me? Yes, he can. Sure, he needs to work on his blocking. That is true. But you're playing for a crap team that nobody's even running the ball anyway. Who are you blocking? He's going to learn to block in this. Maybe not be used as much to, be needed to. But, dude, this is a great pick. I promise you. I'm excited.
And coming from Hulk, who doesn't have his face in his obby. Hey, Hulk, man. At the end of the day, man, I'm here. I never shy away. My face is here. I'm a real dude, giving you real intel and the stuff that I know. Watch that video was free. That was the video. But hey, it's all good, man. We do what we
not
do.
trying to be a jerk. I'm not a know-it-all. I don't know more than, I'm a fan just like you guys. I just happen to put in lots and lots of work to try to give, all my brothers and sisters the same love I would expect. I expect the reporters to give us good stuff, and anymore, you're just not getting it. It's a lot of BS, a lot of stuff that's just not going to have. Andre Dillard's going to get traded. What? No. So, we just try to give you real knowledge. And if you like it, well, we appreciate you tuning in,
Adam, Michael, Gibbs. Yeah, we could still bring Nigel Bradham back, but Gary and Edwards would be the stars right now. Drafting safety would be good as well. At safety does not give me a warm, fuzzy feeling. Yeah, I just think, Schwartz has believed in Hills. Like he's one of Schwartz's guys. You think about him as a cornerback. It was a liability. That 4.6 speed showed up day in and day out. He's a solid tackler. But he's just that it showed up on field. Like any burners, and he was a liability. But I feel like Jatavis Brown, in theory, linebacker with speed. What's his name? Duke Riley, another linebacker with speed. So you definitely got some burners there in space. But Jatavis Brown's not. He I don't think he's that solid in space. Will Parks. Well, Will Parks be interesting. He's got some cornerback versatility, corner safety versatility.
Linebacker, that sub package. Him and Mills are going to split the role. They're not Malcolm Jenkins. I understand that, but I think we'll see what we do in the draft. Maybe we add someone like McKinney. That'd be awesome if we could trade up and do that. But I think those guys will split that role, and I think that could definitely be. I like Will Parks. I think that could be a good addition. Philly kid. So
did you guys want Jalen Rieger before the draft? Did you watch our video yet? I sent the link already, man. We did this video 2 weeks ago, right? 3 weeks ago.
We had to pick one.
It's called Talking the Prospect. And then we really do just talk the prospect, and we really hash it out, man. It's not like a 2-minute video of like, oh, this is the strength and weaknesses. It's all thought out, man. I think Jimmy, myself, and Chris did a good job really trying to make sense of it. And if you go to fourthandjawn.com, if you look at Chris Malley's work, he did we interviewed Jalen Rieger's wide receiver trainer. It's on 4th and Jawn. You can find it. Search under Jalen Rieger. We did an interview with his trainer. His trainer trained about 50 NFL receivers and was high on Jalen Rieger. He was one of his favorite prospects, and that's why we interviewed him. So we settled for Rieger.
No.
No, I felt like the board warranted where he went.
Did we honestly feel we were getting CD Lamb before this draft? Did we really think that we were getting CD Lamb?
Only if we traded up and gave
up the house, right? Yeah. So we still have all of our picks, and we got an amazing wide receiver. I mean, we can all be capped in hindsight, but
shout out to James. Love you guys. Go Birds. We love you too, man. Thanks
you, brother.
Love you. Thank you for the support, man. This is the midnight hours right now, graveyard hours. But like I said, I'll get random texts from Jimmy we're crazy, dude. Dillard was never going to be traded.
Nope. Dude, he was perfect for the system. I talked last year. I got to go to the draft. Gail invited me, got me and my girlfriend tickets. I got to stand on the Eagles logo in the middle on the 50-yard line, and we got to talk. And we started talking about who, I talked about Andre Dillard. So they invite us up to the press box, and dude, it was all the media, all the guys telling us who's blah, 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 blah. I started talking about Andre Dillard. I thought it was perfect. And, people wanted to knock on his run protection, whatever, because they never ran the ball there. That's fine. here's the thing. He was going to learn under Jeff Stoutland and have Jason Peters to teach him for a year. That just happened. Does Jason Peters come back? Not sure if he comes back on a 1-year deal. I know that's a lot of people's question, but I think Dillard's able to take this. And people forget about Matt Pryor. I really like him. He can play guard and tackle. And Jordan Mailata, let's not forget about him. We've been working on him, rugby player, so there's a little depth there. But I think Dillard's a good pick, man. And I don't think he was ever getting traded. That was just some nonsense.
Yeah, 51 RWR. If you go to YouTube, just type in 4th and Jawn and Jalen Reagor. Our video should come up. Because he said that. So if you wanted him before the 3 top receivers, you're ahead of the rest of us. But we'll see. I mean, we didn't. We wanted those other guys. I think Jimmy was.
I think he was better than Ruggs.
No, Jimmy said he'd take him over Ruggs. But yeah,
we'll see.
Every year we try to highlight guys that we like, and guys that I think that are going to be around where we, select. And the reason why I picked Cesar Ruiz, guy that I could see with first, second round range, guard, center, versatility. Kenneth Murray, a linebacker with amazing leadership, could hold down the fort in the middle of the field. Justin Jefferson, a guy slot, dominating the slot, can give you a little bit outside, like a reliable target. He was the guy that I had, another guy that I did the video on, and then Jalen Reagor, and then T. Higgins for a guy with a first, second round. I think, if you're looking at guys that represent, in theory, like DJX and Alshon, their games kind of mirror that. Are you guys good with just Miles Sanders and Boston Scott in the backfield? Do you like any thumper running backs in the later rounds? I've been talking about A.J. Dillon. Again, I've said that I'm good friends with his mom. A.J. Dillon is from my home. I haven't mentioned that. A.J. Dillon's from my hometown. When I talk about a kid who, I'm going to give you the long story. If I'm talking about a kid who has the foresight, like when you talk about, like, it's very rare that you get to see a kid grow up to be an NFL draft pick, but see them grow, whether his mom posting his videos on Facebook, whether, I'm watching his highlight footage, everything he posted, I'm watching his videos since his freshman year. And then watching him, his grandfather was a target for, I believe, Joe Theismann. His grandfather was a New York Giant. Got the NFL bloodlines. This dude, 6 foot, 6'1", 250, running a 4.5. I'm talking about he's run against stacked boxes. When you think Boston College, you don't think wide receivers, crazy wide receivers. I mean, they're stacking the box. Dude, man, I can't say enough about his game. I've said he's a third. I gave him a 3rd round grade and 4th when he was a freshman. You can go to my Twitter and I've got he's going to terrorize the ACC for the next 3 years. What did he do? He terrorized the ACC. Got Heisman votes. I think his ability to catch out of the backfield, that's what they're going to focus on. Like, so if he just doesn't have much tape of it, but he can do it. He can do it. And I think if you pair him up with the guys that we have in place, solid options. Yeah, Jimmy, do you have a guy that you could see?
I'm enamored with A.J. Dillon myself. I did a mock draft, and he was definitely a part of that because I made sure he had to be. I was really hoping that it would fall to me. I don't do a bunch of mock drafts. I just try to do one and then break down the players I really like. I try to hit some of the guys I like, and that was a guy I had to go for. So I love him. But to just give you another name that I really did like from a little bit I saw was Josh Kelly from UCLA. So that's another bruiser back I wouldn't mind getting in the later rounds. But, AJ Dillon is who I had on my mind, but that's awesome. I didn't know that he was from your hometown. You knew his mom. That's pretty sweet little story there. I believe you didn't tell me that. But
I got
man. AJ, it's all good.
I got mad stories, dude. Like his mom was the maid of honor. I was the best man in our friend's wedding. You're frozen there.
No.
Oh yeah. So his mom was the maid of honor, and I was the best man in this wedding. So I mean, he was. I believe he was there. Like I remember just seeing him as a kid, like playing Little League. And he was like coming back from a game, and his team had lost. And the kid, looking at it, I'm like, dude, man, you grew, man. Like, and I'm looking at his feet. I'm like, this kid's got like this. I'm like, dude, when did you grow? And then all of a sudden, you look at him. It's just not normal. I don't know. It's not normal. I just don't. You don't get to see like a kid grow into an NFL prospect. And here he is.
That's awesome.
You know, I was talking to my best friend his first week of when he was killing it at Boston College. I said, "Yo," I texted him. I said, "Yo, man, he's right now. I got him as a 3rd round grade, and here he is. You know, coming to third. It could be a 3rd round, 4th round. You know, you know the Steelers love that type of running back.
Yeah, true. I could see them taking him from us.
Roy, he says, question. Oh, one other thing of Antonio Gibson out of Memphis, mid-round prospect. He's like a Tony Pollard, but bigger, solid. You know, 6 foot, 200, built like a running back, can play like a wide. He's was a wide receiver as well. So I mean, the Eagles like that versatility, but I think in the next level they could see him as like a. You could see him as a versatile threat for the Eagles. Do you think Buster Hyman has a good chance of getting drafted in one of the late rounds? Maybe Busted Nut.
Buster Hyman.
Busted Nut runs
about
like
Mike Hunt. In this draft.
Busted Nut runs like a 4.3 40. Dude, solid.
Roy Gerbil.
Great routes.
For middle school president.
Yeah.
That's great.
Funny guy. Funny. Busta Rhymes. I know his wide receiver coach.
Yeah.
Busta Rhymes.
All right, Lemmy Wink. Think you're getting a little out of control.
I mean,
you watch South Park?
I used to.
The gerbil. You know the episode with the gerbil? He goes on a little adventure, and I think that's where Roy or Lemmy Winks could go.
We have 24 minutes left in the chat. Mike Cox has a shot of going in the 2nd round. No, not if Mike Cunt stops him.
Sharon.
Here we go. I feeling
Sharon.
Would you say Sharon?
How am I feeling? Who's Sharon? Where's Sharon with Karen? I don't know.
Yeah, I feel I'm excited for the 2nd round, man.
Big day tomorrow, man. Big day. I think hopefully some people will calm down. We'll fill some of the voids people are freaking out about: linebacker, safety, some interior offensive linemen, maybe a cornerback. Especially seeing someone like CeeDee Lamb go to the Cowboys. You have Slay, but is Sidney Jones going to be the answer? Looked good at the end of the year, but kind of questionable. Is Avonte Maddox really ready to play outside? I like him more in the hybrid role, also playing inside at nickel. But we have Nickel Roby-Coleman and Crevan LeBlanc there. Interested to see if any of these guys get moved. So it's going to be an awesome day. I mean, it really is.
Like 1 year left. Crevan LeBlanc, Russell Douglas, 1 year left.
I always leave out Rasul because I could do without him, man. I've never been a huge fan, but I don't know who's going to want him. So if he wants to come in and compete, go for it, man.
Yeah. What time are you usually going to bed now?
Oh, dude, with this. All right. So with the quarantine. Now, anyway, I'm a night owl. Like, I'll make videos late as hell. I'll do stuff because, like, I'm always up doing this stuff. And when I was working, I had to do stuff late because I wasn't getting home till late. So right before this whole quarantine thing happened, I worked for almost a month straight, and it was driving me mad because I couldn't do any of this draft stuff. Well, ever since I've been locked in, dude, and just like, I have like cirrhosis and stuff, so like really not trying to die. So I've been locked in, dude, and it just gave me I made the most of it. People are like, oh, this is horrible. I'm like, yeah, it's been real terrible. Like, I've just been watching tape, spending time with my family. Like, I've been trying to make the most of it, but dude, I've been loving like just doing this. And yeah, so I stay up pretty damn late, but these last few weeks, I think the other night I was up till the sun came up. It was like 6 something. And I was like, oh, I think it's time to go to bed, man. Cause
I've been pushing 4 o'clock the last couple of nights, man. So
yeah, it was like 5 last night. So I get it in, man. I can't. And when I'm excited, like, I can't, dude. My mind's racing. And I was just like, who are we going to pick? Are we going to trade up? We're going to trade back? Are we going to stay put? Are we taking a linebacker? Is it going to be safety? That's my brain every 5 seconds. So that's what I was dealing with. And I'm at peace tonight because obviously, we got a guy that I obviously was very enamored with. So I already know he fits. I already know how I feel about him. Now our job is to just try to make other Eagles fans feel that way. Because, and it's not really our job, but it's like, that's what I want to do. I want to try to give people some of the insight, because they're going to be hearing stuff from people that are just angry. And I understand the anger, but why don't we give some people context? I think that goes a lot further. Give people facts, some stats, back it up with something, show them tape and, put it right there in front of them instead of just listening to some of the people we see out there on the media with their blue check marks. Yeah, go back and see their mocks and go back and ask who they picked and find out, then we'll base it off that.
The whole, I just a validation of like people's hard work. That's what I think. At the end of the day, you're just like, yeah.
And the only reason, I think I just want to say one thing. I think people don't understand why I've referred to that a couple times. I'm not trying to act like we are the best there is, the best there was, and the best there ever will be. There was a reporter, I'm not going to say who, but he came at one of our writers for, just doing what we do. And, he was just offended that, today's media allows us to be able to do the things that they do and then some, because we actually reach out to, their trainers, their coaches, and do things, a lot further than they would. It's a new world. So that's what we're trying to introduce to people and, trying to make the fans, like last year when I invited Lito and Lito shows up with Quentin Michael and Hollis Thomas to the draft. Like, how awesome was that? Like, that's what we're trying to do. We're not sitting here trying to be better. So when we have someone like that coming at us, it was like, whoa, dude. So I promised I wasn't going to get upset about it, but I've had to take my couple shots at it because they want to act like we're internet scouts that don't know anything. Well, what's up there, bud? Annoying, man. It's so annoying. Like, and they were posting, like, you hear him swearing and stuff on his podcast. He was like throwing a tantrum. It's like, damn, we must be doing.
No, it was coming from a professional. It was unprofessional. You know what I mean? You're.
Dude, what did I say to you? I said, how unbecoming. Is that not what I said to you? That was my exact words. I was like,
that's all good, man. Like, I don't. At the end of the day, like,
we can do what we do.
You can't focus on what other people do, and you can't focus you can't focus on like the comments, or you can't focus on trolls. At the end of the day, like,
that's what I turned.
I mean, you can't
turn it off.
You can't focus on. How do you turn off the comments?
You can go to private chat. I would assume you probably have to, just so you can moderate what's happening. But for me, there's either live comments or private chat. And earlier when people were in there, like, I can obviously see when you put them there, but I was seeing the guys, like, we can have a private chat that they can't see. But on the live comments, you can just turn that off. And I actually didn't even know that till a little bit ago. I was like, oh. And I was checking out what I saw. That guy said, "No, these guys don't know what they're talking about." It's like, okay, well, if you can base that off of, if you could say that after I talk about what I know about, well, cool, man. You can tell me how much I don't know. And I'll tell you the same thing I did when I jumped on this video in my own video. Tell me how much tape you've watched on him. Please break down what you saw. Tell me why he's not a great fit for Carson Wentz and the Philadelphia Eagles. I'll listen. I promise you I will. But I don't think you're going to have a great answer because this kid is going to come in and he's going to be a little different than Tyreek Hill. But one of the things we talk about in the video is I talk about him being Doug Peterson's Tyreek Hill to, how Andy Reid has Tyreek Hill, will have him. And he's going to give him the ability to do a lot more things that he's willing to do. It's going to open up the playbook, man. And just think, him and D-Jax on the field at the same time. Oh, my God. I can't wait for football, man. I can't.
I think my lips are so chapped right now. I'm talking.
Dude.
7 hours and 44 minutes.
Neck hurt. My neck, my back. I'm dying today, and I love every second of it. I've been jumping. I was jumping on your videos and then going on mine. At one point, I was making a video on my phone, and you put me live, so I just put my phone down and I started going with you guys, and it's been awesome, dude. And I want to do the same tomorrow.
Yeah, did you have fun? You have fun time? It was definitely as a producer learning how to bring people in, bring people out, carry the conversation, highlight the comments.
Loved it. Bringing people in, the fans love that, man. I love that, and that's what people want, man.
Mark says,
and I appreciate you bringing me on.
Hey, man,
I loved it.
Mark says, impressed with you guys. It's almost midnight in Oregon. Oregon.
We're bringing in Troy Dye, brother. You watch Troy Dye? You know much about him, dude?
Over here, it's 2:45 a.m.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and dude, I really appreciate you bringing me on and letting me talk about Jalen Reagor before we drafted him. I appreciate you bringing me on that video. That was my first video I ever got on. I do live videos on my group. I just started, using Twitter last year, but you and I have been talking a couple years. But to be able to go on my first video to talk about my first player, not just in little live videos, to actually make a breakdown of a player, over 20 minutes of genuine talk between three gentlemen who really put in the work. And I loved it, man. Just sitting there, it was like shooting the breeze with you guys. And we just sat there and broke down what we all saw from them. And, there was a couple things I wanted to say, but there was so much to say about him that as soon as someone said, I was like, oh, well, then I'll just talk about this. And it was just awesome, man. Going into the fact that, his dad used to be a Philadelphia, Monte Reagor, the bloodline, just everything, man. It's just, I loved it, dude. And to say that we got him is making me a very happy person again this year.
51R says Eagle fans are just truly sincere.
They are.
My dad was from Philly. I grew up in Connecticut. My dad was a psycho Eagles fan. I had to fight for the Eagles when in Connecticut when it was nothing but Cowboys and Giant fans. At that time there was no Patriot fans because they weren't winning back then. But yeah, man, this is truly this is my dad. He raised me like this, so shout out to my dad.
Well, you talked about that, Gail. I think that's why you and I hit it off because we got pretty deep with conversation the first couple of times because I had just lost my father, and my father was from Germantown. I was born and this was shoved down my throat from the get. When we buried my father, it was in his Reggie White jersey. That's the amount of dedication. My uncle, right after the pastor did his thing, everybody's crying, all sad, and keep in mind we all were wearing our Eagles jerseys at my dad's funeral. My uncle, one last time, in the church. You should have seen the pastor and the people that weren't Eagles. It's just you just don't understand the passion. So, that's what, how I started coming online was because I almost died a few years ago. And my girlfriend really pushed me. She's like, you're so passionate. Why don't you start? I started.
freezing, bro.
Can you still hear me?
I can
But you're awesome, and I just want to tell you, dude, I appreciate you bringing me on this stuff. I'm a diehard, and I really try to, do what I can, and you've done everything you can for me, so I appreciate that, brother. And we are sincere.
Yeah. Mark says Troy Dye. Really? He said, "I'm a U of Oregon football season ticket holder." So you know a ton about Troy Dye. Do you like the player?
Yeah, Mark. Froze. Are you froze in a good way? Are you happy that we brought up the name?
No, you froze.
Oh, I froze. Yeah, you're damn
Before
right.
you were like,
Yeah, it was happening earlier. I didn't know if that was me or I saw. I'm sorry about that, but that's awesome, Mark. From what I saw from him, he led his team all 4 years in tackling. He had a couple interceptions. So he actually is good in coverage as well. But I just love he had tackles for loss, some sacks. He all over the place. That's someone I thought in the mid rounds, maybe third round, that we could definitely pick up if we don't get someone like a Logan Wilson that someone had brought up earlier. So I like him.
Yeah, Mark says he's smaller but plays hard. But yeah, man, we're gonna make it to the eight. We got 10 minutes.
Oh, that's right, 10 minutes left.
When I said I was gonna make it to 8 hours, it was like, bro, there's no way I can make it 8 hours.
I didn't know you were still on, dude. Like I went and made my pictures, made my post. I posted a thing. Did you know? I can't believe I haven't brought this up yet. I'm sorry, my brain is fried. But I posted a thing that it said something along the lines of do you know who had ran faster than Jalen Reagor last year in the NFL as a ball carrier? No one. The kid reached 22.6 miles per hour last year. He I don't care what his 4.7, I believe. He had his own pro day. It was 4.28. I don't care. Take that stuff with a grain of salt. Watch the damn tape. Elliott Shore Parks posted something the other day. I just don't think he can scare a team. I'm I had to retweet it. I said, I'm sorry, dude, to call you out. I was but you need to watch the tape because that's all this kid does. And that's all he's going to do. So they'll learn, dude. And I'll make sure to save the receipts.
I mean,
because he's good.
Yeah, I mean, well, he mentioned that, and then Chris Malley threw the video that we put in the chat, put in the video of him burning Stanford. Was it Stanford?
Oh yeah,
that vertical shot that he just burned the whole team. Do you remember that one?
Did he?
It's in the video.
Oh, I didn't see that.
Yeah, it's in the video actually. Oh, we lost.
That's awesome.
Yeah, the YouTube video. 51 RW. I don't know. You're gonna have to go to YouTube and look up Jalen Reagor, 4th and Jawn. If you can't see it, I just put the video in the comments. Yeah, he blew the top of the defense, and that was when he was a freshman, I think.
Yeah. No guest in the room. Get out. We got a woman and a dog on the loose.
Yeah.
Thinking I'm dead. I'm dude, I've been a trooper, and they're awesome. She's bringing me drinks, doing stuff throughout the day. I'm taking my breaks, and oh my God, I said, I was this is the marathon, baby. 3-day event. Here we go. And then it's not even a 3-day event. It's 4 days. Undrafted free agents, baby.
Yeah, I mean, it's like Christmas to me. I don't know. I was excited.
Dude, I woke up, made a half day. I made a post right away. I mean, that's how I feel. And this is a day every year. I had a guy comment in my videos. He's I remember meeting you years ago, dude. And he's you were just sitting there with a pen and paper, just writing down all this stuff, watching on a TV. And we didn't have the laptops and all the phones and all that stuff at the time. It wasn't big like that. And he was just what are you doing? And I was breaking down all these players. And he was that's why I follow you, man. And I was I really appreciate you bringing that up, but it's dude, that's what I've been doing since day one. And it's weird for me. I'm Dave Gettleman, I'm still old, oh God, trying to use my technology. And thank God for you, dude. You have been helping me with a lot of stuff.
No, I mean, I think this whole thing right here for technology wise, it's fun, man. A lot of people are just wow, this is crazy. You got this together. And, I think it's opportunity. We're all quarantined, man. we would have been at a draft
Well, I
party.
hope you know that you better be coming on my videos now, because I'm wanting you to talk with my people, because this is too fun, man. And you give people an out, and that's what it's all about. That's what we've been all trying to do. Give people something to get their mind off the chaos in the world. We all bleed green. We just need to, sometimes it's hard. I created my group in 2017. What are the odds? I just almost died. All I wanted to do was believe in something and talk about something I loved, and that's what I did. And, I'm fighting for my life. So my message was, we got to believe. So everybody's telling me, no, you can't. You got to quit. I'm telling them, no, you got to believe in Nick Foles. Broke it down. We talked about it. Called into Mike Missinelli. He told me how much I didn't understand football, because I told him we'd beat the Falcons, and then we'd go on to beat anybody else and win the Super Bowl. Well, I was sure to remind him after the Super Bowl of that. He threw the biggest tantrum. But, that was my first year, and that was just like kind of my nudge, like, okay, I think, I could be good at this. Let's keep trying. So I'm going to keep swinging and keep doing it. And as long as you keep bringing me on, dude, I love this, dude. And I'll happily. And if the fans love it, dude, it's the tailgates. It's meeting people. It's even on here. And while we're all quarantined, dude, I love it. Talk Bird. I'll talk Bird 24 hours, man.
Oh, you love it.
You know me, brother. This is call me.
Yeah. No, this whole draft has been interesting, because it's like, so we like got all the drafts of quarantine draft, dude. We're all sitting here like
ridiculous. How weird was it too?
It's like a fantasy football. Dude, interference was rough. Maybe he's watching the video.
I honestly, I wish we could have been there at the stadium again. I was really looking forward to this year.
Love you too, man. Love
going
you all.
draft again.
Your passion. Fly Eagles fly. Yeah, man. Sure. Appreciate it.
Love you too, brother. Mister, whatever.
Yeah, we would have been at a draft party if it wasn't for the situation. You know what I mean? But I think
this was awesome. We were the quarantine draft party. We'll remember it forever, dude. The player we talked about in the most awkward drafts ever.
Yeah, it's funny.
Got it, dude.
Quarantine stream. I've only been outside 9 times in 35 days now. I mean,
I don't think I've been out that many, brother.
I'm talking like 9 times, like only to the grocery store. I haven't been anywhere else.
Yep, I go outside with my dog and walk and stuff, but exactly, like public places, I can't. Like my girlfriend's gone, but with my cirrhosis, I'd probably die pretty easily. So we're just gonna go ahead and stay in and do our draft stuff, right?
51 RWR. She said I did interferon for cirrhosis.
Oh, interferon. No doubt. Man, I kept it all natural. I started eating right. I started doing things right, man, and I still am pretty dang skinny and pretty pale, but I'm trying to just keep getting healthier here, man. But it's, build a garden. I'm a natural kind of guy, so don't mess around with anything else. And here I am today, and because of that, it's a blessing in disguise, dude. So nothing but, and I hope you're all right, man.
We're on 3 minutes and 20 seconds.
Oh, the countdown. Dude, it's time, baby.
If nobody knows anything about me, I finish everything to the end. I'm a very loyal.
We started this regular talk. We better effing end it, Gail. We better.
We're gonna finish it, man. We're gonna finish.
I'm with you to the finish line, brother.
Yeah, I mean, tomorrow it'll be interesting. Like, I think the talk on the line, like on the talk on football talk on like the radio will be awful.
Oh my God.
We'll be
ready for it.
What you gonna do though?
I'm gonna tell him. I'm gonna put it into context for him. That's what I'm gonna do. Share our video. Hey, please check it out. I'd love to hear your take on it after watching some tape. They'll change their tune after they watch him play, Gail. You and I know that we do, and we wouldn't have been so high on him and talked so highly of him. I mean, seriously, didn't we talk for like an hour, maybe more, like and then
Yeah, I mean,
that's before the video, and then after the video for like another hour and a half.
The video that you guys, that you guys saw was like 25 minutes. We spoke about Jalen Reagor for like
hours, dude.
3 hours.
Yeah.
That's why I could sit here and be like, I feel good about that we did the video, because I'm like, yeah, I could just send that link out. I don't have to keep telling you. I'm like, yeah, did you watch that? Good.
I got plenty of tweets and this nice video.
That's all I got to say. Just watch the video.
I love that you retweeted it today. You're like, for all the Jalen Reagor stands. I just posted a GIF. Me? That'll go down in history, dude. We'll remember that. We will.
I mean, it's just another. I was telling E the time that I had met him before he was going to Radio Music City Hall. He came up to MTV and we started talking. He said, "Yeah, well, who do you think the Eagles are going to draft?" And I said, "We're going to hopefully we move up, get close, and draft Fletcher Cox. That's my guy." I mean, I've been calling picks for a long time, so I think
it's not with you, brother.
It's just a matter of doing a lot of research.
What we're here for.
It was 7 minutes, 7 hours, 59 seconds.
30 seconds coming up. Well, it was great being here with you, brother.
Yeah, man.
Thank you.
Good times, man. And for all you guys out there who are still on, there's 11 people watching. Some psychos.
Love it. Love the passion.
We'll be here tomorrow doing the same thing.
Definitely try to join in, man, for sure.
10 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7.
Have a great night, everybody.
Go Birds and fly.
Go Birds.
Fly. See y'all soon.
Babe.
All right, dude. Be good.
Are we still rocking?
Still rocking, though. All right,
Is this thing not cutting us off?
Stream is ended.
It just can't get enough of us. It can't get enough.
All right, dude. I'll check you out.
I was just going to say I am going to roll, though. I got to head out. Big day tomorrow.
All right, man.
Go Birds.
Later.